Chapter 283. When Lu Ba heard the beeping sound coming from the other end of the phone, he intended to use the same method to reply. However, before he could knock on the phone, the other side had hung up. Hearing the beeping sound from the phone, Lu Ba chuckled and said to Jing Gui, "This mysterious expert is quite capable. He even knows this." In fact, Zheng Tan had only thought of using this method on a whim. After all, he couldn't speak now. Before this, no matter if it was Teacher Bai or the person who lost the dog, if Zheng Tan used this method, they would only think that Zheng Tan was playing with them. There was a higher possibility that they wouldn't understand. However, Lu Ba was a person with a wide range of expertise and knowledge. Therefore, Zheng Tan decided to give it a try. When he knocked on the metal piece he picked up, Lu Ba didn't interrupt him. This meant that Lu Ba might have understood him. Since Lu Ba understood him, Zheng Tan didn't intend to say anything more. He hung up the phone, turned it off and left. He decided not to turn it on for the next few days. If Lu Ba wanted to continue harassing him, he would just let him be. Out of sight, out of mind. It wasn't easy for him to feel better because of Pomelo's mother's departure. Zheng Tan didn't intend to be depressed because of Lu Ba, a psychopath. After wandering around, Zheng Tan threw a frisbee at the guard at the side door to tease the German shepherd. Then he walked back. He didn't go straight back to the courtyard. Instead, he walked along the winding road. When he walked to Old Man Land's small flower garden, Zheng Tan jumped onto the wall and looked inside. He immediately saw the sheriff squatting beside a pot of orchids and eating them attentively. At first, Zheng Tan was worried that the sheriff would get into trouble if he ate too many orchids. However, he only saw the sheriff spit out some furry balls and defecate in a large flower pot in the small flower garden. The rest of the time the sheriff was alive and kicking. Zheng Tan didn't care about him. A few days ago, there were 3 blooming flowers in the pot of orchids. Now none of them were left. Some of the green leaves around the pot were gnawed as well. There were many bite marks on them. When Old Man Lan said that he ate the flowers in front of his old friends, Zheng Tan was taking the blame for him. Old Man Lan had always been persistent in slandering Zheng Tan. It wasn't that the sheriff hadn't planted anything in his house before. He had even planted cat grass in a flower pot. However, the sheriff didn't give him any face. Every time he would take a few bites and lose interest. Zheng Tan heard the sheriff's owner complain a few times when he was chatting with the Jiao Ma. He didn't know if it was the problem of the cat grass or the sheriff himself. However, Zheng Tan felt that it was most likely the latter. Zheng Tan used to think that the sheriff had a dog-like heart. He barked like a dog, was aggressive, and fought with the little Pekingese and Chihuahuas in the courtyard. Other than Yo Zhuang Zhuang, all the other dogs in the courtyard had a thing with the sheriff. Now Zheng Tan would always catch the sheriff chewing on flowers. The sheriff chewed on orchid leaves like a rabbit. Someone once said that if there was any animal in the world that thought flowers were beautiful and fragrant and wanted to eat them up, it would be cats. In fact, many cats were nymphomaniacs, such as the sheriff. Last week, Zheng Tan heard from the Jiao Ma that one of her colleagues had a cat. One day, her colleague's husband gave her a bouquet of flowers on their wedding anniversary. Her colleague's cat ran over and buried half of its head in the bouquet to lick. No one could stop it. People who didn't have cats wouldn't pay attention to their cat's obsession with flowers, and cat owners wouldn't necessarily pay attention to whether their cats liked to eat flowers or not. Cats were carnivores, there was no doubt about it. However, sometimes they could be seen chewing on grass when they were out walking. People attributed this to the cat's self-preservation, vomiting. Except for Zheng Tan and some other special species and individuals, most cats spent a lot of time licking their fur every day. Their stomachs would form fur balls, and some non-toxic fiber-rich plants would stimulate their stomachs and cause them to vomit fur balls. However, sometimes people would overlook some things such as the fact that eating certain plants could make them sick. Many plants were poisonous to cats such as castor beans, rhododendrons, lilies of the valley, chrysanthemums, oleanders, hydrangeas and so on. However, the degree of toxicity varied. Different cats might have different preferences and tolerance levels. Some cat friends who had done research in this area were afraid of plants from the Liliaceae family. Perhaps to humans, Liliaceae plants were nothing, but Liliaceae plants could make cats very sick. According to veterinarians and toxicologists, Liliaceae plants could be one of the main causes of acute kidney failure in cats. Zheng Tan heard this when he was eavesdropping on some old men in the courtyard. Old Man Lan also noticed the flowers in the small garden that weren't protected by fences. He found that the sheriff only nibbled on a few types of flowers, especially orchids. These types of flowers weren't listed as dangerous to cats, so Old Man Lan didn't care about it anymore. Animals like cats were very difficult to restrain, especially ones like the sheriff who had been left alone for a few years. The sheriff ran around outside all day, and according to this guy's behavior, he probably nibbled on a lot of flowers when he was wandering around the campus. However, he didn't get sick from nibbling on flowers, which meant that this guy didn't nibble on flowers that were dangerous to him. As for orchids, seeing that this guy had nibbled on so many, it should be okay, right? However, cats were carnivores after all. Nibbling on too many orchids wasn't necessarily a good thing. There had to be a limit to everything. Cats were one of the animals that loved to seek death the most. They were always curious about the world and didn't learn from their mistakes. Even the widely known 3 idiots of the sleigh couldn't compare to them. Many cats that ate flowers and plants might vomit, have convulsions, liver failure, or even die. However, these nymphomaniacs just didn't want to learn from their mistakes. Even if they were tricked again and again, many cats would still repeatedly eat the flowers and plants that sent them to the hospital. Some people said that cats liked flowers because they liked the sweetness of flowers, but others sneered at them. A lot of research and reports showed that cats had lost the ability to digest carbohydrates during evolution and couldn't taste the sweetness. As for why they loved to be nymphomaniacs, there were different opinions. Zheng Tan had smelled many types of orchids from Old Man Lan. Old Man Lan had a lot of orchids in his house. For Zheng Tan, he didn't feel that these flowers were very attractive to him, so it could only be said that he and the sheriff had different preferences. When Zheng Tan looked over again, the sheriff was no longer nibbling on flowers. He ran to the big flower pot where he often pooped and started to poop. Zheng Tan jumped down from the wall of the small flower bed and immediately left. He didn't want to be the sheriff's scapegoat. Even if Old Man Lan knew that Zheng Tan was innocent, there were other people in the small flower bed. They might not think so. Things like pooping and nibbling on flowers should be left to the sheriff. When he got home, Zheng Tan looked at the photo on the bedside table in the master bedroom. He was in a very good mood. When Zheng Tan first came to the master bedroom, there were only 3 people in the photo on the bedside table: Jiao Pa, Jiao Ma, and Jiao Yuan. Now there were 4 people and 1 cat. There were also little Pomelo and Zheng Tan. A family of 5. The Jiao family was in a good mood these days. The crisis had been resolved. After confirming that little Pomelo wouldn't leave with her mother, Jiao Yuan started to show off again. He didn't have the nervousness of a third-year middle school student at all. However, there was no need to be too nervous. Jiao Yuan's grades weren't bad. Even if his grades weren't ideal, they would definitely go to Tsinghua University's affiliated high school. Many children of Tsinghua University's teachers would receive preferential treatment. At night, Jiao Pa went to work in the yard after dinner. Jiao Ma was cleaning the house. Jiao Yuan didn't go to the evening self-study class. He stayed at home reading some magazines that Jiao Pa subscribed to. Zheng Tan sat on the sofa and watched TV with little Pomelo. "Hey Pomelo, this article says that wearing metal-rimmed glasses will significantly increase the absorption rate of the phone's antenna to the human body. The absorption rate to the human eye will increase by more than double. Do you think this is true?" Jiao Yuan asked. Little Pomelo thought for a while and shook her head. "I don't know much about this." "Okay. We'll discuss it with Suan and the others. If it still doesn't work, we'll ask the old geezers from the physics department." Since there were many old geezers from the physics department in the courtyard, Jiao Yuan would ask anyone he could find. As they were talking, the phone in the master bedroom rang. Jiao Yuan didn't raise his head and said, "Black charcoal. It's probably your corruption." Jiao Yuan had always been envious of Zheng Tan's corruption at entertainment venues. Zheng Tan glanced at Jiao Yuan. This guy was just too lazy to get up to answer the phone. When little Pomelo was about to get up to answer the phone, Zheng Tan moved. He ran to the master bedroom and jumped on the table where the phone was placed. He pressed the speaker button so that Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo could hear it in the living room. Little Pomelo also lowered the volume of the television. Jiao Yuan didn't raise his head, but his ears were perked up as he listened to the phone. Zheng Tan felt that the number on the screen was familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was. After pressing the speaker button, he heard a sharp chirp coming from the speaker. Zheng Tan was speechless. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo, who were sitting in the living room, remembered who it was. "Chidada." The 2 of them said at the same time. There was a pause on the other end of the phone. Then there was an even louder chirp. It was obviously happy that someone could call out its name. Jiao Ma came over. She blocked Jiao Yuan, who was running over to pick up the phone, and picked up the phone. Zheng Tan was listening to the phone. It was no longer Chidada's chirp, but its owner, Pei Liang's voice. Chidada had just finished filming a guest scene in a TV series. Pei Liang planned to take Chidada home first. They passed by Tsinghua City and planned to visit. It was the weekend when they arrived. Jiao Ma said yes repeatedly. She liked the monkey very much. The silly monkey wanted to come over. Zheng Tan checked the cupboard where he hid his things and made sure that it was locked. This was to prevent the silly monkey from rummaging through it. That monkey had no moral integrity. Pei Liang didn't plan to call the Jiao family. He had come to Chuhua City to meet Celestine, Er Mao, and He Tao. When he turned around, he saw Chi Dada calling the Jiao family. Since he had already made the call, he decided to tell the Jiao family that he would visit them later. After the call, Pei Liang looked at Chi Dada, who was looking at him expectantly. "Are you going to invite that little friend to your house?" Chi Dada grinned widely. Pei Liang touched his chin. "Why do I feel that you are thinking about something else?" Chapter 284. Many people said that cats held grudges, but in fact, cats were not the only animals that held grudges. For example, Chi Dada, this silly monkey. Perhaps it remembered that it had a conflict with Zheng Tan in the past, or maybe it didn't want to provoke Zheng Tan, so when Pei Liang brought it to visit the Jiao family, this guy wore a new set of Monkey King clothes and played with the Jingu Bang in front of the Jiao family. Then it slipped and hit Zheng Tan's drinking bowl on a chair not far away. The Jiao family's living room was not big. Originally, the Jiao Ma wanted to see Chi Dada play with the Jingu Bang, so she moved Zheng Tan's chair to the side so it wouldn't be hit. Unexpectedly, it still got hit. This silly monkey hid behind Pei Liang as if it had done something wrong. The Jiao Ma comforted it by saying, "It's okay, don't worry about it." Zheng Tan stared at Chi Dada from the sofa. This guy just grinned at him behind Pei Liang's back. The Jiao family also noticed this, but they didn't think it was a big deal, so they just smiled and let it go. Zheng Tan didn't say anything, so Chi Dada showed off. However, when this guy ran to little Pomelo's room to play with the cat tree and wanted to open the hidden drawer, Zheng Tan closed the door and beat this guy up. Jiao Ma was afraid that something bad would happen outside, so she called Zheng Tan several times. Zheng Tan opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Chi Dada ran to Pei Liang's side and showed its teeth to Zheng Tan. This guy only remembered what he had eaten but not what he had beaten. It was said that a monkey's IQ was about the same as a 7- or 8-year-old child's. Zheng Tan thought about the 7- or 8-year-old child's IQ and sighed in his heart. This monkey would probably be a brat for the rest of its life. He really deserved a beating. According to Pei Liang, they had stayed at home during the peak tourist season in November. After all, there were only a few times a year when business was booming. At that time there was a lot of income. In addition to Chi Dada's reputation, many tourists went there for it. Therefore, Chi Dada stayed at home during that time. Pei Liang waited until the golden Monday of the 11th and the peak period of travel was over before he brought Chi Dada out to continue earning money under the urging of a film crew director. This time it was his child's birthday. He was clamoring for Chi Dada to go back and spend it with him. The production team had also temporarily come to an end. Only then did Pei Liang decide to take Chi Dada home and rest for a while. Otherwise, Chi Dada wouldn't have cooperated. After receiving the call from home, it kept thinking about going home. During the last 2 days on set, it was also absent-minded. If it weren't for Pei Liang's supervision, it would have already thrown off its artificial tiger skin skirt and quit. Pei Liang didn't stay at the Jiao family for dinner. He and his fellow disciples had plans to go to Celestine's house in the evening for a gathering. Zheng Tan was also invited to go with them. Celestine, Er Mao, Walnut, and Pei Liang drank a little too much. That night, they stayed in Celestine's guest room to sleep. Zheng Tan also stayed there. When he heard Er Mao and Pei Liang's conversation, he knew that Er Mao wanted to go with them to Pei Liang's house to play. Anyway, he didn't have much to do on weekdays. Coincidentally, his girlfriend also happened to be free. Now that they had avoided the peak tourist season, they didn't have to worry about traffic jams and crowds. Pei Liang naturally didn't have any objections. However, the two of them were still thinking about whether they should bring Zheng Tan along. Pei Liang knew that Chi Dada had always wanted Zheng Tan to go with them. He didn't know what his monkey was planning, but if it was possible, it wouldn't be a bad idea to bring it along. After all, they wouldn't be back for too long. In November, they would be invited by a film crew to go to a coastal city in the east. If the black cat was really as sensible as everyone said, it wouldn't be a bad idea to bring it along. Er Mao was quite in favor of it. He had brought Zheng Tan out a few times. Although there were a few times when something happened from those incidents, there was no problem at all to bring it along. Besides, this time he also planned to bring Black Rice along. He didn't feel safe leaving Black Rice in the pet center. 2 days ago he saw that bastard cat called Peanut Candy again. It was safer to bring Black Rice with them. If Black Coal followed them, it could keep Black Rice company. If Black Rice was alone, Black Rice would probably be anxious. Moreover, Mao felt that black coal wouldn't pose any threat to black rice. Whether or not Jing Tan could go with Mao and the others, they needed the approval of the Jiao family. When Mao and Pei Liang told the Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma about this, the Jiao Ma objected as expected. She was worried about going so far away with no one from her family following them. As for the Jiao Pa, he asked for Jing Tan's opinion. Jing Tan really wanted to go on a long trip. Recently, little Pomelo's academic burden had increased. In addition to the usual homework and exams, there were also competitions on Saturdays and Sundays. Jiao Ma and Jiao Pa didn't actually give her much pressure. Competitions and things like that didn't matter to the Jiao Pa. It was completely based on interest. Participating in the competition training was little Pomelo's own idea. A few of her classmates who were good friends signed up for the training together. It was good to hang out more with other classmates. However, Jing Tan spent a lot of time alone at home. Now that he didn't see anyone at home on Saturdays and Sundays, Jing Tan was bored. Chi Dada even took out an invitation and placed it in front of Jing Tan. The Jiao family didn't know what to say. Knowing that Mao was going with them, he could bring Jing Tan along. After a few days he could bring Jing Tan back together. After all, they were acquaintances. The Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma were a little relieved. In the end, the Jiao Pa agreed to let Jing Tan go with them. However, the condition was that Jing Tan had to bring his other cat tag. This was a new one made by the Jiao Pa. When Jing Tan went on a long trip, he could bring this cat tag with a tracking device. After all, everyone was afraid that cats would go wild. With this tag, it would be easier to find them in time if they were in danger. Pei Liang asked the Jiao family to go to his house to play when they had holidays. This time, Jing Tan was going to check out the place. The Jiao Ma prepared a lot of things for Jing Tan. There was a big package of daily necessities. Jing Tan also put in the small backpack. There were a lot of notes in it in case of emergency. Pei Liang drove his own car with Chi Dada, while Mao drove his new off-road car with his girlfriend and 2 cats, following behind them. At first, Black Rice wasn't very quiet in the car. It seemed a little anxious. If it wasn't for the familiar scent in the car, it would have gone crazy. However, gradually, probably influenced by Jing Tan's calmness and Gong Qin's comforting, it calmed down. Jing Tan decided to go out for a walk. First, it was really boring at home. Recently, he was too lazy to wander around. Because of Lu Ba, Jing Tan didn't have the mood to play with his phone. So, he decided to go out for a walk. In the morning, they set off from Chuhua City. They took a few breaks along the way. After all, they weren't in a rush. They also needed to rest to avoid driving tired. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, they arrived at the county where Pei Liang's house was located. Jing Tan didn't need to take care of much. As for Black Rice, Gong Qin was there. This professional took good care of Black Rice. Black Rice didn't feel anxious on the way back. Probably because it knew that they were almost home, Chi Dada became restless. It was so happy that it chirped. No matter how good it was outside, it was always happy to be back in its own territory. Jing Tan looked outside. He had never been here before. He had only seen the advertisements of this place in some travel magazines. After seeing it with his own eyes, he sighed in his heart that this was indeed a popular tourist attraction. The scenery was indeed very good. The air quality was something that Chuhua City could not compare to. He didn't know if it was for tourism. Many of the surrounding villagers had built their houses in a uniform style with local characteristics. Along the way, Jing Tan saw many vendors selling souvenirs. Gong Qin had never been here before. She had been to another tourist spot in the same province. After all, every tourist spot had its own characteristics. The souvenirs were the same. After seeing them, she wanted to buy some. These don't need to be too rare. Also, the souvenirs here are not very authentic. They are all for scamming tourists who don't know anything. They had installed a wireless intercom device in the car. Along the way, Pei Liang had explained the situation here to them. Now that he heard Gong Qin say that she wanted to buy souvenirs from the vendors, he smiled and explained some inside information to Gong Qin. Hey, don't tell anyone what I said. Otherwise the villagers will take it out on me. Pei Liang joked. I know. Mao replied. He also looked at the scenery along the way. During the National Day, this place was full of people. Now it's empty. Pei Liang said. Jing Tan looked over. Some vendors didn't seem to be in good spirits. Now that the peak period was over, they came out to set up their stalls. They were chatting with each other. Some were directly lying there and taking a nap. Chi Dada was restless again. However, listening to the sound, it didn't seem to be all Chi Dada. Jing Tan looked out from the car window, which was 1/3 open. Sure enough, there was a monkey similar to Chi Dada at a stall over there. It was jumping on the stall and shouting at Pei Liang's car. Listening to the sound of these two monkeys, it didn't seem to be particularly friendly. It was more like enemies on a narrow road. There are many families raising monkeys in the village now. Although there are policies from above, there are also countermeasures from below. There are many monkeys in the nearby mountains. There used to be a lot of poachers. Isn't there a famous dish made with monkey brains? Later, the higher-ups sent people over to supervise. It was much better. The number of monkeys increased again. In fact, it's mainly because the villagers are good. They protect the monkeys. If the villagers don't cooperate, those illegal vendors still have a chance. This was true. Some wild animals and nature reserves were poached. The locals played an important role in it. In terms of protection, the locals also made a lot of contributions. Mao said in private that although Pei Liang and the people here looked very hospitable and kind, they were all good at fighting, regardless of whether they were adults or children. Perhaps it was because of the intentional protection of the people here that the monkeys here lived more freely than in many other places. As he was thinking, Zheng Tan saw the monkey at the stall take something from the glass tank next to it and throw it at Pei Liang's car. Originally, Zheng Tan thought that the monkey threw something like a fish because the stall also sold some aquatic animals. However, according to Pei Liang, the monkey just threw a bunch of seaweed, because throwing fish would cause them to be scolded. Being thrown something, Chi Dada in the car couldn't stand it anymore. He shouted and wanted to rush out to fight. If this was normal, these two would probably throw things at each other again. After Pei Liang scolded Chi Dada, he explained to Mao and the others. What do these two usually throw? Mao was curious. A lot. Throwing seaweed and mud is good. They have thrown all the pots and pans at home. These two are so funny. Mao was happy. This is nothing. These two used to throw shit at each other. Pei Liang didn't care. Chapter 285. The living conditions of Pei Liang and the others here were pretty good, both physically and spiritually. To use a cliché question, if you ask the people here, are you happy? Most people would probably say that they were happy, especially those naughty children who were accompanied by countless funny monkeys in their childhood. Along the way, Zheng Tan saw the behavior of some of the children who were left to their own devices. They were definitely the worst of the bunch. She could imagine how Pei Liang must have felt when he complained about his own children being tormented by Chi Dada when they were young. Therefore, after Zheng Tan arrived here, he made a list of 2 stay away for himself. First, stay away from the kids. Second, stay away from the silly monkeys. He didn't want to be targeted by the kids or hit by a pile of feces when he was walking around the hillside. Pei Liang's family had already received a call from Pei Liang and were waiting at the door. When the car arrived and the door opened, the people didn't move, the monkeys went first. The line of people welcoming them definitely didn't shout Pei Liang's name first. Chi Dada is back. Oh Chi Dada, Grandma missed you so much. Come Chi Dada, let Grandpa give you a hug. Looking at the family surrounding Chi Dada, Pei Liang counted. He left home after the peak of the National Day holiday. It had only been a month since then. Was this the so-called long time? After hugging Chi Dada, Pei Liang's children looked at the black cat that came out of the other car. Look, it's that cat, what's it called? Pei Liang's youngest son pointed at Zheng Tan and shouted. Zheng Tan glanced at the little kid. He heard from Pei Liang that the family had seen the photos he took of Chi Dada, Zheng Tan and He Jin. Therefore, the family had an impression of Zheng Tan. However, Zheng Tan's name had obviously been forgotten and replaced by, what's it called? After being sick of Chi Dada, the Pei family finally became hospitable. They brought Mao and the others into the house. The guest rooms had already been arranged. Now that it was no longer the peak of the holiday season, the guest rooms were empty. There was no need to worry about not having a place to stay. The bedsheets were freshly washed and dried, not the old bedsheets that had been used many times in the guest rooms. From many details, it could be seen that the Pei family had indeed put in a lot of effort into the arrangements. Even Zheng Tan had a small room. When the Pei family first heard that a cat had to be given a separate room, they were quite puzzled. However, since Pei Liang had said so, it wasn't a big deal to give it an extra room. This cat looks good. An elder in Pei Liang's family looked at Zheng Tan and nodded. Don't underestimate that cat. If it wasn't for its family telling it to keep a low profile, its popularity might not be any lower than Bosch Cheese, Pei Liang said to his family. This was also to prevent his family from neglecting Zheng Tan too much. I can see that. An old man stroked his beard. A cat with intelligence should indeed be treated well. The elders believed in mysterious things, so compared to the younger members of the Pei family, the elders of the Pei family were much more amiable to Zheng Tan. Out of Zheng Tan's expectations, Boss Chi didn't provoke Jing Tan in his own territory. In front of the elders, Boss Chi was very obedient. Jing Tan looked down on him endlessly. He really knew how to act. However, this was also a good thing. If Boss Chi didn't provoke Jing Tan could also have a good rest. On the first day of their arrival at the Pei family, they didn't go up the mountain. Pei Liang and Air Mao needed a good rest. The drive was tiring. Haimi and Air Mao were in the same room. Air Mao and the others were busy comforting Haimi to adapt to the unfamiliar environment. In comparison, Jing Tan was the most relaxed one. Jing Tan's room didn't have a balcony. He didn't need one. He squatted on the windowsill and looked at the mountain and the surrounding scenery in the distance. To be listed as a tourist attraction, the scenery was obviously not bad. However, Jing Tan didn't care about the scenery. He cared more about the monkeys on the mountain. If there were many monkeys on the mountain, would he be surrounded if he went up the mountain for a walk? However, from here he couldn't see how many monkeys there were on the mountain. From time to time, there would be some commotion because of some monkey or some naughty child. On the first day it was a good night. On the second day, Air Mao carried a big backpack and followed Pei Liang up the mountain to play in high spirits. Jing Tan didn't carry a backpack. It was inconvenient to carry it. In the dense forest on the mountain, it was more comfortable to run, naked. As they walked up the mountain, Jing Tan didn't see any other monkeys. Around him only Boss Chi was active in the forest. Didn't you say that there were many monkeys here? I didn't see many, Air Mao said. We haven't reached the place yet. Pei Liang pointed in front. You'll see it after walking for a while. Just as Pei Liang said, after walking for another 10 minutes, Jing Tan heard some sounds. A stream flowed down from the mountain. On a big rock next to the stream there were a few monkeys. There were 3 female monkeys, each with a little monkey. One of the little monkeys was nestled in the arms of the mother monkey and drinking milk. It didn't even look at Jing Tan and the others. The other 2 little monkeys were curiously looking at Jing Tan and the others. Jing Tan wanted to say to those monkeys, "Guys, it's time to show off." Air Mao and Gong Qin took a few photos. Those monkeys weren't afraid of people. Except for some vigilance in their eyes, they didn't run away because of the sound of the photos. They probably encountered this kind of situation on a daily basis. Keeping a distance, Pei Liang didn't disturb the monkey's comfortable life. He continued to lead Air Mao and the others forward. Hey, what's that place? Air Mao pointed at a large building diagonally in front of them. A hotel on the mountain? No, that's the research base of a few universities. They provide some inspection programs. Usually, the villagers who have monkeys at home will come here regularly to give the monkeys a physical examination. Chidata is one of them. With these people's health certificates and medical records, it's easier to mingle outside. For someone like Chidata who often travels around the country, the physical examination is more stringent. For example, don't look at how friendly the crew is when they talk to you. If you don't have a health certificate or if you don't have a medical record for a period of time, those people will be on guard. I've heard a few crew members say that wild animals like Chidata carry some kind of virus or disease. After all, animals are different from humans. If Chidata wants to mingle in human society, he still needs to work hard. Chidata didn't know if he understood Pei Liang's words, but he chirped twice. When Pei Liang passed by with Air Mao and the others, there were a few people playing football outside the base. There were also a few monkeys watching around. It was unknown if they understood the rules. Hey brother Pei, didn't you bring Big Star Chi around for filming? A young man in his 20s said to Pei Liang. Judging from their tone and Chidata's reaction, Pei Liang was more familiar with these people. We came back to celebrate the child's birthday. In a few days we'll go out for filming. Pei Liang sat down on a wooden stool and took a fruit plate from a student for Air Mao and the others. What research have you been doing recently? Pei Liang asked the students. The young man who was familiar with Pei Liang wiped his sweat and sat down. They studied the triangular distribution of the palmar skin pattern of the macaque population in this place, the intestinal parasite infection of the macaques on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain, and so on. As for me, I just sorted out some data based on the examination records of the monkeys in the mountain and the village. I made a summary of physiological indicators such as hematology and cardiopulmonary function, including blood routine, blood biochemistry, blood coagulation function, blood pressure, electrocardiogram, breathing, and so on. I found that there are differences between male and female macaques in red blood cell hemoglobin concentration, albumin, blood sugar, blood calcium, triglyceride, and so on. So it's just like that. Jing Tan had lived in the Jiao family for a long time and had heard some terms a few times, so it was not impossible for him to understand. Air Mao was more interested in intestinal parasite infection. He had once read a book that said that cats could also have intestinal parasite infection, so he asked, "How do you test for intestinal parasite infection?" "Collect feces for testing," the student said matter-of-factly and enthusiastically explained to Air Mao in detail. Air Mao was speechless. He still had to pick up feces? According to them, it would be best if the feces were freshly excreted. If he wanted to take hundreds of samples, he would have to face hundreds of piles. These students were really intolerable. The base did not allow outsiders to enter. Pei Liang planned to bring Chi Dada alone tomorrow for a checkup. Chi Dada had been eating a lot lately, so Pei Liang was afraid that Chi Dada's intestines would have problems. They did not stay at the base for long. This was not a tourist area, and Jing Tan had seen a few warning signs. Usually, tour groups would avoid going up the mountain. There was indeed a hotel on the mountain, and the owner of the hotel had a good relationship with Pei Liang. When he saw Chi Dada, his face was full of smiles. It seemed that Chi Dada had helped them make a lot of money, and the people here treated Chi Dada as if he was their ancestor. Pei Liang and Air Mao were fine, but Gong Qin's stamina was not good, so they decided to take a nap in the hotel on the mountain. Jing Tan could not sleep, but he did not feel tired. Instead of staying in this hotel full of strangers and scrutinizing eyes, he would rather go out for a walk. "Don't go too far. Come back in 1 or 2 hours. If you get lost, I will not be able to explain it to your cat parents." Air Mao shouted at the black figure outside the window. Jing Tan turned around and glanced at him, indicating that he understood. 5 minutes after Jing Tan left the hotel, Chi Dada found an opportunity and jumped out of the window. Before Pei Liang could say anything, Chi Dada had already jumped out and ran far away. Pei Liang could not call it back. Once back in this familiar forest, Chi Dada's temper became wild. He was not as dependent on Pei Liang as he was outside. "Hey, what are you worried about? Chi Dada grew up in this mountain. He will be back after playing for a while," the hotel owner said. "I'm not worried that it will get lost. I am worried that this guy is up to no good again." Pei Liang asked Air Mao to keep an eye on the black cat and to keep an eye on it. "Don't worry, I know. However, Senior Pei, let me give you a heads up. Don't underestimate that black coal. Even if Chi Dada is up to no good, it is hard to say who will be at a disadvantage." On the other side, Jing Tan was paying attention to his surroundings as he walked. He had to be more alert on the mountain so that he would not be at a disadvantage. There were many animal scents on the mountain. Perhaps people would not see them normally, especially some animals that like to pee and mark the ground. As for the most obvious scent around, it was of course the monkeys. As he walked, Jing Tan's ears twitched. He looked behind him. A figure flew over from the forest. In a few breaths, it stood on a tree 3 meters away from Jing Tan. Chi Dada looked down at Jing Tan and then let out a cry. "Looking for help?" Jing Tan narrowed his eyes. Chapter 286. When Chi Dada appeared, Jing Tan was already mentally prepared. When he heard some movements coming from afar, Jing Tan didn't stand there and stare at Chi Dada. Outnumbered, he would be a fool if he didn't run. Chi Dada originally planned to make an even more flirtatious pose, but in the blink of an eye, he saw the black cat run away. In Chi Dada's impression, Jing Tan was very fierce, very difficult to get along with, very bad-tempered, and would start a fight at the slightest provocation. Therefore, Chi Dada always thought that Jing Tan would bravely fight with the little friends he summoned. However, the current situation made Chi Dada stunned. 2 seconds later, Chi Dada came back to his senses and hurriedly chased. Although his little friends hadn't arrived yet, it wasn't easy for that cat to come to his real territory. He wouldn't feel good if he didn't take revenge. Jing Tan ran very fast. At the same time, he also paid attention to the surrounding terrain so that he wouldn't forget the way. He couldn't run back now. Those monkeys were over there. Therefore, Jing Tan kept going forward. A large area of the mountain was covered in dense woods, and there were all kinds of shrubs below. Jing Tan ran on the ground, leaving the sounds behind him farther and farther away. Only Chi Dada was a little closer. However, Chi Dada didn't stay idle while chasing. He made a series of sounds, probably continuing to summon his little friends. Air Mao said that he didn't see many monkeys on the mountain, but now, Jing Tan fully realized that in this place, there were indeed many monkeys on the mountain. Although the pursuers behind didn't catch up, Jing Tan heard some movement in front. The surrounding monkeys that could hear Chi Dada's voice gathered here. Jing Tan's heart trembled. From the sound he could tell that there were many monkeys. There were probably 20 or 30 or even more. Jing Tan could deal with 2 or 3, but he wasn't sure if there were too many. Moreover, this was the monkeys' home ground. Some monkeys were already approaching from the side. A pine cone-like thing smashed at Jing Tan's feet. Zheng Tan just glanced at it from the corner of his eyes and didn't pay much attention to it. He continued to run. Papa. One after another, some unknown objects were thrown over. These monkeys had probably thrown a lot of things on a daily basis, so their accuracy was not bad. If Zheng Tan did not run and stayed in the same place, the monkeys would probably have a 90% hit rate. Zheng Tan's body was also hit a few times. It didn't hurt, but it was very annoying. In addition, Chi Dada's gloating voice made Zheng Tan very angry. With enemies in front, pursuers behind, and attacks from the side, Zheng Tan leaped up and landed on a tree nearby. Instead of running forward, he used the momentum to turn around and run across the tree. A few monkeys that had picked up something from the side and were about to throw it at Zheng Tan were too surprised to react. They maintained their throwing posture, but their eyes followed Zheng Tan's figure. The moment Chi Dada, who was chasing closely behind, saw the figure dashing over from the tree, its screams came to an abrupt halt. It grabbed onto a branch to stop itself. It was surprised that the cat could jump so agilely on the tree like the monkeys. Moreover, when it saw the figure dashing over, Chi Dada was inexplicably scared. However, when it saw that there were still a few of its companions around, Chi Dada's cowardice swelled up again. It shouted at Zheng Tan. Whether it was a demonstration or cursing, Zheng Tan expressed that he didn't understand at all. In the past, whenever Fu Lei got into a fight, he would target the person that he hated the most. Zheng Tan planned to do the same. Now that he had no choice but to meet the group of monkeys, a group battle was unavoidable. All he wanted to do now was to give Boss Chi a good beating. Chi Dada dodged Zheng Tan's kick, but he didn't dodge Zheng Tan's slap. As a result, he was directly slapped down the tree. After all, he was a monkey and had an advantage in his own territory. Chi Dada grabbed a branch and landed steadily on the ground. He retreated, touched the shoulder that had just been slapped, and shouted at Zheng Tan, who had landed 3 or 4 meters away. Then he picked up a pine cone that had been thrown by the other monkeys and threw it at Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan knew what Chi Dada was going to do when he glanced at the ground next to him. He originally planned to dodge, but he didn't expect that there was a branch about 3 centimeters in diameter and half a meter long. He directly grabbed the branch with his 2 claws, aimed at the pine cone thrown at him and swung it. The pine cone was hit back by the branch and hit Chi Dada's forehead. Zheng Tan wasn't in the zone when he held the branch, so he didn't control the strength of his swing well. When the pine cone hit back, it was a little too high. The reason it hit Chi Dada's forehead was because it was too engrossed in watching the pine cone being hit. When it fell from a high place, it forgot to react and was directly hit on the forehead by the falling pine cone. A few monkeys squatting on the trees saw this and shouted. A few of them seemed to be jumping happily, and one of them was even clapping. Zheng Tan was speechless. Chi Dada was hit, so why were these monkeys so excited? Chi Dada was also dumbfounded. Although its companions had no knowledge, culture, and common sense, Chi Dada thought that it was a high-level intellectual who had seen the world. It had seen many cats, but it had never seen a cat with all 4 limbs walking on 2 legs. Moreover, the black cat in front of it was hugging such a thick branch. Did a cat have such great strength? Chi Dada suddenly had a bad feeling. There were several stations in this mountainous area to deal with unexpected situations. If tourists were to encounter accidents or other problems, they would be able to get help in time. In addition to helping tourists, these stations would also guard against poachers and prevent forest fires during the dry season. Of course, they would also pay attention to the monkeys in the mountains. At this moment, a staff member on duty at a nearby station was surprised to see the sound waveform of a certain area displayed on the screen. They had been working here for a few years and were able to analyze the sounds made by the monkeys and the emotions they expressed. Some people in the research base had even tutored them. Seeing the waveform, the staff member on duty quickly nudged another colleague who was taking a nap. Something's wrong. The person who had just woken up yawned but didn't dawdle. They were worried that someone would come over to attack the monkeys again. They couldn't accurately distinguish what kind of sound the monkeys were making from the distorted and noisy audio transmitted by the equipment. Even if it was a scream, there were several kinds. Generally speaking, if there were poachers or some large beast that could cause serious danger to the monkeys would make a scream with fear and vigilance. The information in their hands listed a kind of scream made by macaque monkeys when they were in a fierce conflict. When the monkeys made this kind of sound, they would confront each other, retreat, tremble, look around in panic, and be ready to escape at any time. If they encountered this kind of sound waveform, something must have happened. The staff on duty would immediately rush over, but now, those monkeys are excited? The sound and waveform made them very confused. In order to make an accurate judgment, the staff on duty took out a waveform chart that a professor who studied the local wild macaque monkeys had given them. It showed what kind of waveform corresponded to the emotions of the monkeys. Even if it couldn't be said to be 100% accurate, it had always been correct in the past few years. It had a very important reference value. Yes, those monkeys are indeed excited. Do you want to go and take a look? No need. Those monkeys probably found something fun again. I'll go and take a look. It's safer. The staff on duty printed an oscilloscope chart displayed on the equipment as a record and said, "Forget it, I'll go with you. Something really happens, I can help." Sigh, it's not easy to serve monkeys. Jing Tan didn't know that someone had noticed him. He just knocked back the fruit that Chi Dada threw over. This time he didn't hit Chi Dada, mainly because the guy was prepared and dodged quickly. Moreover, Jing Tan couldn't control the direction of the knock. At most, he could knock the thing in the direction of the target, but he might not have the luck and accuracy of the first time. Of course, for the surrounding monkeys, accuracy wasn't important. What was important was that Jing Tan knocked the thing out. Jing Tan now finally understood what the monkeys were happy about. He found a few familiar monkeys. Perhaps to people, monkeys looked the same, but Jing Tan could still distinguish some differences. Those familiar monkeys were the ones that Jing Tan had seen at the base when he followed Air Mao and the others up the mountain. At that time, those monkeys were watching the students at the base play football. It was said that there were also many monkeys watching the students play badminton and fitness ball. Sometimes they would even cheer. Just like when Jing Tan knocked back the pine cone that Chi Dada threw over, those monkeys shouted happily. This made Jing Tan very speechless. He was prepared for a tough battle, but he didn't expect such a situation. Also, Jing Tan thought that these monkeys were too dangerous. After all, this was a tourist area. Although these monkeys were wild, they had a lot of contact with people and were more gentle. Even if they were mischievous and occasionally played pranks, they wouldn't attack people or other animals. There were many people in the village who raised cats. Although they were summoned by Chi Dada, they didn't have much hostility toward Jing Tan. In addition, Jing Tan waved the branch very well, which was similar to the students at the base playing badminton. Therefore, this group of monkeys instantly changed from fighters to amusing. What should he say? What could he say? He looked at Chi Dada and then at the surrounding monkeys. Alas, to be more artistic, it was called one who is close to ink. To put it bluntly, it was called birds of a feather flock together. Otherwise, why would the friends of the amusing monkeys all be amusing? The amusing monkeys were much happier. Suddenly, a monkey found some movement not far away and called out a few times. The other monkeys also looked in that direction. It was the two guards on duty. Jing Tan also realized that someone was coming. He threw away the branch in his hand and ran away. After Jing Tan left, an adult monkey that often came to the base to watch came down from the tree and picked up the branch. Immediately, a monkey beside him threw a pine cone. The monkey holding the wooden stick pouted its mouth and swung the stick. But although it took some effort and the stick wasn't swung in the direction of Chi Dada, the pine cone was magically hit and flew straight to Chi Dada. It hit the unprepared Chi Dada's leg. The monkeys around them slapped the branches and legs as they jumped up and down and shouted happily. Chi Dada. He wanted to cry. On the other side, Jing Tan, who had run away, wanted to go back directly. However, he smelled a scent. It was a little familiar but not completely familiar. Chapter 287. Jing Tan felt that the smell was familiar because he had smelled it many times in the east courtyard. He had even smelled it a few days ago. Following the smell, Jing Tan soon arrived at a steep slope. Usually, even if there were tour groups passing by here, they wouldn't come close. Or maybe they would just come close to take a few cool photos from afar. They wouldn't go down. It was too dangerous for people. If they didn't pay attention, they would roll down. Even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. However, for Jing Tan this was nothing. He had even climbed walls in the past few years as a cat. Why would he be afraid of this kind of steep slope? Standing on top, Jing Tan looked down. He could see clumps of grass and leaves. They grew a little densely. At first glance, people who didn't understand would think that they were weeds. If Jing Tan hadn't smelled the fragrance, he wouldn't have been able to find it. Without the fragrance, even if he saw it, he might not have thought of Old Man Land's favorite flowers. However, why did he smell it carefully and feel that it was a little different from Old Man Land's flowers? Puzzled, Jing Tan went down. Although the slope was steep and there were many rocks, Jing Tan could easily climb down. Old Man Lan loved orchids, and he was also famous for cultivating some of the more expensive varieties of orchids. Those who knew Old Man Lan would know that the old man's favorite wasn't those expensive flowers that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. The old man's favorite was the relatively cheap iron bone that many orchids had cultivated before. Just like Old Man Lan's name. Everyone in the courtyard knew that Professor Lan was good at raising flowers, but now many people had forgotten Professor Lan's name, Lan Tai. Maybe it was because of the name or maybe it was because of other reasons, but Old Man Lan preferred Lan Tai. Other than some areas in the south that were suitable for growing orchids, many orchids in the country had the same feeling. Lan Tai was diligent and lazy. The leaves grew fast but the flowers rarely bloomed. Some people raised them for a few years without seeing them bloom. However, Old Man Lan was really good at raising orchids. Jing Tan could smell the fragrance of Lan Tai every year. Maybe these flowers didn't bloom in the same pot, but it didn't affect Jing Tan's familiarity with the smell. Jing Tan looked at the grass at the bottom of the slope and found the source of the fragrance. Somewhere in the bushes, 5 white flowers bloomed from an upright flower pot. Looking at the appearance of the flowers, they were similar to the ones Old Man Lan grew. Apart from the slight difference in color, the 5 white flowers had a jade-like texture. They grew better than the flowers at Old Man Lan's place. The fragrance was also different from the ones at Old Man Lan's place. It was quite comfortable to smell them. Jing Tan didn't know much about orchids. Even though he had seen a lot of them, he didn't pay much attention to them. He felt that the leaves of orchids were all the same, so he could only judge from the flower in front of him that it was the same type as the one Old Man Lan raised. If Old Man Lan was here, he would be able to deduce what kind of flower it would bloom based on the leaf shape, leaf pant and leaf texture. Unfortunately, Jing Tan didn't know anything. He didn't understand, nor did he care much about it. He had once despised Old Man Lan's obsession with orchids. Wasn't it just flowers? Why did he have to go to such lengths? Jing Tan stared at the flower in front of him, trying to figure out what was so attractive about it. 1 minute passed, 5 minutes passed, half an hour passed, another gust of wind blew by, and some fine stones fell from the top of the steep slope, landing on Jing Tan's head and beside his feet. Jing Tan came back to his senses. Unknowingly, he had been staring at the orchids in front of him for a long time. This wasn't normal. Jing Tan usually didn't have much interest in flowers. He had even looked at the pots of orchids that Old Man Lan sold at a high price. However, he had never been in such a daze while looking at flowers. Jing Tan took 2 steps back and looked at the flowers in front of him again. This time he didn't stare at them carefully. His gaze moved to the leaves beside the flowers. Jing Tan walked up and sniffed. He pressed his nose against the leaves and sniffed them carefully. Although the leaves looked the same, the smell of the leaves seemed to be slightly different from Old Man Lan's. Jing Tan had seen the sheriff nibbling on the leaves of the orchids at Tsinghua University. He had also sniffed the flowers and leaves carefully, so he remembered the smell of the leaves. After sniffing, Jing Tan squatted in place and thought. He felt that there was something strange about this flower. Could it be a new species? Or could it be one of those flowers that Jing Tan had never seen or smelled before? Should he dig some up for Old Man Lan to study? However, he remembered that Old Man Lan said that this flower liked to live in groups and had developed roots. What if the roots were all connected together? Jing Tan didn't have the energy to dig it out bit by bit. Looking at the area where the flowers were, there was too much grass around it. It would probably be difficult to dig it out. Jing Tan thought it was troublesome. Even if he couldn't dig out the big ones, he could dig out some small and scattered ones. Jing Tan walked around the large clump of flowers. He walked to a spot and pressed his nose against the leaves to sniff. He really did find a lot of problems. The smell of the leaves here wasn't exactly the same. Some smelled like the leaves at Old Man Lan's place and some smelled like the leaves beside the flowers just now. Therefore, if Jing Tan wanted to dig some up for Old Man Lan to study, he had to find something similar to the flowers just now. Looking around, Jing Tan found a rusty iron fork. There were also some instant noodle boxes and other trash around. They were probably left here by tourists during the Golden Week. Jing Tan didn't have the mood to look down on those who left trash everywhere. He started digging for the sprouts. For someone like Jing Tan who didn't pay attention to flowers and plants, digging up grass was a torment. If Old Man Lan saw how roughly Jing Tan dug up the grass, he would definitely raise his eyebrows and yell, "What nonsense!" While Jing Tan was working hard on the sprouts, the 2 people who went to look for the monkeys were talking on the phone. "I told you not to worry. When I came over, those monkeys were having fun on their own again. It's really fine. Chidada is here. He's having fun with the other monkeys." Chidada looked at the person on the phone with accusation in his eyes. "Which I saw him having fun." Unfortunately, the person on the phone couldn't understand Chidada's gaze at all. He continued chatting with the person on the phone. "Cat? I didn't see the black cat. I'll be careful. I'll inform you if I see it." At the hotel on the mountain, the hotel owner hung up the phone and told Pei Liang what he heard on the phone. Chi Dada didn't cause any trouble? That's surprising. Pei Liang knew his monkeys very well. But now that they said they didn't see the cat, it was strange. They probably didn't catch it. That black coal is very slippery. Mao wasn't worried anymore. Let's go take a look. Pei Liang decided to go take a look himself. Okay, I've rested enough anyway. Mao also got up. After leaving the hotel, Pei Liang brought Mao to Chi Dada. Zheng Tan looked at the 2 connected sprouts that he had dug up. He had taken them from the big pile. There were only 5 leaves. Together with the 2 new leaves at the bottom, they could barely count as 7 leaves. The roots of the 2 sprouts were broken. Looking at their pitiful state, he didn't know if these 2 sprouts would die. Since he had already dug them out, it was a pity to leave them here. He found a vine and carried the sprouts on his back. Zheng Tan rushed up from the bottom of the slope. When he climbed up the slope, a leaf was broken. It couldn't be helped. The leaf was too long. It was 30 to 40 centimeters long. Zheng Tan didn't pay attention when he was climbing up the slope. He was lucky enough to break such a leaf. After going up, Zheng Tan turned back to look at the bottom of the slope. Because of the angle, he couldn't see the flowers that were blooming below. He could only smell the fragrance from below from the occasional changes in the mountain wind. The changes in the direction of the mountain, coupled with Zheng Tan's cat nose that was more sensitive than a human's, allowed him to find this place. In addition, the flowers here didn't bloom frequently. Therefore, even if people knew that there were orchids here, they didn't see them bloom. They thought it was the same as the orchids that many people in the village raised and didn't have a high price. They didn't think it was worthwhile to take the risk of climbing up the slope to dig them up. Zheng Tan also didn't think it was valuable. In addition, he really didn't appreciate flowers. He didn't feel guilty about torturing the sprouts like this. He carried them on his back and left. After identifying the direction and listening to the movements of the monkeys, Zheng Tan went in that direction. Just as Zheng Tan was about to return to the place where the monkeys were playing baseball, he heard human voices. Among them was Mao's noisy voice. Zheng Tan took down the sprouts on his back and put them aside. He shook off the vines and waited there. After Mao and the others found Chi Dada, they quickly found Zheng Tan. Hey Black Coal, where did you pull the grass from? Mao asked as he came up and flipped the 2 sprouts of grass that had been tormented. Let's go. It's getting late. We'll go down the mountain and go back. Pei Liang comforted Chi Dada. He knew that this guy had probably been wronged. Fortunately, he didn't see any injuries on his body. Okay. Mao responded and got up to leave. Then he found that his trousers were hooked and there was a hole in it. He lowered his head and looked at the cat's claws that had torn his trousers. Mao turned around and looked at Zheng Tan. What's wrong with you? Zheng Tan looked at the 2 sprouts. Bring them? Mao picked up the 2 sprouts. They won't survive, right? No matter what, it wasn't troublesome to bring 2 sprouts. Gong Qin even found a bag and wrapped the roots of the sprouts. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, it looked better this way. It was also convenient to bring them along so that they wouldn't accidentally destroy the roots. After they went down the mountain, an old man from Pei Liang's family took care of the 2 sprouts of Zheng Tan. He thought that Mao had found them from the mountain. He even used a small flower pot. Can they survive? Mao asked the old man who helped to take care of the black rice when he went downstairs. They should be able to. This thing is easy to take care of. The old man didn't care. Do you think there's anything special about this grass? Nothing special. It's just a relatively common orchid. Many people here grow it. There are many in our yard, the old man said. They were in a tourist area. There were always people moving around. There were also many people who went up the mountain and went deeper. They had never heard of any rare species of orchids being found. Mao looked at the place where the old man was pointing. There were quite a lot of orchids. It looked about the same. He didn't understand why the cat would bring the grass back. Was it to eat it? Zheng Tan stayed at Pei Liang's house for 4 days. Every day he went to check on the orchids that were taken care of by the old man. It looked like they were alive. It was worth his effort to dig them up. Chapter 288. After Zheng Tan came back, he quickly forgot about the orchids on the balcony. At first, he didn't know how to give the orchids to Old Man Lan, but after a while he forgot about it. Usually, only Jiao Ma would water the small pot of orchids and take care of them. Until one day Old Man Lan came to ask about it. Old Man Lan bumped into Gong Qin when he was taking a stroll after dinner. While they were chatting, Gong Qin told him about the things that happened during her trip. To her, it was quite interesting to see a cat plucking an orchid and letting it come back. However, under Mao's instructions, she didn't mention it outside. She only mentioned it in front of Old Man Lan because the 2 of them were talking about flowers and plants, and accidentally let it slip. Hence, out of curiosity, Old Man Lan went straight to the 5th floor. At that moment, only Jiao Ma was at home in the Jiao family. Little Pomelo was called over by her classmates to help with the competition questions. Jiao Yuan was playing basketball with his friends. Jiao Pa was still busy. Jiao Ma saw Professor Lan panting heavily and quickly poured him a glass of water. She was worried that something might happen to the old man. "What's wrong, Professor Lan?" After getting to know him better, Jiao Ma wasn't as afraid of Professor Lan as before. She spoke more casually, but when she saw Professor Lan in this state, she couldn't help but worry. The first thing that came to her mind was, did my cat get into trouble? Did it nibble on some expensive flower? If Zheng Tan knew what Jiao Ma was thinking, he would probably die of frustration. It was all because of the sheriff. Climbing up to the 5th floor in one breath and in a hurry at that. With Old Man Lan's physique, it was inevitable that he would be panting from exhaustion and his throat would hurt. After drinking some water, he felt much better. Without resting, he asked directly, "Charcoal brought back a pot of orchids a few days ago?" Jiao Ma didn't expect this. She immediately felt relieved. She brought Old Man Lan to the balcony to see the pot of orchids. "This is the pot." Jiao Ma pointed it out to Old Man Lan. Zheng Tan accompanied little Pomelo out of the house and took a stroll outside. As soon as he entered the house, he heard Old Man Lan's irritable voice. He suddenly remembered the tragic state of the pot of orchids on the balcony. Based on his understanding of Old Man Lan, that smelly old man would definitely flip out. Therefore, Zheng Tan hesitated whether he should leave the house and go out for a walk. But then he remembered that Jiao Ma was the only one at home, and he wasn't sure if she could handle Old Man Lan's bad temper. Forget it, he had to face it eventually. Zheng Tan braced himself and walked into the room. He poked his head out to take a look at the door and was caught by Old Man Lan, who had just turned around. "Black Charcoal. Get over here." Old Man Lan roared. Jiao Ma's heart was in her throat again. She couldn't help but worry. Zheng Tan slowly walked to the balcony. "Did you gnaw on this leaf?" "No, there's no bite mark." "Did you break this leaf?" "Aya, how can you do this? This can't go on." It wasn't clear whether he was criticizing Zheng Tan or the person who planted the flowers. Jiao Ma stood awkwardly at the side. In fact, she really wanted to say, "Isn't it just a pot of ordinary orchids? Is there a need to make such a big fuss?" But when she thought of Old Man Lan's temper, she held herself back. Zheng Tan felt that Old Man Lan was suddenly possessed by mania. His words were illogical. All he did was circle around the pot of orchids. His words and actions revealed his heartache for the pot of orchids. It was as if a piece of his flesh had been dug out. Zheng Tan sneered in his heart. Although Old Man Lan was heartbroken over the pot of orchids that the sheriff had gnawed on, he didn't seem to be this heartbroken. It was obvious how important iron was to Old Man Lan. When Old Man Lan's mania subsided, the old man seemed to have made a decision. "I'll take care of this pot of orchids for you for a while before bringing it back," Old Man Lan said to Jiao Ma. After that he looked at Zheng Tan. Jiao Ma also looked at Zheng Tan. Then she said to Old Man Lan, "No problem, you can take it. I'll carry it down for you." "It's fine. I can still carry such a small pot of orchids." Old Man Lan blocked Jiao Ma's hand and carried the pot himself. When he left, he even snorted at Zheng Tan. When Jiao Pa came back at night and found out about this, he didn't have any objections to Old Man Lan moving the pot of orchids away. After all, he didn't know how to take care of flowers. Taking care of flowers was also a skill. "I'm just worried that Black Charcoal will throw a tantrum. Didn't Air Mouse say that Black Charcoal found this pot of orchids and brought it back?" Jiao Ma said. "Don't worry. Black Charcoal won't throw a tantrum. You know, if a cat really wants to protect its food, no one can easily take it away from its mouth. Similarly, if a cat really cares about the pot of orchids and wants to keep it at home, Black Charcoal will definitely protect it like its own private stash." Obviously, Jiao Pa knew Zheng Tan better than Old Man Lan. After Old Man Lan moved the pot of orchids downstairs, Zheng Tan rarely saw Old Man Lan for the next few days. He didn't see Old Man Lan coming downstairs to chat with his old friends when he went out for a walk after dinner. Zheng Tan happened to hear a few old professors talking about Old Man Lan. They said that Old Man Lan had recently become obsessed with orchids. He was only interested in a pot of orchids that were only worth a few dozen RMB or less. When he came back from his walk and went upstairs, Zheng Tan saw that the door of Old Man Lan's house was open, so he walked in. In the house, old Madame Zhai was sweeping the floor. When she saw Zheng Tan, she immediately smiled and waved at Zheng Tan, indicating that Zheng Tan should go in and play. With old Madame Zhai around, Old Man Lan wouldn't get mad. Therefore, Zheng Tan didn't have to worry that Old Man Lan would fly into a rage if he provoked him. Old Man Lan was in the study room wearing reading glasses and flipping through a book. At the same time he was writing something in a notebook. He was mumbling something in a low voice. Zheng Tan didn't hear what he was saying clearly. He didn't understand the meaning of the words that he heard. After old Madame Zhai finished sweeping the floor, she sat on the sofa to rest. When she saw Zheng Tan standing at the door of the study room and looking in, she whispered to Zheng Tan, telling him not to disturb Old Man Lan. Then she patted the sofa next to her. Zheng Tan jumped onto the sofa and sat next to old Madame Zhai, listening to her nagging in a low voice. "Sai, black charcoal, what kind of orchid did you bring back?" Old Man Lan has been researching it for a few days. Recently he has been talking about it in his sleep, even in his dreams. He stays in the study room all day long and looks for information. He even forgets to eat. Every time I have to wake him up and drag him over to eat. I also have to urge him to sleep. Old Madame Zhai wasn't blaming Zheng Tan. She was just expressing her feelings. Anyway, similar situations had happened many times in the past. As an old couple for decades, old Madame Zhai knew Old Man Lan quite well. Zheng Tan's heart moved. Hearing old Madame Zhai's words, the orchid was indeed different. Zheng Tan could notice the difference because he saw the flower and smelled the scent. The scent on the leaves was also one of the ways to identify the difference. However, could a person distinguish and determine the difference between leaves just by smell? Based on Zheng Tan's understanding of these old science and technology professors, they should be looking for more direct evidence. Therefore, the biggest possibility was that Old Man Lan saw the difference from the leaves of the grass. Or he saw the difference in the roots when he changed the flower pot? Anyway, Zheng Tan didn't have such ability. Even the few old people in Pei Liang's house didn't notice it. He could only say that this was a real expert. Zheng Tan was listening to old Madame Zhai's words when he saw 3 old men coming in. They were the few old professors who lived in the same quad and often chatted with Old Man Lan. "Old Lan, have you found anything?" A loud old man shouted toward the study room. "What are you shouting for?" Old Man Lan took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. He stood up and walked to the living room. When he saw Zheng Tan lying on the sofa, he raised his eyebrows. He didn't say anything and directly asked the old men who came in, "If you have something to say, say it. If not, hurry up and leave. Don't disturb me." The 3 old men were already used to Old Man Lan's way of speaking. They weren't angry and even smiled at Zheng Tan. "Black charcoal, hurry up and eat Old Man Lan's orchid pot. I'll give you a bowl of small yellow croaker for every leaf you eat." The other 2 old men didn't leave him behind. "I'll give you 2 bowls. Including me, I'll give you 2 bowls for every leaf you eat. That'll make it 5 bowls. Black charcoal, go." "Zheng Tan, go your ass." One of the old men wandered around and looked at the orchid pot. He then looked at the other pots of iron and shook his head. "I really don't know what you're thinking about. Aren't they all the same?" "Anyway, they all look the same to me," another old man said. "Hey, will it bloom next year? Then we'll be able to see the difference," the third old man asked. Old Man Lan glanced at them. "Next year? Dream on. It'll take at least 3 to 4 years for this pot of flower to bloom, maybe even longer." Hearing this, Zheng Tan withered instantly. He was still full of anticipation. If he had known this would happen, he would have dug up the one that had already bloomed. Just to save some effort, he would have to wait for a long time. He didn't know how long it would take, and it might take 8 to 10 years before it bloomed. Who would remember this pot of orchid by then? However, Zheng Tan's withered mood came and went quickly. He wasn't particularly interested in this anyway. He was just curious about the flower and felt that there was something unusual about it. Who cares? He'll continue to give Old Man Lan a headache. No matter how those old professors who were experts in their own field but were illiterate in the field of orchids insulted Old Man Lan only had a sour expression on his face. He didn't really care about what these illiterates said. That would be asking for trouble. Old Man Lan also couldn't ask Zheng Tan anything. He knew that he couldn't get anything out of a cat, so he went to the opposite door to look for Air Mao a few times to ask about the environment in which the flower grew. Unfortunately, Air Mao didn't know anything. Old Man Lan didn't find much useful information after flipping through the files at home for a few days. Now he just hoped that these 2 seedlings would bloom and he would be closer to the truth. After discovering the suspicious points on the leaves of the orchid, Old Man Lan decided to raise these 2 seedlings for a few more years until they bloomed. Yesterday he even went to discuss it with Professor Jiao. Professor Jiao waved his hand and said, "You don't have to feel burdened to continue raising them. It's a waste to leave them at home." Zheng Tan didn't want to stay on the sofa and listen to these old men's nonsense anymore. He went out and prepared to go downstairs for a walk. After a few steps, he heard a click from the door on the first floor. Then two people came up. One was Mao and the other sounded very familiar. Soon, Zheng Tan came face to face with the people upstairs. Oh, isn't this that Brother Beast? Why did Brother Beast come all the way from Pearl City to Chuhua City? However, Brother Beast didn't seem to be in a good state. When Zheng Tan was looking at Qin Tao also saw Zheng Tan. Chapter 289. Every time Qin Tao ran out, it was because he quarreled with his family. Last time he was kicked to Chuhua because of his temper. This time Qin Tao ran out on his own. Because of this, his parents were so angry that they broke several phones. Now that Qin Tao had changed to a new card in Chuhua City, it was to avoid being held accountable. As for coming to Chuhua, one was to see Mao's girlfriend, and the other was to relax. In Qin Tao's own words, he was unhappy, so he came to chat with his brothers. When he came to Chuhua, Qin Tao went straight to Mao. He didn't even go to his uncle's place. Some relatives got along well, while others were at odds with each other. To save time, Qin Tao didn't want to see any of them. When he saw Zheng Tan, Qin Tao was very happy. When he went upstairs, he called Zheng Tan over for dinner. He bought a lot of food before he came. Now, Mao's study room was cleaned out, and there was a single bed. When Qin Tao saw it, he winked at Mao. The two of them are sleeping in separate rooms. Mao gave him the middle finger. It's for Black Rice. As if I'd believe you. Do you want me to take you in? I'll ask Black Rice to make room for you. No need. I have a house in Chuhua. Besides, I have someone to accompany me at night. There are many little fairies who want to accompany me. Qin Tao didn't want to talk about his family. Mao asked him if he had any trouble, but Qin Tao didn't want to talk about it. So, Mao just talked about the fun of traveling a while ago to liven up the atmosphere. Zheng Tan was bored and watched Black Rice play with toys. Black Rice had gained a lot of weight. If Black Rice had a belly like before, people would suspect that it was pregnant again. Speaking of kittens, when Mao brought Black Rice to the pet center for regular checkups, someone tried to persuade him to sterilize Black Rice. However, Mao refused. Since he didn't want to sterilize Black Rice, Mao turned his attention to Peanut Candy. Unfortunately, not only did he fail to cut off Peanut Candy's penis, he even got scratched by Peanut Candy's paw. Thus, the conflict between man and cat escalated, and they didn't get along when they met. The sound of the lighter hitting the ground scared Black Rice so much that it jumped up from the sofa and ran into the room to hide next to Gong Qin. It then looked at the people in the living room cautiously. Zheng Tan looked over. The lighter that was thrown on the ground was Qin Tao's. This guy wanted to smoke just now, but he couldn't ignite the lighter after trying a few times. In a fit of anger, he threw it directly. However, the quality of the lighter was pretty good. Even after throwing it so hard, he didn't see any parts falling off. They probably couldn't hit it because they ran out of gas. However, even if there was no oil, Qin Tao wouldn't throw the lighter away in anger. Looking at Mao's shocked face, he obviously didn't expect Qin Tao to have such a reaction. Is this guy suffering from mania? When Zheng Tan saw Brother Beast for the first time today, he felt that there was something wrong with this guy. He could feel that this person's aura wasn't very comfortable. Zheng Tan's impression of Brother Beast had always been that he didn't do his job properly, but at least he wasn't manic. Just like when Zheng Tan first met Brother Beast, he didn't get angry even though Brother Beast had tricked him into a pile of bird poop due to his stupid tailing skills. Also, when he went to normal university, Brother Beast was beaten up like a pig's head, but he wasn't this manic either. Some people were like a volcano erupting when they were angry, and their actions were obvious. But some people looked very calm when they were angry. Zheng Tan remembered that when Brother Beast was tricked into leaving in a smashed car after being beaten up, his face was also relatively calm. Even if this kind of person wasn't very smart, he knew how to restrain himself. He didn't seem like the kind of person who was easily impulsive. So, when he saw Brother Beast fly into a rage because his hand was caught, he was very surprised. Did this guy's menopause come early, or did it happen a few days every month? Mao and Qin Tao grew up together and knew each other very well. He never knew that Qin Tao was the kind of person who would fly into a rage over something so trivial. Because of their background, people like them knew how to restrain themselves, especially in front of their elders. After all, their future was closely related to their elders' impression of them. Moreover, the higher you went, the more you had to know how to restrain yourself and disguise yourself. Mao waved his hand at Gong Qin, indicating that she didn't need to worry. Then he said to Qin Tao, "Beast, what's wrong with you?" Qin Tao scratched his head in annoyance. "Nothing, I've been in a bad mood recently." He probably felt that he shouldn't be like this, so he turned to look at Gong Qin, who was comforting Black Rice in the room, and forced a smile. "Sorry, I didn't control my emotions well." "Are you really okay?" Mao asked. "I'm fine." Seeing that Qin Tao really didn't want to talk about it, Mao didn't ask any more. Although he didn't pay much attention to Qin Tao's situation, according to his previous understanding, Qin Tao's mood should be affected by his family matters. He suppressed it for too long, so his emotions were unstable. There were many people in Qin Tao's family who didn't like him, especially people like Qin Tao, who many people thought was a good-for-nothing playboy. "It's fine if you don't want to talk about it. I'll take you out tonight to relax." Mao looked at Jing Tan again. "Black charcoal, let's go out and play tonight." Jing Tan was studying Mi's toy mouse. Once the furry mouse was wound up, it kept rolling around. It made Jing Tan itch to slap it or press on its neck. It was rare for Mi to have so much fun playing with it. Hearing Mao's words, Jing Tan glanced over. Going out to play tonight, it was most likely going to triumph. He had nothing to do at night anyway, so it didn't matter if he went out to play. Gong Qin didn't go with them this time. She stayed at home to play with Black Rice and let the two men have a good talk. After the Jiao family finished dinner, Mao went upstairs to find Jing Tan. Jiao Ma didn't say anything when she heard that they were going to Triumph. She was already used to this kind of thing. Therefore the two men walked to Triumph leisurely. They didn't drive since it wasn't too far away. Moreover, they would definitely drink, which would make it difficult to drive. Hearing that Jing Tan also had a private room in Triumph, Qin Tao said that he would go to Jing Tan's room to play and experience the fun of the cat room. However, Qin Tao's good mood disappeared when he arrived at Hengwu Plaza. "I was wondering who it was, so it's my cousin." A well-dressed, handsome young man came over with a beauty in his arms. Qin Tao's cousin and Qin Tao didn't have a good relationship. Usually they would mock and ridicule each other. Today he brought a female student from a nearby high school to buy things here. He didn't expect to meet Qin Tao, so he immediately blurted out those sarcastic words. If it was the old Qin Tao, he would probably still smile and mock back. But now Qin Tao's mood was not right. His originally smiling face immediately became gloomy. Seeing Qin Tao like this, the handsome young man still didn't intend to let him go. "I say, cousin, you can't survive in Pearl City, so why did you come here?" "All right, I forgot that you are still in the reflection period. I advise you to go to the hospital to have your brain checked. Mental illness is not a minor illness. Don't go crazy. When it's grandfather's birthday, there will be a lot of big shots. Don't make a fool of yourself like you did at second uncle's place. It's not a big deal if you lose face, but don't make everyone lose face with you." "What the f***ck are you talking about? Are you courting death?" Qin Tao rolled up his sleeves and wanted to beat him up, but he was stopped by Mao. Mao knew that Qin Tao's cousin's IQ wasn't high. He might not be better than others when it came to playing mind games. He was just asking for a beating. But this kind of person was easier to deal with. He wasn't like those people who hid everything deep. Thus, there was no need to take this kind of person seriously. It was just a matter of talking. Why did he have to make a move? If he made a move, he would be in a weak position. In that case, it would give others an excuse to criticize Qin Tao. "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? You don't want to admit that you made a fool of yourself. Is your brain broken? Did your illness worsen? Did you take your medicine on time today?" Qin Tao's cousin added. But when he saw that Qin Tao's expression wasn't right, he was worried that Qin Tao had gone crazy again. He still had a look of disdain on his face. Then, he raised his chin and was about to leave with the beauty in his arms. Who knew that he stepped on something and slipped, falling face first to the ground. Qin Tao's cousin wasn't short, nor was he thin. When he fell, the beauty in his arms wanted to pull him up. Unfortunately, her delicate body was limited. In addition, the nearly 10 centimeters high heels weren't strong enough. The two of them fell to the ground together and were in a very sorry state. Some of the surrounding crowd saw this. The adults were fine, but the children didn't know what it meant to offend people. They directly laughed out loud. Qin Tao, who was being pulled by Mao like a fire-breathing dragon, was itching to rush out and fight. When he saw this, his anger instantly disappeared. He laughed out loud, laughing until his face was a little distorted. Jing Tan at the side looked like an outsider. In fact, he just saw a child running by with a box of marbles. The box wasn't closed tightly and one of the marbles fell out. The marbles rolled to Jing Tan's feet. Jing Tan casually pushed it at Qin Tao's cousin's feet. It was just a test. The results showed that Jing Tan's luck wasn't bad. Or it could be said that Qin Tao's cousin's luck was too bad. The poor girl in his arms was implicated by Qin Tao. She was still wearing a miniskirt. Compared to the result of Zhuo Xiaomao's trick, Qin Tao's cousin was considered lucky. Even if he fell, it was only a scratch. It wasn't a big deal. It wasn't like Zhang Dong, who was hurt by Zhuo Xiaomao. After the two people got up and left, Qin Tao was still squatting there laughing until tears came out of his eyes. Seeing Qin Tao like this, Zheng Tan's beard trembled. This person was really like a crazy person. Didn't he see the child next to him retreat like he saw Godzilla? Looking at the guy who was squatting on the ground laughing, Mao's eyes were filled with worry. "You beast, there's something wrong with you," Mao said seriously. "What's wrong?" "I just wanted to laugh when I saw that guy. That guy was asking for a beating. If it wasn't for my grandfather's birthday and I didn't want to cause trouble, I would have already beaten him into a pig's head. But you almost hit him just now." Mao looked at Qin Tao. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" "Forget it, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go to Triumph first." This time, Mao really wanted to have a good chat with Qin Tao. Pushing the conflicted Qin Tao towards Triumph, Mao gave Zheng Tan a thumbs up. Obviously, Zheng Tan's small movements just now were all seen by Mao. Looking at Qin Tao's back, Zheng Tan thought to himself, "This guy can't really have a mental problem, right?" In the past, this guy was quite normal. Although he was a little stupid, but his temperament shouldn't have changed so much. He also didn't hear Mao say that something big happened to Qin Tao that provoked him. Could it be that long-term stress caused his personality to be seriously deformed, causing him to be easily happy and angry? Chapter 290. Zheng Tan's private room was not used much, but someone would clean it every day. Sometimes they would find some new decorations. Zheng Tan was not interested in those little things, so he did not pay much attention to them. Mao, on the other hand, was pinching this and that, muttering that it would go to the pet center to see if there were any similar toys for Black Rice. After walking around once, Qin Tao said, "Coming here to play also has a different kind of fun. Unfortunately, there are only 2 men in this room." "Oh, 3 men. Black Charcoal is one of them." "Unfortunately, cats are very territorial and will not allow strangers to enter," Mao said like a cat expert. Zheng Tan complained in his heart. He really did not care about calling Mainyo over to liven up the atmosphere, really. After ordering some things, Mao did not beat around the bush. He had to find out what happened to Qin Tao. "You know, even if you don't say it now, I think I will find out soon," Mao said. In order to calm Qin Tao down, Mao did not order any alcohol. There were only some tea and ice water on the coffee table. After drinking a glass of ice water, Qin Tao pinched his eyebrows, sighed, and briefly explained his situation. The symptoms started 2 months ago or maybe even longer. Qin Tao only realized that something was wrong about 2 months ago. He knew that his temperament was changing. He was easily angry and impulsive. Sometimes he would get angry because of small things. Because it was difficult to control his emotions, he fought more and more with people. Many times before his brain could react, his fists had already been swung. When he thought about what he said, he always felt that his brain must have gone haywire. Because of Qin Tao's behavior, his family became more and more disappointed in him. Qin Tao did not give many people the impression that he was not very optimistic. Now, with this more negative side, his life became more difficult. The reflection period that Qin Tao's cousin talked about originated from a dinner party held by one of Qin Tao's elders. Some friends and famous people in the industry were invited, and some people brought their unmarried children for a walk to see if they liked each other. Originally, there were also some people who went after Qin Tao. Unfortunately, because Qin Tao had a dispute with someone at the banquet, Qin Tao beat the other party up and sent him to the hospital. If it weren't for someone stopping the fight at that time, the other party would probably be in an even more miserable state, or even have his life in danger. This made Qin Tao's family even more disappointed. Many people who had brought their daughters over had blacklisted Qin Tao. Such a person who seemed to have a bad temper and was violent was too dangerous. There were many famous people watching at the banquet, and it was precisely because of Qin Tao's matter that the elder couldn't let go of his face and became very angry afterwards. Even Qin Tao's parents were scolded, so Qin Tao was ordered to reflect properly. For a period of time, some people who didn't like Qin Tao spread rumors that Qin Tao was taking drugs. Even though Qin Tao's father had dealt with the news in some people's hearts, they still felt that Qin Tao was either mentally ill or on drugs. Qin Tao's father even got someone to do a drug test for Qin Tao, and the test results were negative. Although Qin Tao's innocence was cleared, Qin Tao felt that his self-esteem was insulted. At this age he was forced to do a drug test, and he was so angry that he smashed everything in the house that could be smashed. Qin Tao's father even planned to lock Qin Tao up for a thorough examination, but Qin Tao escaped when he heard the news. He turned around and reflected, and returned to Chuhua City. It wasn't that Qin Tao didn't suspect that someone was trying to harm him, but he didn't find any evidence. Probably because of the glass of ice water that calmed his mind, and because there was only Air Mao and Zheng Tan here, Qin Tao's heart wasn't so tense, and his mood relaxed a little. However, when he talked about those things, Zheng Tan could still hear the suppressed emotions in Qin Tao's words. When you did the drug test at that time, didn't they find anything else? Air Mao asked. Qin Tao shook his head. I also took blood and sent it for a test. They said that my bodily functions were a little messed up, but this could also be caused by emotions. But you still suspect that someone is trying to harm you? Air Mao said. It was a statement, not a question. Indeed, I'm such an optimistic and carefree person. How could my personality change so drastically for no reason? Although I like to play and play like crazy, it's not like I don't have vigilance. At this point, Qin Tao paused and glanced to the side. Zheng Tan looked at him quietly, silently mocking Qin Tao's, not like I don't have vigilance. Back at normal university, who was the one who was beaten up like a pig because of a phone call? Ahem, most of the time my vigilance is still very strong. Qin Tao obviously remembered that incident and felt a little guilty. He changed his words and continued, at first, when I felt that there was something wrong with my mentality and emotions, I paid attention to what I usually ate, but I didn't find anything wrong. What I ate, others also ate. They also asked me to see a psychiatrist, but I know that I don't have that illness. I asked someone to check all the teacups and food and there was nothing wrong with them. Other than Air Mao, Qin Tao had other friends who helped him check. Those people were absolutely reliable and wouldn't betray Qin Tao. They even checked the teacups and food used by Qin Tao's girlfriend who had sex with him in Pearl City, and found nothing abnormal. Sometimes I feel that I have a psychological problem. Qin Tao rubbed his face hard and laughed at himself. If it was confirmed that Qin Tao had a mental problem, it might be more difficult for Qin Tao to survive in the future. After all, other than his parents, the elders in his family wouldn't give much help to a person with a mental problem. At most, they would give him some money out of pity. Talents with a bright future would be vigorously supported. Even if Qin Tao looked like a playboy before, he would at most be scolded a few times. However, if he had a mental problem, he would be directly banished to the cold palace, and would be carefully monitored. A person who wasn't mentally ill was treated like a mental patient. Not to mention his future, Qin Tao's self-esteem couldn't accept it. As for personal protection, in the eyes of some of Qin Tao's elders, a person who couldn't even protect himself would be pulled down even if they pushed him up. Therefore, even if they suspected that Qin Tao had been set up, they wouldn't intervene. They could provide money and people. If you had money and people, but you didn't know how to use it and couldn't find anything, what would you be if you weren't a good for nothing? If I can't find out before the old man's birthday, I'll be in trouble. Qin Tao was annoyed. Zheng Tan felt that Qin Tao was quite sad. There were few trustworthy and smart friends in the place where he mingled. As for Air Mao and his other trustworthy friends with good IQ, they were in different places. Although they occasionally chatted on the phone, Air Mao's brother was very busy. Air Mao had been busy with his love affairs for the past 2 months, and Qin Tao didn't mention it when he called, so Air Mao and the others didn't know. You beast. Air Mao looked at Qin Tao. What? Take off your clothes. Zheng Tan and Qin Tao, what's with the look in your eyes? I just want to see if there are any suspicious marks on your body. Air Mao was so angry that he laughed. No needle marks. Qin Tao knew what Air Mao was looking for. I know you have needles just in case. Since they didn't find anything wrong with his food and drink, what about the injection? However, Qin Tao actually hated needles. Very few people knew about this. Ever since he was young, Qin Tao had always gone to the hospital because of injuries from fighting. For common colds, he would avoid injections if he could. When this guy was asleep, no matter how careful you were with injections, he would immediately wake up and punch you. However, if you were to use other things like a stick to hit him, this guy would not open his eyes if he could. The tall and mighty man couldn't say that he was afraid of needles. When he went to school to get vaccinated, Qin Tao would hold his breath and pretend to talk to others to distract himself. He would never look at the cold and slender needle in the syringe. Every time after the injection, Qin Tao would be depressed for a long time. Now many people didn't mention it. Even the cousin who didn't get along with Qin Tao didn't know that Qin Tao hated needles. Otherwise there would be another thing to mock Qin Tao. It can't be an injection, otherwise I would have felt it. Even if I missed it once, I wouldn't miss it every time. Qin Tao said with certainty. If it wasn't those abnormal masters, the needle would inevitably penetrate the blood vessels or nerves. Qin Tao was very sensitive to needles. Mao once laughed at Qin Tao. In the past, when they went to a club for acupuncture, the master there repeatedly promised that it would never hurt. But Qin Tao jumped up and ran away after 2 needles. Moreover, Qin Tao also said that the spearhead had been there for a long time. This was a long-term process. That was to say, if someone really wanted to use this method to harm him, it wouldn't be as simple as 1 or 2 needles. So I'm annoyed. Now I gradually can't control my emotions. In the beginning I could suppress my emotions by self-suggestion, but now I can't suppress it at all. I can become irritable once the fire ignites. Qin Tao said as he poured another glass of ice water. Qin Tao's IQ was not high. Although he was at the bottom of the class like Mao was strong in the wrong way, and Qin Tao was an out-and-out foppish person. It was hard for him to hold back until now to tell Mao. Forget it. If you can't figure it out for the time being, then don't think about it. I'll find someone to check it out. Mao said. Qin Tao directly spent the night in Mao's private room and didn't go to the hotel. The next day when Jing Tan passed by the 3rd floor, the door was closed. Mao probably went out to check on Qin Tao. Although Jing Tan wanted to help, he couldn't do anything now. During the day when there was no one at home, Jing Tan secretly surfed the internet at home if he didn't want to go out for a walk. Or he would go to some of the colored magazines hidden by Jiao Yuan. On this day, after Jing Tan finished reading the magazines hidden by Jiao Yuan, he glanced at a stack of other magazines on the table. These were subscribed to by Jiao Pai. Usually, Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo would also read them. Jing Tan was suddenly interested and flipped through the top magazine. As he flipped through, Jing Tan paused. It was a debate between experts. The so-called debate was a professional and civilized quarrel between the 2 sides with reasons and evidence. Will the revolution in the field of hypodermic injection finally lead to victory? Needleless injection, also known as jet injection, referred to the use of mechanical devices to generate an instantaneous high pressure to push the medicine to form a high-pressure jet. It passed through the skin at high speed and directly diffused into the subcutaneous or muscle tissue. The jet was extremely fast, some even faster than the speed of sound. Because it was so fast, people would not feel pain. The injection time was only 0.3 seconds or even less, and the depth of penetration into the body was limited. It would not penetrate the blood vessels or nerves, which was difficult to avoid with traditional needles, and the stimulation to the nerve endings was very small. The revolution of medical injection technology had evolved this kind of needleless syringe from the Big Brother to the size of an ordinary pen. However, the price was not acceptable to the public, and there were even fewer of them in the country. Chapter 291. Jing Tan didn't conclude that the needleless syringe had anything to do with Qin Tao's poisoning just because of this. He flipped through the arguments of the experts and found that some of them had come up with all kinds of negative evidence. The needleless syringe was injected by pressure. It didn't have the slender needle of an ordinary syringe. However, not all injectors felt nothing. The feeling of injection varied from person to person. Some people didn't feel anything, while others felt like they were flicked by someone's hand. The effect of the injection was also different. 30% of the injectors didn't leave any traces, 50% had red spots on their body after the injection, and 20% had bleeding after the injection. Perhaps these data weren't so accurate, but at least it showed that there might be some connection. If Qin Tao had found similar traces on his body, then the possibility was high. Jing Tan spent the whole day at home studying the magazines in Jiao Yuan. After flipping through several magazines, only 2 of them mentioned needleless injections. Jing Tan looked at them carefully and speculated with his low IQ. It was indeed possible. If only he could confirm those doubts from Qin Tao. Science magazines were indeed good things. Perhaps many of the things in the magazines were flashy in the eyes of many people, or the relevant knowledge was a little obscure, but Jing Tan had learned a lot from these magazines. Some of them were from his own reading, and most of them were from the mouths of Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo. Thinking too far ahead, Jing Tan pulled his thoughts back and pondered how to send this unconfirmed clue to Mao and Qin Tao. In fact, Jing Tan wanted to directly throw the magazine in front of Qin Tao and Mao and loudly say, "Look, I found a suspected clue." Unfortunately, Jing Tan couldn't. After thinking about it, Jing Tan put away the magazine in Jiao Yuan and ran to the small forest on the edge of the community. He turned on his phone. Jing Tan had heard Qin Tao's phone number before. After coming to Chuhua, Qin Tao changed his number. When he called someone in triumph, the other party couldn't see the caller ID, so Qin Tao told him the number. Jing Tan didn't know if his memory was correct, so he decided to give it a try. When the phone was turned on, it was the same as usual. There were harassing messages and missed calls from Lu Ba, but it was much better than before. Zheng Tan waited for the various notifications on his phone to stop before he entered the number he had memorized. Zheng Tan remembered one of the numbers wrongly. Originally, Zheng Tan had planned to change the sender of the message to Air Mao if Qin Tao's number was not correct. Unexpectedly, it really worked. After trying 5 times, the person who answered the phone was finally Qin Tao. When Qin Tao shouted, "Hello," he seemed a little impatient and could not hide his irritation. After confirming it, Zheng Tan hung up directly. He did not care about Qin Tao's reaction on the other side and directly began to edit the message. With his paw on the button, Zheng Tan stopped again. How should he write? Zheng Tan poked his head out of the tree hole and looked around to see if he could find some advertising slogans. Occasionally, people would come by to post advertisements for fitness clubs or opticians. Zheng Tan planned to use them as a reference. Unexpectedly, when he looked around, Zheng Tan saw an advertisement pasted on a tree. It looked like a new one. Zheng Tan did not come over much these days, so he did not know. He carefully looked at the advertising slogans. XX Hospital, 3-minute dreamy painless abortion, gives you the safest guarantee. After taking a look, Zheng Tan shrank back and started to edit the message with his paw in the tree hole. Qin Tao, who was secretly discussing the results of the investigation with Air Mao, heard his phone ring. This ringtone was the sound of a message. Qin Tao took out his phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. It was the number that did not ring just now. Qin Tao frowned and opened the message. The 3rd generation of SB needleless syringe, absolutely imported. 0.3 seconds dreamy painless injection, gives you the safest guarantee. Qin Tao was speechless. Why did this sound so familiar? When he first came over, a flyer was stuffed into his hands on the street. There seemed to be similar words. Wait a minute. Needleless injection. Air Mao saw that Qin Tao's expression began to change after receiving the message. It changed from a strange expression to a serious one, and then to a murderous one. He asked, "Beast, what's wrong?" Qin Tao passed the phone to Air Mao. After reading the content of the message, Air Mao glanced at the phone number and raised his eyebrows. For SIX. Needleless injection, I know a little about this. Air Mao slapped his forehead. If he did not see this message, he would have forgotten about this thing. I heard about it once before, but I didn't pay much attention to it at that time because of some things. This thing appeared quite early. I heard that in the year 2000, some foreign soldiers carried this type of needleless syringe with them. Their ampoules contained anti-nerve gas, biochemical weapons, and other related drugs to deal with some violations of the rules on the battlefield. However, this type of syringe is still relatively expensive even though the cost has been reduced a lot. Especially the better quality needleless syringe, it is impossible for an ordinary person to use it. It is very difficult to popularize it, and there are very few people in the country who use it. In foreign countries, patients with diseases such as diabetes often need to inject insulin, interferon, and other drugs on their own, so they use it more often. Air Mao told him what he knew and did some research. High-pressure needleless injection and professional disinfectant ensure a greater degree of sterility. If not done properly, it may cause damage to the skin to avoid infection. The injection site may be infected? Qin Tao thought about it. He once saw some signs on his back when he looked in the mirror. At that time, he did not pay much attention to it and only thought that it was an insect bite. Later, the signs disappeared and he never saw it again. Now that he thought about it, the signs did look like an infection. This kind of thing is small in size and easy to carry. Even patients with impaired vision can use it. It doesn't require much acupuncture skills. After Zheng Tan sent the text message, he was afraid that the other side would call to order, so he turned off his phone and returned to the courtyard. At night, when he saw that there were people in Air Mao's house, Zheng Tan went to take a walk. There were only Qin Tao and Air Mao, and they were discussing something. Air Mao's investigation speed was very fast, and Qin Tao's side was not idle either. Zheng Tan guessed from the words in their conversation that these two should have gained a lot. The suspects behind Qin Tao's back were also circled. The girlfriend who had sex, the caregiver who he thought he could trust, and some people who had a conflict of interest with Qin Tao. Qin Tao would never believe that the first two were not instructed by someone. As for who gave the idea, Qin Tao had some suspects in his heart. Those bastards. Qin Tao controlled his emotions, but he could not help but have blue veins on his forehead. Compared to the manic Qin Tao, this guy was now considered calm, otherwise he would have flipped the table. Looking at the information in his hand, Qin Tao laughed self-deprecatingly. 3 feet of ice was not formed in a day. Zheng Tan carefully pondered this sentence. Did this mean that Qin Tao had realized his stupidity for a long time? Otherwise, how could he have been schemed against by the people around him without realizing it? Those people did this directly to cripple Qin Tao. When those who could support him were disappointed, if Qin Tao still courted death, his future would be clouded and would never be clear again. He did not know if Qin Tao would change after this incident. Zheng Tan could not watch Mao and Qin Tao every day to see the progress of the investigation. He could only speculate how things were going by the expressions and aura of Mao and Qin Tao when he occasionally saw them. Looking at the recent performance of these two people, the progress should be smooth. On this day, Zheng Tan went to the kindergarten to watch the children in Zhuo Kitten's class show off their skills. During the talent show class, some children who were 3 years old or younger stood in front of the classroom one by one to show off their skills. There were quite a lot of children who memorized the 3-character classic and ancient poems at such a young age. Zheng Tan did not know if it was because children nowadays were precocious or because of education, but they were much better than he was when he was young. Although he could not remember what he was like when he was young, he heard people say that he could not compare to the children here. As for Zhuo Kitten, this little guy did not seem to be interested in showing off his skills at all. When Zheng Tan did not come, he held his chin in a daze. When Zheng Tan came closer, he walked to the window where Zheng Tan was. Sometimes he would whisper to Zheng Tan. After the talent show class, it was free time. The children mostly went to the slide and other places. Zhuo Kitten followed Zheng Tan and talked to him. He talked non-stop, and Zheng Tan was only responsible for listening. A man and a cat stood in the corner. Suddenly they heard a voice. "Hey, Black Charcoal. Whose kid is this? Are you two familiar with each other?" Qin Tao was in a better mood now. He had found someone to share and found some things. The questions and frustrations that had been bottled up in his heart for a long time now had an outlet. He did not have to worry about holding it in until he went crazy. Now that he saw Zheng Tan, he was still in the mood to joke. After Qin Tao walked over, he sat on the edge of the flower bed next to the fence and looked at the child standing next to Zheng Tan in the courtyard. Seeing that the child was not afraid of him, Qin Tao had a rare thought of teasing him. He knew that his temperament had changed greatly after he was hit and it was hard to control. Many children and animals were more sensitive to the inexplicable irritable aura around him. They would avoid it if they could, and if they could not avoid it, they would be a little timid. But the child in front of him was not. "Little guy, what's your name?" Qin Tao asked. "Kitten." "Oh, that's a good name, but it's not as nice as my name." Zheng Tan looked at Qin Tao from the corner of his eyes. This man was almost 30 years old, but he let the 3-year-old Zhuo Kitten call him brother. Usually when these children saw Mao, they would directly call him uncle. Qin Tao crossed his legs and waited for Zhuo Kitten to take the initiative to ask for his name. Unfortunately, Zhuo Kitten did not show any interest. "You're not afraid of me?" Qin Tao asked again. Zhuo Kitten shook her head. "What? Your brother Black's friend." "I'm not afraid," Zhuo Kitten said. After listening for a long time and understanding the meaning of Zhuo Kitten's words, Qin Tao was even more curious, but he did not ask again. "I'm being bullied. Can you help me scold the bad guys? If you scold me, I'll buy you a bag of lollipops," Qin Tao said as he took out a cigarette from his pocket. After lighting it, he blew smoke rings. Zhuo Kitten gently bit her finger. "Scold what?" "Qin Tao, come, take a deep breath and repeat after me, they're all a bunch of bastards." Chapter 292. When Qin Tao scolded, even though his words were filled with strong emotions, his voice was not loud. When Zhuo Xiaomao shouted, even though it did not contain much emotion, he shouted at the top of his lungs. Because of this, the other children and the teachers all heard it. Qin Tao was thinking about why the words the child shouted sounded a little strange. When he looked up, he saw 3 young female teachers coming over. If this was at any other time, Qin Tao would be very happy to see this. Kindergarten teachers were too loving and worthy of deep communication. However, the situation was not right now. Qin Tao was not so stupid that he could not distinguish the situation. Looking at the 3 female teachers whose faces were full of anger and thinking about the little brat's words, a bad premonition arose. Teacher Xiao Bai originally saw Zhuo Kitten talking to her brother Black as usual, so she did not interfere. They were already used to this kind of situation, and the child's guardian also had a tacit attitude. Qin Tao's appearance made the teachers wary. Seeing that Zhuo Kitten and the black cat beside her did not do anything, they just watched. However, they did not expect to hear Zhuo Kitten shout such a thing. They thought that with Zhuo Kitten's obedience, she would definitely not know this kind of swear words. It was most likely that the strange man who taught her this, so they ran over angrily. Teacher Xiao Bai did not wrongly accuse people when the matter was not clear. She even asked Zhuo Kitten what happened just now. Zhua Kitten very honestly and very carefully repeated Qin Tao's words just now. After hearing this, the three teachers were furious. How could this be? How could he say such things in front of the children? The three female teachers in charge of watching the children were like hens protecting their chicks. They looked like they wanted to teach Qin Tao a lesson. Seeing that the situation was not good, Qin Tao immediately slipped away. After Qin Tao ran away, the three teachers even told the security guard that if the man was seen on the surveillance camera approaching the kindergarten, he would be immediately expelled. It was better not to let such a dangerous person get close to the children. If he learned any bad habits, it would be troublesome. Children at this age were full of curiosity and had a strong ability to imitate and learn. The parents trusted them and sent their children here, so they had to take responsibility. Therefore they had to guard against him. Looking at Qin Tao's back, Zheng Tan shook his beard. Regardless of whether or not he was tricked, Qin Tao was indeed an idiot. Zhua Kitten was pulled over by the three teachers to persuade him to forget what he had just said and to stay away from such dangerous people. Zheng Tan did not go over, nor did he stay at the kindergarten. He was prepared to find a place to sleep. Zheng Tan's favorite place was a place not far from the east courtyard. It was beside the small road that led to the east courtyard and was not far from the main road. Standing at a high place, he could see the cars and pedestrians on the main road of the campus. He could also see the buildings of the east courtyard. Zheng Tan chose a Chinese parasol tree that was suitable for sleeping and climbed up. He lay on the branch and took a short nap. When he woke up, he smelled smoke. He lowered his head and saw a middle-aged man sitting on the edge of the flower bed. He looked like he had some background. The professional suit he was wearing was expensive, and he looked like he was someone with a high position. While Zheng Tan was observing the person below seemed to have sensed something and raised his head to look at Zheng Tan. He saw the black cat lying on the tree staring at him, but he didn't think much of it. After a glance, he lowered his head and continued to smoke, frowning in thought. But in less than 2 minutes, he looked up again and saw the black cat yawning while continuing to stare at him. The middle-aged man wiped his face. He did not feel anything on his face. Why was the black cat staring at him? He wanted to ignore it, but the presence of the cat was too strong. He felt a little strange. He was already full of worries and was more upset. Now he could not calm down to think about things. Zheng Tan stared at the person. He felt that the person looked familiar, so he looked at him carefully. When the person raised his head, Zheng Tan remembered who he looked like. The way he was frowning was very similar to Qin Tao's. Could it be Qin Tao's father? Or Qin Tao's relative? He was rich, looked like Qin Tao, and appeared at a time when Qin Tao was in trouble. Zheng Tan could not help but suspect the relationship between this person and Qin Tao. Because of this, Zheng Tan kept staring at the person, wanting to be sure. Just as the middle-aged man was being stared at, a car passed by on the side road and slowly came to a stop. The car window opened and Fang Xiaokang's face was revealed. "Hey, third brother Qin, aren't you in Pearl City? Why are you in Chuhua?" Fang Xiaokang asked. He just felt that the person on the side of the road looked like someone. When he got closer, it was true. The two of them were the third in the generation in the family. Their families had some friendship. However, Fang Xiaokang was younger, so Fang Xiaokang always called him third brother Qin. Qin? Could it be? Zheng Tan thought. Oh, it's third brother Fang. The man looked at Fang Xiaokang and was not very surprised. He knew that Fang Xiaokang also had some assets in Chuhua. That little bastard came to hide in Chuhua. I came over to tie him up, the man said. Fang Xiaokang understood. Although he did not take the initiative to investigate those matters, he had heard about it. He knew that the little bastard of Qin San's family had caused some trouble. He did not ask what the matter was. He only said, "Be gentle with the child. Don't always beat him." Qin Tao's father was a capable man when he was in the army. Later, he relied on his family's connections to do business. Unfortunately, he was powerless when it came to educating his child. Every time he thought about Qin Tao's childhood, Qin Tao's father would have a headache. The boy is different from the girl. He won't be obedient unless I beat him, Qin Tao's father said. You beat him for so many years. Has he been obedient? Fang Xiaokang asked. Qin Tao's father did not say anything. He just kept smoking. After a while, he did not want to continue the topic of how to educate the child. Qin Tao's father asked Fang Xiaokang, "What are you doing here? Looking for someone? Looking for an expert?" Fang Xiaokang shook his head. It's about the child. I need to find someone to fix something. Fang Xiaokang did not want to say much about this. He was full of tears when he thought about it. Back then, due to Fang Mingming's request, Fang Xiaokong had asked Qing Zhong to make a cat carriage for Demi. Although Demi was much smarter than other cats, it was not in a special situation like Zheng Tan's. The intelligence gap was still there. Therefore, Demi's cat carriage was later changed into a children's carriage. The cat was squatting in the carriage, the remote control was in the hands of the person, and the person controlled the remote control to make the carriage carry the cat. At first, Fang Xiaokong saw that Fang Mingming and Demi were having so much fun. He felt quite proud that he had made a good toy for his daughter. However, when he saw Demi sitting in the carriage like a master, while his precious daughter was running behind the cat carriage, panting, he was immediately unhappy. His heart ached. Unfortunately, no matter how he persuaded Fang Mingming, she would not listen. The little girl even thought that it was quite fun and she could even exercise by running. The third master Fang regretted getting the cat carriage. Unfortunately, he had asked Qing Zhong to make Demi's cat carriage of good quality. It did not break even after running in the pond a few times. Therefore, Fang Xiaokong loosened a more important screw when Fang Xiaokong was not paying attention. The next time Demi's cat carriage started running, it stopped moving in less than 2 minutes. Even if Fang Xiaokong put the screw back in after that, it would not help. Originally, Fang Xiaokong was quite happy. With the cat carriage broken, his daughter did not have to run behind the cat carriage all day. However, for the next few days, Fang Mingming pestered the third master Fang to fix it. The third master Fang said that it was fine and that he would fix it when he was free. It was obviously perfunctory. However, the third master Fang did not expect that in addition to the pressure from his daughter, there was also the resentment from Demi. Demi was still very obedient. It did not make a fuss or scratch people. However, it would always appear silently beside Fang Xiaokong and look at him quietly. When it was time to eat, Demi, who was not picky about food, would quietly squat at the side and stare at Fang Xiaokong until Fang Xiaokong's appetite decreased. At night, when Fang Xiaokong woke up to go to the toilet, he saw Demi squatting in front of the door and looking at him. The reflection of the cat's eyes was like 2 light bulbs in the dark. At first sight, Fang Xiaokong was so shocked that his sleepiness dissipated. When he came out of the toilet, he found Demi squatting at the door of the toilet and looking at him in the same way. On the weekend morning, Fang Xiaokong rarely slept in, so he lazed in bed. His wife woke up early to buy groceries, so the door was not closed. Fang Xiaokong felt that something was wrong around him. He opened his eyes slightly and found Demi squatting at the head of the bed, looking at him quietly. "I can't live like this anymore." It was rare for the third master Fang to have time to go home to accompany his wife and children. However, he encountered this kind of situation. The third master Fang felt that Demi's gaze was terrifying. He really didn't know where Demi learned this from. In the end, Fang Xiaokong, under the pressure of his daughter and Demi, brought the broken cat cart to Chuhua City. While he was dealing with the matters here, he also brought the cat cart over to fix it. Now Fang Xiaokong took the broken cat cart to find Qing Zhong. He would return to Beijing after it was fixed. Otherwise, he would not be able to eat or sleep well when he returned. Hearing Fang Xiaokong's answer, Qin Tao's father made a sound of acknowledgement and was not interested in asking more. He threw the cigarette butt into the trash can at the side, then exhaled a long breath and looked up at the black cat on the tree. Fang Xiaokong was only paying attention to Qin Tao's father just now. Only now did he see Zheng Tan. "Yo, where's black charcoal? You're sleeping here? That's great. Since you're not at home, I'll go directly to the Institute of Biological Sciences and give it to your father." Every time Fang Xiaokong came here, he would bring some small gifts or Beijing specialties. If Zheng Tan was at home, he would directly send it home. If not, he would send it to Jiaopa Fang-san. "Do you know this cat?" Qin Tao's father asked. "Yes, I do. It's a cat owned by a professor at the Institute of Biological Sciences. We have some friendship." Qin Tao's father only thought that Fang Xiaokong's friendship referred to the friendship between Fang-san and Professor Jiao. He did not think of the cat at all. "Oh right, brother Qin, you came here to find Qin Tao. That kid should be with Air Mao, right? If you don't know the way, you can ask this cat for help. It knows the way." Since he had found this place, how could Qin Tao's father not know the way? He had investigated Air Mao's residence thoroughly. It was just a matter of face and his temperament that he had not thought of a way to find Qin Tao. Fang Xiaokong knew in his heart that he was just giving Qin Tao an idea to give him an easy way out. "Black charcoal, take this uncle to Air Mao's place and help him. I have to hurry and find someone. It's best if we can fix it before they go on vacation." After saying that, Fang Xiaokong closed the window and drove away. Zheng Tan gave Fang Xiaokong the middle finger in his heart. He then jumped down from the tree, looked at Qin Tao's father and walked towards the courtyard. When Qin Tao's father heard Fang Xiaokong call him uncle, he was not very happy. Fang San always had a sharp tongue, but could this cat lead the way? Chapter 293. Zheng Tan brought Qin Tao's father to the eastern courtyard. He knew that there were other people following them. When they turned the corner, Zheng Tan caught a glimpse of Qin Tao's father making a hand gesture to those people, probably telling them not to follow. When they entered the courtyard, the security guard stopped Qin Tao's father and asked him what was going on. "I'm here to look for someone." A friend asked that cat to lead the way. Qin Tao's father pointed at the black cat in front of him. The security guard had a look of realization. "Oh, Black Charcoal's guest." Then he didn't say anything else. Qin Tao's father looked at the black cat in front of him that didn't even stop walking. He thought to himself, could a cat be so persuasive? This was the first time he had seen it. Looking at the old houses in the courtyard, Qin Tao's father didn't understand. He heard that the second son of the Wang family was renting a house here. The house was so old and small, how could he live comfortably? If it was his son, he definitely wouldn't live here. Although he had always doubted Fang Xiaokang's words and doubted that the black cat could cooperate and lead the way, it really wasn't wrong on the way here. When they reached Building B, Qin Tao's father didn't have time to think about what to do. He saw the cat that led the way in front of him jump up and rub against the security guard. With a click, the door opened. Qin Tao's father. Before the door closed, Qin Tao's father hurried into the building, went upstairs and stopped in front of Mao's door on the 3rd floor. Zheng Tan looked at Qin Tao's father. He wasn't stupid and knew that this person should know the place. Otherwise, why would he stop here after going up to the 3rd floor? But this person stood in front of the door and didn't knock or make a sound. He looked very conflicted. Qin Tao really didn't know what this person was thinking. Mao's door wasn't usually closed. But recently, after Qin Tao came over, the two of them had something to discuss in private, so it was closed. After waiting for a long time and seeing that Qin Tao's father didn't move, Zheng Tan couldn't help it. Wasn't it just knocking on the door? Was there a need to be so conflicted? How indecisive. Thus, just as Qin Tao's father was thinking about what kind of tone he should use when they meet later to avoid a fight, he saw the black cat jump up and slap the security door, making a bang sound. Father Qin's heart was immediately in his throat, but he no longer looked conflicted on the surface. Instead, he pulled a long face as if he was here to collect a debt. This made Zheng Tan quite speechless. In fact, Mr. Qin didn't deliberately put on a look of wanting to collect a debt. It was just a reflex. Perhaps he didn't even know what kind of expression he had on his face. In the room, Mao was talking to Qin Tao about the results of further investigation and countermeasures. Hearing the door open, he went to open the door with slippers and a particularly childish cartoon cotton pajamas with a bird's nest hairstyle. Usually it would be the black cat who knocked on the door in this way, so Mao didn't think too much about it. When the door opened and he saw the person at the door, Mao forcefully swallowed the words that he wanted to say to Zheng Tan. His face twitched and he thought to himself, "It's over. That's stupid." Qin Tao originally wanted to ask Mao why that stupid cat was here, but when he looked up and saw his father standing at the door, he changed the word cat to goods before he could finish his sentence. He even said to Father Qin in a very bad tone, "What are you doing here? Why are you so free? Is your company bankrupt?" Mao stood at the door and covered his face. Although he wanted to have a good talk with Qin Tao, Father Qin's face immediately darkened when he heard that. He said sternly, "Are you done? If you're done, then go back." Zheng Tan stood behind Mao and saw the father and son arguing. Just when Mao and Zheng Tan thought that the two were going to start fighting, one was thinking about how to stop them and the other was thinking about escaping immediately, Father Qin was silent for a while. Then he asked Qin Tao to go out and talk. At first, Qin Tao didn't want to go out. He suspected that if he went out, he would be tied up by his father's bodyguards. Although he already had the intention to go back, he definitely didn't want to go back in such a humiliating way. After confronting Father Qin for 3 minutes, Qin Tao still followed them out. There were many things that couldn't be avoided even if one wanted to. If they really wanted to tie someone up, hiding here would still bring them back. After the father and son went downstairs, Mao said to Zheng Tan, "Black Coal, please go and take a look. If you see that something is wrong, come and find me immediately." Mao didn't dare to casually follow them. When Qin Tao's father left, he gave Mao a warning look, telling Mao not to interfere. Based on Mao's understanding of Qin Tao's father, there was an 80% chance that he would beat him up. When it came to fighting, Qin Tao wasn't as good as his father. Although Qin Tao looked strong, it was all from training in the gym. It was all for the sake of picking up girls. It was all for show. On the other hand, Father Qin used to be a real fighter. Therefore, since young, Qin Tao couldn't resist his father even if he wanted to. Thinking about Qin Tao, who was probably going to suffer another tragedy, Mao shook his head and went back to the house to see if there were any relevant drugs. Jing Tan was already curious. After hearing Mao's words, he immediately followed. The father and son walked along the path that Jing Tan had met Father Qin. Neither of them spoke. The bodyguards following them were also stopped by Father Qin. They didn't continue to follow and left some space for the father and son to talk in private. After discovering this, Qin Tao breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he didn't have to be tied up for the time being. The two of them kept silent and walked forward one after the other. Jing Tan followed behind and wondered if the two of them had forgotten where they were going. They walked until they reached the side of a forest. At this time there was no one else here. He could see if there were other people nearby. Qin Tao didn't want to walk anymore and stopped by a tree. If you want to say something, just say it. It's tiring to walk. In order to get rid of the effects of the drugs as much as possible, Qin Tao cooperated with the people that Mao found to treat him for a few days. He got tired easily, but his mood was much better. He wasn't as irritable as before. Father Qin didn't know the reason. He was just dissatisfied with Qin Tao's poor physical strength. He thought that Qin Tao's performance was the result of excessive indulgence. The words that came out of his mouth weren't very nice. Therefore, Jing Tan saw the two of them start to quarrel again. There were no outsiders around, so the two of them quarreled whenever they wanted to. They didn't have to worry about anything. Jing Tan squatted on a tree not far away and watched the two of them fight. After a few words, Qin Tao fought back and accused his father of following him. Otherwise, how could he have found Mao? Father Qin denied it as he beat him up. He didn't follow him. He was only brought there by a cat. Just as Mao expected, Qin Tao was basically being beaten up by his father. There was no other way. There was a difference in strength. However, Jing Tan saw that although Qin Tao's father seemed to be beating him fiercely, every hit only hurt a little. He didn't really break Qin Tao's bones or suffer internal injuries. He didn't know if Qin Tao's father had the principle of not hitting a child in the face. There really wasn't any trace of being beaten on Qin Tao's face. Jing Tan looked at the father and son and thought, this should be considered domestic violence, right? Qin Tao probably suffered domestic violence since he was young. How pitiful. When Qin Tao's father was beating him, he hesitated because Qin Tao said that he had found the culprit. He was pushed hard by Qin Tao. When he stepped back, he coincidentally stepped on a protruding lawn tile. He twisted his leg and fell to the ground. Qin Tao panted, his face full of anger. Father Qin didn't get up from the ground. He just sat there with a dark face. The scene quieted down again. Only the sound of Qin Tao's heavy breathing could be heard. Father Qin knew that Qin Tao was telling the truth when he said that he had found the culprit. Although Qin Tao was angry now, he wasn't in a manic state like before. It was just that he couldn't bring himself to lose face and twisted his leg. He couldn't get up, so he just sat there with a cold face. Just when Jing Tan thought that the situation would continue like this, Qin Tao moved. He walked to Father Qin, who was sitting on the ground, turned his back to his father and squatted down. Come up. Father Qin obviously didn't expect Qin Tao to do this. He was stunned for a moment. Hurry up, the bell has rung. There will be students coming over later. Are you still going to sit there and wait for them to laugh at you? Qin Tao said impatiently. Father Qin's face was full of suspicion. His first reaction was that this kid was up to something. But when he looked at Qin Tao in front of him, he still got up. He supported himself with the leg that wasn't twisted and then leaned on Qin Tao's back. F***ck. What did you eat? You're so heavy. Qin Tao cursed as he got up. He started to walk with unsteady steps. Can you do it? Father Qin asked. Cut the crap. Don't fall when you can't carry me. People will laugh at you. You're still afraid of losing face? Didn't you say that you've lost all your face because of me? Qin Tao sneered. Right, let's make a deal. I'll carry you out today. You don't have to send people to watch me. You're so stupid. How can I be at ease if I don't arrange some people for you? You see, that time when you sent people away, something happened and you still blame me? I sent people to protect you, and you said in public that I interfered with your private life and violated your privacy. You didn't find the reason why you were set up and you slandered me. You don't know how to appreciate good intentions. If you don't have the intelligence, don't talk about self-esteem. The business world is like a battlefield and benefits are like a sharp blade. Don't think that I'm just saying it. You should learn from your mistakes. How can you be so stupid? If you were half as smart as Wang Erxiao, I wouldn't bother with your trivial matters. Father Qin still wasn't appeased. He slapped Qin Tao's head. You're so stupid. Jing Tan saw it clearly. Although Father Qin's movements were vigorous, he didn't use much strength when he slapped Qin Tao's head. As for the Wang Erxiao that Father Qin mentioned, he seemed to be referring to Air Mao. Qin Tao staggered as he spoke while panting. I'm warning you. If you slap my head again, I'll leave you here. Really, the older you get, the more annoying you are. You're even more annoying when you're old. That won't happen. When I'm old, I definitely won't be as annoying as you are. You won't understand until you're my age. You won't know what it's like to be old until you're old. You should let Grandpa hear what you just said. I wonder if Grandpa will whip you out. Hey, I suddenly remembered that you can call someone to come and carry you. I didn't bring my phone. Bullshit. I saw it just now. In the winter, the leaves on some deciduous trees had withered and become sparse. There were also some evergreen trees in the forest. A small path passed through the intertwined yellow and green forest. Zheng Tan lay on a tree and watched Qin Tao carry his father on his back and stagger forward along the green lawn tiles. Suddenly, Zheng Tan felt that Qin Tao wasn't pitiful anymore. Instead, he felt a little envious. Beep beep beep. The familiar sound of a horn drew Zheng Tan's attention. He looked over. Professor Jiao, who had just finished reporting his account at the finance department and was about to take the shortcut home, passed by on his scooter. He glanced around and saw the black cat on the tree. Black charcoal, what are you looking at? Chapter 294. It was said that doing the same thing every day at the same routine would make time pass very quickly. Jing Tan thought so too. Eating, sleeping, walking, and occasionally watching the fun and eavesdropping on some gossip. When he looked at the calendar again, he realized that the days had passed without him noticing. Zheng Tan lay on top of a tall sycamore tree on the main road of the school. The dense leaves blocked the sunlight from above. It wasn't hot and the breeze made him sleepy. From the new year to the start of school until the summer break, half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. Speaking of which, many things had happened in the past half a year. Air Mao and Gong Qing got married. Although they bought another house in Chuhua City, they still lived in the courtyard most of the time. Black rice had always been brought along. Even though many people in Air Mao's family objected, Gong Qin and Air Mao didn't mind. Now, wherever Air Mao and his wife went, black rice followed. The good thing was that black rice didn't go out much. Whether it was in the courtyard or in the house Air Mao bought, it was still used to it and didn't make a fuss. Little Pomelo participated in the preliminary round of the Cup of Hope in mid-March. Then she entered the finals in April and won the first prize. Little Pomelo put the medal and certificate in a drawer. She didn't take them out to show off. There were many children in the courtyard who had won similar prizes. Even if it wasn't the Cup of Hope, there were other competitions. Jiao Yuan and the others had also won some competitions, but they weren't in the mathematics category. There were students from the 4th grade to the 6th grade who participated in similar competitions. The 4th grade students' main purpose was to train and prepare for other examinations in the future. The 5th grade students' goal was slightly higher. As for the 6th grade students like Little Pomelo, most of their participation in the competition was combined with the junior high school entrance examination. In the recruitment of some key high schools, medals from competitions such as the Cup of Hope were considered as important stepping stones. A medal from a competition would undoubtedly give one a huge advantage in the junior high school entrance examination. It was also because of this that many parents began to enroll their children in all kinds of tutoring classes when they were still in 2nd or 3rd grade, regardless of whether their children were willing or not. Jiao Pa, Jiao Ma, and Jiao Yuan did not spend much time teaching their children. Whether it was Jiao Yuan or Little Pomelo, the two children were very hard-working. When Jiao Yuan won the award, many schools called to recruit him. Jiao Yuan felt that those schools were too far away, too troublesome, and did not have much freedom. Therefore he, Suin, and the others all chose the nearest school. This time it was the same for Little Pomelo. Speaking of Little Pomelo entering middle school, it was time to talk about Jiao Yuan entering high school. In the blink of an eye, the two children who were still in elementary school when Jing Tan came were now in middle school. Jiao Yuan and the rest sent their friends to Chuhua University-affiliated high school. However, they would have to stay on campus in the future. The affiliated high school was a little far from here. By then, Jing Tan would no longer hear the voices of Jiao Yuan and the others who were going through puberty. For Little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan, this was a significant summer break. Jiao Pa had already made arrangements for this summer break. Jing Tan eavesdropped on Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma's conversation one night. They were talking about the summer break. During this holiday, Jiao Pa would bring Jiao Yuan and Little Pomelo to Nanhua City and Nanqing to play. Since the second half of last year, Yuan Zi had been flying back and forth between Nanhua City and Chuhua City. He had decided to open a branch company in Nanhua City. Now that he had a foundation and confidence, he could return to Nanhua City and make use of the connections left behind by his old man. It wouldn't be too difficult to set up a branch company, but it would be difficult to travel back and forth. After the new year, Yuan Zi came to visit. Zheng Tan noticed that Yuan Zi had lost a lot of weight and was also a lot darker. However, he was in good spirits and was full of fighting spirit. After the new year, every time he flew to Nanhua City, he would go to various colleges and universities to recruit talents. He heard that he had signed a lot of good seedlings for this year's graduation season. This time, Jiao Pa went to Nanhua City not only to check on the situation of the branch, but also to run a few projects with Yuan Zi. He also wanted to visit a few teachers from the past. All these years, Jiao Pa had only contacted them via email or phone. He did not visit them personally. This time he also wanted to visit a few of them. They were all good friends with Yuan Zi's father. They were old professors who took good care of Jiao Pa and Yuan Zi. Of course, there were also some classmates that he had not seen for a few years, so he wanted to visit them. When Zheng Tan knew that he had to go to Nanhua City and Nanqing, he felt very complicated. He thought that he would never go there again. He did not expect that he would have the opportunity to go there again. When he went there, he was completely passive. There were all kinds of dangers and he had to wander around. He was almost chopped up and made into soup. This time it was different. He went there with the Jiao family for fun. When he thought about it, Zheng Tan was looking forward to it. He jumped down from the tree and ran towards the courtyard. Zheng Tan saw that in the shade of the courtyard, a few children were surrounding a middle-aged teacher. They were asking him something. Among the children standing there were little Pomelo, her classmates Yulisha and Xiaxin. They were probably discussing the questions they encountered during the competition. Zheng Tan knew the teacher. He taught mathematics and liked to give lessons to the children in the courtyard. Sometimes, when he was enjoying the shade in the courtyard, he would discuss with the middle school students the various solutions to certain questions in a competition. Many of the solutions were difficult to come up with, and the children learned a lot from his lectures. However, when many of the children in the courtyard were asked if they would choose mathematics in the future, they would basically say, no. The reason was that there was no Nobel Prize for mathematics. Zheng Tan had once heard the children talk about the reason. The Nobel Prize had been awarded for physics, chemistry, physiology, medicine, and other fields, but there was no award for mathematics, which was an important subject. There were several rumors about this, but the children in the courtyard were more inclined to the first one. That was, Nobel had been poached by a mathematician, and Nobel's love life had been thwarted. Although this explanation wasn't considered credible, it would always be brought up first every time it was mentioned. Everyone had a gossipy heart. When they saw Zheng Tan, little Pomelo greeted the others and went home with Zheng Tan. Now that many schools were on holiday, they had not yet left for Nanhua City. The main reason was because of the Jiao Pa. Since they were going to be away for a month, the Jiao Pa had to arrange things here first. He had more and more graduate students and doctoral students under him. The projects and tasks on hand had to be assigned. Many of the graduate students did not have summer holidays, but the Jiao Pa was not very strict. As long as they were efficient, had a reasonable schedule and completed the tasks on time, they could still have a holiday if they wanted to. However, since it was summer, most students preferred to stay in the air-conditioned study room and do experiments in the lab. Then they would go to the study room of their research group to enjoy the air conditioning and surf the net. They would also throw a watermelon into the ice machine and wait for the ice to be served. Xian and the others were like that. Before Zheng Tan left with the Jiao family, he met Zhuo Mao. That little brat would be brought around to play during the holidays. This time he followed Zheng and the others to the north to avoid the summer heat. Zheng brought a few students to a research institute in the north for a project exchange. Zhuo Mao simply followed them to play. In the middle of July, the Jiao Pa arranged the things at hand and drove the family to Nanhua City. Zheng Tan moved his neck. He was not used to wearing the cat tag all day long. But in Nanhua City and other places he had to be careful. On the way he saw a few restaurants that served cat and dog meat. Not only Zheng Tan but the rest of the Jiao family also reminded Zheng Tan a few times. In the past they always told Zheng Tan not to cause trouble wherever he went. This time they told Zheng Tan not to wander around. Yuan Zi had a duplex apartment in Nanhua City. But after he went to Chuhua City to develop his business, he rented out the apartment. Last year he came back and renovated the apartment. He wanted to live in it. After he opened a branch office here, he would definitely travel frequently. This way he would have a place to stay. There are a lot of empty rooms. You guys can stay as you see fit. Yuanzi gave a bunch of keys to the Jiaopa. His wife and children did not come with him. Living alone was quite empty and lonely. But now there were more people. When Yuanzi and the Jiaopa went to discuss the branch office here, the Jiaoma brought the Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo to tidy up the room. Zheng Tan walked around the house and found a black cat statue in the place where the God of Wealth statue was supposed to be. What was even worse was that the cat had a cat tag around its neck. The cat tag had the words black charcoal engraved on it. Every time Yuanzi went to the Jiao family and saw Zheng Tan, he would worship the statue. At first, Zheng Tan would throw a tantrum and want to kick Yuanzi. But after a while he became numb to it and ignored it. But when he thought about Yuanzi burning incense and worshipping the cat statue, Zheng Tan felt uncomfortable. He could only sigh. There were so many funny people. After dinner, Yuanzi and the Jiaopa drove to the University of Nanhua. Today they had an appointment with two of their old classmates. They were both teachers at the University of Nanhua. After the sun went down, there was a road near the University of Nanhua near the river. In the evening there were many people there. Many universities gave people the feeling that they were hidden in the city. Tsinghua University was like this, and so was the University of Nanhua. The campus was very quiet. But when they came out they could see the bustling city at night. Jiaopa and a few of his old classmates were chatting. They expressed their thoughts about being teachers over the years. They also asked Yuanzi to talk about what it was like to be a boss. Nowadays the pressure on the teachers is increasing. Research funding and teaching work are like the sword of Damocles hanging over every teacher's head. The pressure of survival makes ordinary teachers like us work hard every day to survive. Snatching class hours, competing for projects, writing papers, and guarding against some people's dirty tricks. It's so tiring. No wonder people say that if you can focus on your own experiments when you're a student, you won't have the chance to do so when you're a teacher, said one of Jiaopa's classmates. Zheng Tan and the Jiaoma stayed not far away. They were enjoying the river breeze and looking at the night scenery. He could hear the Jiaopa and the others talking. It seemed that the two Jiaopa's classmates were only associate professors now. They had achieved a lot, but unfortunately they failed several times when they applied for the position of professor. One of them even said that if old Master Yuan was still alive, they might have been promoted a long time ago. It wasn't easy for anyone. Everyone had their own difficulties. In comparison, Jiaopa and Yuanzi were doing better. One of them was promoted to professor, and his research was progressing smoothly. The other started a company and made a lot of money. While he was thinking, Zheng Tan suddenly felt something hit his head. It didn't hurt. It was just a softball-shaped toy. Zheng Tan looked around. His gaze stopped on a 5 or 6-year-old boy. The boy was holding a bag. Inside the bag were a few egg-sized ball-shaped toys. There were all kinds of cartoon characters printed on them. They were similar to the ball that hit Zheng Tan. Chapter 295. Zheng Tan hated dealing with children this age the most. It was impossible to reason with them. Even if you could, Zheng Tan couldn't. If you didn't cooperate with them or retaliate, they would cry in front of you and call for their parents. In comparison, Zheng Tan felt that Zhuo Kitten was easier to deal with. Although Zheng Tan found it troublesome, he wasn't the kind of person who would sit there and wait to be hit. When the kid reached into the bag, Zheng Tan was prepared to be thrown. Sure enough, a round object was thrown at him. The throw was quite accurate. It seemed that the kid played with this kind of thing a lot. Zheng Tan raised his hand and swatted the small ball that was about to hit his head back. Then he looked at the kid not far away. After the ball was swatted away, the kid didn't cry. Instead, his eyes lit up and he became more energetic. He reached into the bag and threw another ball at Zhang Ziyan. After swatting away 3 balls in a row, Zheng Tan didn't want to play with the kid anymore. Jiaoma brought the 2 kids to watch Zheng Tan play with the ball. Just now they wanted to go over and stop the kid, but seeing that the ball was very soft and didn't hurt when hit, and that their cat was playing with it so happily, they didn't stop him. Now, seeing that their cat was completely uninterested, the kid obviously wasn't done playing. Jiaoma was afraid that the kid would come over and provoke their cat, so she got up from the stone bench next to her and prepared to talk to the kid. Before Jiaoma could walk over, someone called the kid's name. It seemed to be the kid's parents. A couple walked over. The woman went to pull the kid who was about to walk over to Zheng Tan. The man looked at Zheng Tan and paused. Then his gaze swept over to Jiaoma and her group. He seemed a little confused and unsure. He went forward and asked, "Are you from Professor Jiao's family?" Jiaoma looked at the person in front of her. He was a little unfamiliar. Even if she had seen him before, she wouldn't have any impression of him. However, seeing that this person didn't seem difficult to get along with, she smiled politely and replied. When the man heard this, he knew that he was not mistaken. The smile on his face deepened. It really is you. Zheng Tan thought the man looked familiar, but he couldn't recall who he was. Now that he heard the man introduce himself to Jiao Ma, he remembered that he had met this man named Zheng Xian when he went back to his hometown in Jiaopa for Chinese New Year. This man even gave Jiaopa a business card. Zheng Tan remembered this man because he worked in Nanqing and also because he had the same surname as Zheng Tan. Now that he thought about it, it was fate that brought them together. Zheng Xian brought his wife and child to Nanhua City to attend a relative's wedding. He didn't expect to bump into someone from the Jiao family. Every year he would go back to his hometown to pay his respects. Except for that one time when he bumped into someone from the Jiao family, he always came and went in a hurry. He didn't bring the elderly or children with him. However, he had heard about the Jiao family. After all, Professor Jiao was one of the more frequently praised by the elderly in that area. In the hearts of some of the more traditional elders, a university professor had a higher status than some businessmen. Therefore, whenever there was a famous person in the surrounding villages, Zheng Xian would hear about Professor Jiao. It was just that he had never met him. Zheng Xian had a good memory. Even if he didn't remember what the people from the Jiao family looked like, he still remembered the special black cat that always hung out with the Jiao family. One of the reasons why his child especially liked to play with cats after returning to Nanqing was because the black cat in the Jiao family left an impression on his child. From Jiao Ma, Zheng Xian knew that Professor Jiao was also nearby. Zheng Xian decided to stay here for a while and wait for Professor Jiao to come back so that they could chat. After all, they were from the same hometown. In Nanhua City, it wasn't difficult to meet people from the same hometown. However, it wasn't so easy to meet people from the same hometown who had some social status. Since they all knew each other and were from the same hometown, Zheng Xian asked his wife and children to come over and sit for a while. Zheng Xian's son, the little kid who threw the ball at Zheng Tan, kept staring at Zheng Tan. It seemed like he was constantly thinking of taking the ball out of the bag to play with Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan ignored him. He didn't even look at the little kid. With Jiao Ma, Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo here, he wasn't afraid that the kid would throw things at him. Not long after, the Jiao Pa and the others walked over while chatting. Zheng Tan didn't expect that Yuan Zi and Zheng Xian also knew each other. As soon as they met, they greeted each other with Mr. Yuan and Mr. Zheng. Knowing that Zheng Xian and the Jiao Pa were from the same hometown, Yuan Zi was happy. With this level of relationship and seeing that Zheng Xian didn't have any intention of alienating him, there should still be room for negotiation for the business deal that didn't go through last week. Thinking about this, Yuan Zi looked at the black cat that was squatting by the river and enjoying the night view. Just now, Zheng Xian had said that they were going to go back directly. However, when they turned around, they realized that their child had run away. When they came over, they realized that their child was playing with the Jiao family's cat. Only then did they recognize the Jiao family. Thinking about this, Yuan Zi sighed in his heart. He was indeed a lucky star. Therefore, when Yuan Zi was happy, he started shaking. His intermittent amnesia acted up, and he forgot Zheng Tan's name. When he introduced Zheng Tan to his former university classmates, he said, "This is Ming Sheng's moneymaker." This made the Jiao Pa's university classmates think that Zheng Tan's name was Moneymaker. They even said that this name was more down to earth. Compared to the various foreign pet names around, the name Moneymaker did sound more local. However, after listening to the Jiao Pa's explanation, they realized that Zheng Tan's real cat name was. The two people looked at Zheng Tan and said, "Oh, Black Charcoal's name is more down to earth." Knowing that the Jiao Pa and Yuan Zi would be staying in Nanhua City for a while, the two university classmates weren't in a hurry. They even invited a few classmates who worked here to gather. After they left, Yuan Zi started to discuss the business deal that they didn't manage to complete last time with Zheng Xian. Coincidentally, the Jiao Pa was also here. The Jiao Pa also had shares in the company so he could give more suggestions. This time, Zheng Xian's tone was much more casual. It wasn't as formal and businesslike as it was when he talked to Yuan Zi last time. It was obvious that he had an attitude of, "This matter is negotiable." This surprised the Jiao Pa a little. After all, for many businessmen, friendship was friendship, business was business. It was very separate. Today, Zheng Xian showed this attitude in order to get acquainted with the Jiao Pa and Yuan Zi. Although Zheng Xian came from a humble background, he was still quite capable to be able to work his way up to where he was now. When he first met the Jiao family, Zheng Xian worked for them in a high-ranking position. Later he became his own boss. His company was in Nanqing. After 2 years the company had been running quite well. Otherwise Yuan Zi wouldn't have approached him. He also had his own way of dealing with people. "I'm going back to Nanqing tomorrow. I can't leave the company." Why don't Professor Jiao and Mr. Yuan come to Nanqing for a meal? Zheng Xian said. Sure, we'll make a trip to Nanqing next week. I just don't know if Mr. Zheng will be free then, Yuan Zi said with a smile. You have to make time even if you don't have time. I'll wait for you in Nanqing then. Zheng Xian's phone rang. He didn't continue chatting with the Jiaopa and the others. After saying goodbye, he took out his phone to talk to someone. At the same time, he also called his wife and children to leave. Zheng Tan had been listening since they talked about Nanqing. When he heard Zheng Xian mention the place where his company was, Zheng Tan was very familiar with it. It was an area filled with commercial office buildings. Zheng Tan used to go there often in the past because Zheng Tan's father's company was also in that area. Therefore, Zheng Tan decided to be thick-skinned and go there with the Jiaopa and Yuan Zi when the time came. Jiao Ma and the two children wouldn't stay in Nanqing for long. After playing in Nanhua City for a few days, Zheng Tan was absent-minded. Jiao Ma thought that Zheng Tan was not acclimatized to the place. Little did she know that Zheng Tan was already very familiar with this place. Although he used to live in Nanqing, he had been to Nanhua City many times. How could he not be acclimatized? It was just that Zheng Tan's heart was always thinking about going to Nanqing. Every day he counted the days with his fingers. Finally, it was the day of departure. Zheng Tan was so excited the night before that he didn't sleep. He didn't sleep in the car either. He just looked at the familiar scenery outside the window. The last time he came to Nanqing as a cat, Zheng Tan was a vagrant. He secretly took a pickup truck and sneaked out of the car. He couldn't see the light of day. He was so dirty that he didn't have a good place to take a bath. He took a cold bath in a fish pond in the neighborhood. At that time he didn't have an ID card. Zheng Tan even snatched a noble and elegant Persian cat's cat tag and wore it himself. Thinking back to his vagrant life, he was really careful at every step. He was really frightened by the experience and knowledge of the cat meat restaurants. At that time Zheng Tan was almost chopped up and made into soup. But now Zheng Tan appeared in this city openly. Looking at the streets of Nanqing, Zheng Tan suddenly wanted to shout, "I'm back." Unfortunately he couldn't. In Nanqing they could only stay in a hotel. Zheng Tan started his days of hiding in the backpack again. Fortunately he only had to do it twice a day. On the second day of their arrival in Nanqing, Jiaoma took the two children to find a classmate that she had contacted. She asked Zheng Tan to come with her. Zheng Tan turned his head and didn't want to go. He pretended not to hear Jiaoma's words and stayed in Yuan Zi's car. The Jiaopa's car might be driven by Jiaoma, but Yuan Zi would definitely drive to Zheng Xian's company. So Zheng Tan lay in Yuan Zi's car. Oh, it doesn't want to go. Later it can follow us to eat a big meal. Nanqing is not so bad that there's no restaurant for pets. Yuan Zi didn't care. Besides, he was quite happy about this situation. It meant that he might be lucky today. The Jiaoma had no choice and the Jiaopa didn't say anything, so they let Zheng Tan do what he wanted. Zheng Xian didn't have any objection to the Jiaopa taking Zheng Tan. After the three finished talking, it was time for dinner. After looking at his watch, Zheng Xian said to the Jiaopa and Yuan Zi, "Today I'll take you to a good place. The dishes there will definitely make you forget to go back. Oh, you can also bring pets there. It's okay as long as you take care of them." Zheng Xian took the Jiaopa and the others to a restaurant with a quaint architectural style, not a five-star hotel or a high-end Western restaurant. Zheng Xian's car was in front, and he took them to the parking lot. Guqin House. Yuan Zi pointed to the three words at the door of the restaurant and said to the Jiaopa next to him, "Am I right?" "Yes, it's Guqin House," the Jiaopa replied. Zheng Xian smiled. Many people think that Guqin House is a place to learn Guqin when they hear it. In addition, this place looks very stylish, so most people who come here for the first time will misunderstand. In fact, this is a place to eat. As for the name, Guqin is actually the name of the proprietress here. I heard that her ancestors were imperial chefs and have ancestral secret recipes. Anyway, I think the stir-fried cabbage here is better than other places. After eating it, I feel that other places don't taste the same. This place is often full. Every time you have to book a few days in advance. Fortunately, I know the owner here and asked him to save a seat for me. Zheng Xian took the Jiaopa and Yuan Zi inside and recommended the food here. Chapter 296. Although the Guqin House was a shop where pets could be brought in, it was also particular. Only people who booked a separate private room upstairs could bring in pets. Otherwise, there were so many tables downstairs and so many guests. If you brought in a pet, even if some people didn't mind, more guests would still have opinions. There would be people who would question the hygiene. Even if many areas were blocked by screens, the effect was limited after all. Therefore Zheng Xian took Jiao Pa and Yuan Zi directly upstairs and went to the reserved private room. It was difficult to book a seat in the Guqin house. It could be imagined how difficult it was to book a private room. Of course, the cost of a private room was many times higher than the lobby below. Because I know them, I can enjoy a discount every time I come here. After a pause, Zheng Xian said with some pride, it is also more preferential than the members. The people in the private room next door were quarreling for some reason. The noise was very loud and they couldn't hear it clearly. However, this also showed that the soundproofing effect here was good. When the window was pulled, the door was closed and the air conditioner was turned on. As long as they didn't yell, the people next door couldn't hear it. The bamboo-like menu was delivered. Zheng Xian introduced the signature dishes and specialties here to Jiao Pa and Yuan Zi. As for Zheng Tan, he sat on a small chair next to the window and looked at the people coming and going downstairs outside the window. The quarrel next door became more intense. A Guqin house dining bowl was thrown out and fell to the ground on the first floor, breaking into pieces. Zheng Tan remembered this place. His father often came here before. Every time he came, he would not be alone. Sometimes he would bring several lovers, and sometimes he would come with some acquaintances from the mall. Of course, the former was mostly the case. The integrity was just like the ceramic bowl thrown out by the guests in the private room next door and smashed to the ground. It was broken into pieces. Zheng Tan also came here twice. One time was to eat here, and the other time was to slap his father's little lover. Complaining about his father's glorious deeds in his heart, Zheng Tan thought about the time when he came here to catch the adulterers. Suddenly his eyelids twitched. Zheng Tan remembered why he felt strange when he came here and heard the name of the Guqin house. He had a deep impression of this place, not because his father and his lovers often came here for dinner. After all, his father had many places to show his lovers how romantic they were. Lovers with different temperaments and styles would be brought to different places to have fun. Zheng Tan had a deep impression of this place because he remembered what he had seen when he came to quarrel with his father. It wasn't anything good and he couldn't remember the exact time. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. Zheng Tan felt that his luck would not be so good. It was rare for him to come here, so how could he coincidentally encounter such a thing? Yawning, Zheng Tan leaned against the window and continued to look down. His ears were also listening to the Jiao Pa's conversation. Zheng Xian was lamenting that there were many rich young people in South City. As the saying went, young people were rich. Regardless of whether they were rich because they had a gold-like father or not, the truth was the truth. The three people at the table had also reached a certain age and had more experience. When they talked about it, they were quite emotional. They were just chatting and laughing. They did not have too much sour grapes. Zheng Xian, who had low academic qualifications, had struggled from the bottom when he first came to South City. He had seen many kinds of people. Speaking of which, when he was young, he had also envied those young people who were surrounded by luxury cars and beautiful women. At that time, he and some people who came to work in a group stood by the roadside, wearing street stalls and smoking cheap cigarettes. Watching those young people who enjoyed a high-end lifestyle drive by in luxury cars, envy was certain, and jealousy was also certain. Speaking of the phrase, young people are rich, at that time, they only had one thought when they went south. Youth had long become a thing of the past. Wealth was in the future. But now, Zheng Xian was obviously a positive example of inspirational success. He had obtained his education through some means. Money, he was earning it and the momentum was good. When people experienced some things and reached a certain height, their vision was different, and their state of mind was also different. Zheng Tan was recalling his prodigal life in the past with Zheng Xian's words. Suddenly he caught a glimpse of familiar figures on the first floor. A middle-aged man who was Zheng Tan's biological father. A hot girl who was Zheng Tan's biological father's lover. Although he knew what his biological father was like and had seen a lot of it before, he still could not help but be angry when he saw this scene. Downstairs, Zheng Tan's father walked into the Guqin house with the girl in his arms. Zheng Tan leaned his head against the window and stared at the two people angrily until they disappeared. Moneymaker, what are you looking at? Yuan Zi elbowed the Jiao Pa, pointed his chin in the direction of Zheng Tan, and then got up to look out the window. The Jiao Pa and Zheng Xian also looked downstairs curiously, but at this time, Zheng Tan's father had already entered the store with his lover. When the Jiao Pa and the others came over, they only saw a big black dog coming out of an SUV downstairs. Oh, are you looking at it? That's Chairman Shu's beloved dog, a Great Dane named Mars, Zheng Xian explained. At the same time, he also talked about Chairman Shu and some of his business dealings with Chairman Shu. That's not right. Yuan Zi's focus was not on Chairman Shu and how awesome his company was, but on the Great Dane. My friend also has a Great Dane, but it doesn't look like this. How is it different? The Jiaopa had some understanding of cats because he had a cat at home. As for dog breeds, he only knew a little about them. Zheng Tan's attention was also diverted by their conversation, and he looked at the Great Dane. Unfortunately, he didn't know much about dogs, and the only breeds he was familiar with were the ones he had seen before, such as the Saint Bernard Hua Xianwu, the Bullhead Terrier Niu Zhuangzhuang, the Chihuahua that always barked at the sheriff, and the three bloodline Sahara. He might have seen the Great Dane before, but Zheng Tan didn't pay attention and didn't have an impression of it. Staring at the Great Dane downstairs, Yuan Zi clapped his hands. I know, it's the ears. I knew it. My friend's Great Dane has erect ears and it looks energetic and powerful. This one is different. Look at its neck, it's a little short. Oh. Jing Xian suddenly understood. Because he had business dealings with Chairman Shu, he had spent time to understand him. He knew that Chairman Shu liked dogs, so he had done some research on dogs. Now that he heard from Yuan Zi, Jing Xian also knew the reason. That's because Chairman Shu's Great Dane hasn't had ear-clipping surgery, Jing Xian explained. Ear-clipping surgery? Well, it's just like how some dogs have their tails clipped. Many people also consider bringing their dogs to have their ears trimmed because of certain breeds of dogs. Originally, the ears of Great Danes are drooping. After the ears are clipped, they will grow into something like an erect shape. So, Xiao Yuan, your friend's Great Dane should have had their ears clipped before. Tail clipping and ear clipping were very common among dogs. Some were done for the needs of the dog breed, such as to facilitate fighting or hunting. Many modern dog breeds had their tails clipped and ears clipped for aesthetic reasons. Sometimes, after getting used to seeing dogs with cropped ears and tails, people would habitually think that these dogs looked like that. For example, in the eyes of some laymen, a Doberman with drooping ears and a long tail was not a proper Doberman. If you suddenly saw a Doberman with a drooping ear and a long tail on the street and told them that this was a purebred dog, they would definitely say, "Nonsense, are you kidding me?" Some breeders who had not had such surgery were too embarrassed to upload photos on the internet because they would be criticized. If they took the dog out for a walk, they would be pointed at, which was quite embarrassing. Now, some countries have banned this kind of surgery for dogs, but there are no restrictions in China. Now, there are many people in China who are arguing about this kind of surgery. One side says that cutting ears and tails is for the good of the dog, to prevent ear mites and other ear diseases, and to improve hearing, etc. The other side cites some examples to refute, saying that it is not humane. In short, there is a lot of debate. Chairman Shu is the latter kind of person, so he did not have ear-clipping surgery for his Great Dane. Jing Xian did not finish his words. Many people had advised Chairman Shu to have his Great Dane's ears clipped, but they were all scolded away by Chairman Shu. Because of this reason, many people had been scolded by Chairman Shu, but Jing Xian could not say it here. Every time he thought about it, he felt it was very funny. Chairman Shu was really interesting. Listening to Jing Xian's words, Zheng Tan was glad that he did not become a dog breed that needed to have its tail clipped and ears clipped. Sure enough, being a local still had its advantages. The dishes in the Guqin house were really good. No wonder Jing Xian praised it so much. The owner of the Guqin house knew that Jing Xian had brought a friend over, so he specially sent a bowl of noodle soup. He did not know how it was made, but it was really memorable. It was worthy of the 3 or 4 digits price on the menu. The food was really good, but unfortunately, Zheng Tan was a little absent-minded while eating. He was thinking about which private room his irresponsible father was having dinner with his little lover. He wondered if he should go there to have a look and make things worse. After eating and drinking, the 3 people chatted for a while before they were ready to leave. Zheng Tan stayed in the backpack of the Jiaopa. When he went out of the private room, Zheng Tan saw people coming out of the opposite private room. It was his father and his little lover. Zheng Tan took a deep breath and held his breath so that he did not rush out and slap the 2 people. However, he stared at the 2 people in a bad way, so when the 2 people went out and met Zheng Tan's cat eyes, their hearts jumped. However, they knew that pets could be brought in here, and they had seen several people bring cats and dogs with them, so they did not say anything. Zheng Tan's father's little lover could not stand the look. She held Zheng Tan's father's arm and urged him to leave quickly. Zheng Tan's father also felt a little cold in his heart. He always felt that the black cat's eyes were very strange, which made him feel guilty. Urged by the little lover in his arms, he did not want to stay here any longer, so he quickly strode away. Zheng Xian was pulled aside by the owner of the Guqin house and said a few words. It could be seen that this person had a good relationship with Zheng Xian. He also gave Father Jiao and Yuan Zi a VIP card each. Because of the delay, the 3 people of Jiaopa walked behind Zheng Tan's father. The private room that Zheng Xian booked was 212, which was still some distance from the stairs. When he was walking towards the stairs, a person came up the stairs. Seeing this person, Zheng Xian frowned but did not say anything. Obviously he knew this person, but he did not greet him. Jiao Pa's eyes paused on the person. Although the person looked very calm on the surface, perhaps it was intuition, he always felt that there was something wrong with this person. Chapter 297. The man didn't look at Zheng Xian and the Jiao Pa and walked straight ahead. After passing by the man, Zheng Xian looked back and was about to leave with the Jiao Pa and Yuan Zi downstairs. Zheng Tan stayed in the backpack on the Jiao Pa's back. He kept looking at the man and saw the man walk to the door of room 215. The door of the room opened and a woman in her 30s came out. The woman was smiling at first, but after seeing the man at the door, her smile immediately faded. She frowned and asked, "Why are you here? Have you settled the matter over there?" Before the woman could finish her words, the man at the door grabbed her by the throat and pressed her against the wall. "Even you want to betray me?" The man almost shouted. Zheng Tan felt that the man's mood was a little strange. He was too calm just now, but now it seemed that all his anger had burst out. It was terrifying. Someone from room 215 also came out and tried to persuade the man. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Instead, he was kicked to the side by the man. Even the waiter who came to persuade him was slapped to the ground. At this time, the people around realized that something was wrong. Some came up to stop it, while others quickly hid in the room to take refuge. The sound insulation of the Guqin house's private rooms was really good. So much so that an unexpected incident happened in the corridor, but many people in the private rooms didn't know what happened. Several young men went up to stop the man who seemed to have gone crazy, but they didn't expect the man to pull out a folding knife. A folding knife more than 20 centimeters long. Zheng Tan didn't think that this guy usually carried it with him. He probably already had the idea of doing something here when he came here. When people went crazy, they could do anything. One of the first two people to stop the fight had his arm cut, and the other was stabbed in the shoulder. This was the result of their quick movements and dodging in time. Otherwise, their injuries would have been more serious. When they heard the quarrel, Yuan Zi and the others stopped and turned to look. Yuan Zi and the Jiao Pa wanted to go over to help, but they were stopped by Zheng Xian. Zheng Xian knew the man's background. He used to be a gangster with some ability. Later, he made a fortune because of some things. His business was doing well, but recently he was cheated by his competitors. His company went bankrupt and he became paranoid. People like the Jiao Pa and Yuan Zi who didn't have much fighting power were looking for trouble. Moreover, the other party's mood was not right. Zheng Xian guessed that the man was probably going to go all out and didn't care about anything else. It was better not to go. Zheng Xian pulled Yuan Zi and the Jiao Pa to the edge of the stairs and prepared to go downstairs. He didn't pay attention to the situation over there. He only knew that there was a fight over there based on the sound. There were also several guards of the Guqin house on the second floor. Zheng Xian and the other two didn't see the situation over there, but Zheng Tan had been paying attention. Although the guards of the Guqin house were not masters of fighting, the three of them barely had the upper hand against one person. Of course, this didn't mean that the guards here were weak. After all, they had some considerations and were somewhat restrained. The other party was completely crazy, stabbing whoever he saw. A guard found an opportunity to kick the knife in the man's hand. The man reacted quickly and dodged a little. However, his arm was hit. His hand was numb and the knife flew out. The knife flew through the gap between Yuan Zi and the Jiao Pa. Zheng Tan originally stretched his neck to look over there. When the knife flew past him, it almost brushed his ear. Zheng Tan could feel the cold metal trembling from the few hairs on the tip of his ear. Because of the knife that was thrown over, the three people who had just stepped down the stairs paused. The cold sweat on Yuan Zi's forehead came down. Looking at the traces left by the folding knife on the handrail of the stairs, one could imagine what would have happened if the knife had been thrown over. F***ck. Yuan Zi cursed. His voice was still trembling. He didn't know whether to say that he was unlucky or lucky. The Jiao Pa was about to comfort Yuan Zi when he found that his back was light. He didn't have time to say more to Yuan Zi. He turned around and saw his cat running straight to the scuffle over there at a fast speed. Black charcoal. After Zheng Tan recovered from the fact that the knife had almost cut off his ear, the anger that had been suppressed because of his father suddenly flared up. Without thinking about anything else, he jumped out of his backpack and rushed over with a belly full of anger. He didn't even care about the Jiao Pa's shout. Chairman Shu, who was eating with his friends in room 216, rinsed his mouth with mouthwash. He opened the door and was about to go to the washroom. He didn't expect to see a man covered in blood being kicked in the back by a black cat. Pooh. He was so agitated that he spat out the mouthwash that he was rinsing. If it were a normal person, they would probably scream and close the door to escape or suspect that they had opened the door the wrong way. After all, they didn't know what was happening outside the room. There was even blues music playing in the room to adjust the atmosphere. The room was full of harmony. Who would have thought that they would see such a bloody and violent scene as soon as they opened the door? However, as Jing Xian said, Chairman Shu was quite an interesting person. He was a bit different. Therefore, when the people in the other rooms screamed and closed the door to escape, Chairman Shu was shocked. He rolled up his sleeves and shouted, "Mars, go!" Mars wasn't the only one who went. Chairman Shu also planned to go personally. It seemed that he and his pet would work together to get rid of this person. Unfortunately, before Chairman Shu's feet could completely step out of the room, and before Mars could rush out, the person who had been kicked to the ground by Zheng Tan was already subdued. There were also security guards below. From what they said, the police were probably arriving soon. The person and the dog that were about to go up didn't even have the chance to use their strength. After that kick, Zheng Tan felt much better. Seeing that the person was subdued by the security guards, he knew that the situation was under control. He prepared to go back to the Jiaopa. As soon as he turned around, Zheng Tan saw a black dog's face. That dog's face was half the length of Zheng Tan's body. Zheng Tan, the Jiaopa had already run over here. There was still worry on his face. He didn't expect that his cat would be so bold to rush up. When he saw his cat rushing over, his heart was almost in his throat. Now that the matter was resolved, the Jiaopa looked at the cat running towards him and wanted to go back and teach it a lesson. Unexpectedly, the Jiaopa, who was ready to welcome his cat running over and jumping into his arms, found that he was wrong, very wrong. Zheng Tan ran directly past the Jiaopa and was quite fast. He went straight to the stairs and then ran downstairs to the door of the Guqin house. He didn't pay attention to the Jiaopa, who had already stretched out his arms. The Jiaopa, on the other side, Yuanzi saw this and shouted, "Ming Xing, hurry, your moneymaker was scared away by that dog." Originally, Mars was going to sniff Zheng Tan out of curiosity and greet him like a dog. He didn't expect Zheng Tan to run away directly. He tilted his head and looked at the owner, Chairman Shu, who was standing next to him. He seemed to be very confused. The fight didn't happen and he didn't get any credit. Instead, he was accused of scaring away the cat. However, Chairman Shu couldn't refute. What Yuanzi said was also what everyone thought. Otherwise, why would the cat suddenly turn around and run away? In fact, Yuanzi and the others guessed wrong. The reason why Zheng Tan immediately turned around and ran was not that he was afraid of the big dog. He was very clear about whether the animals that approached him had good intentions or bad intentions. The big dog named Mars had good intentions in its eyes. It must have seen a lot of other animals and got along well with cats. He wasn't afraid that the Jiaopa would blame him, but he remembered something. He remembered that when he quarreled with his father at the Guqin house, he also encountered this kind of thing. However, when he came over that time, there were already a lot of police cars and ambulances at the entrance of the Guqin house. The people who were carried out had a lot of blood on them. The adults and children were still in shock. If this incident was the one he encountered back then at this time, Zheng Tan, who lived in this time and space, should also be driving over. It was very likely that he was at the entrance of the Guqin house at this time. Thinking of this, Zheng Tan didn't have the mind to care about anything else. He ran out directly. When Zheng Tan came to the door, there were already police cars there. There were a lot of people around. Zheng Tan's father was shouting something in one direction. His expression was very bad. Yes, he must be here. Zheng Tan ran over there. Because there were too many people around, Zheng Tan directly jumped from a parked car next to him and then looked for the figure in the familiar body. He found the car, but unfortunately when Zheng Tan looked over, he only saw the door that was forcefully closed. It was that car. That was a car that Zheng Tan's father bought for Zheng Tan on his birthday. It wasn't that he cherished his son so much. He just wanted to shut Zheng Tan's mouth and let Zheng Tan mind his own business. Usually this car was driven by a special driver. After all, Zheng Tan was still a minor like Jiao Yuan at this time. Seeing the car drive away, Zheng Tan immediately chased after it. He wanted to shout, "King, wait for me," but unfortunately he couldn't shout. He could only chase in that direction. When Jiaopa came out of the Guqin house and squeezed through the crowd to look out, he saw his cat crossing the road in front of the Guqin house. There were a lot of cars coming and going on the road. Jiaopa was so shocked that his face turned pale and he broke out in a cold sweat. After seeing Zheng Tan safely pass by, his hanging heart was still not at ease. Moreover, he soon found that he couldn't find the black cat. Zheng Tan ran. He couldn't see the person in the driver's seat in the car. When he was about to catch up, the car that had already driven past the intersection and onto a wider street accelerated, widening the distance between the two. Zheng Tan couldn't pin his hopes on the cars on the road that he didn't know where to go. He could only rely on himself. While running on the sidewalk next to him, he recalled where he went after quarreling with his father at the Guqin house, but he didn't have any impression at the moment. He also thought about where he would go when he was in a bad mood. In order to catch up with the car that was getting farther and farther away, Zheng Tan also took a shortcut. He used to drive around here often and was familiar with the terrain here. So, even if he hadn't been here in recent years, he could still remember some things. Coming out of the intersection of a small road, Zheng Tan just saw the familiar car passing by. He didn't have time to rest and continued to chase. Zheng Tan didn't know what kind of mentality he had. He just wanted to see it with his own eyes. Fake? Real? Dream? Not a dream. Chapter 298. The car in front of him was driving very fast. Although Zheng Tan's physique was a little special compared to other cats, it was not a super cat, nor was it a god. Even if it took a shortcut, it only narrowed the distance a little. Once it took a straight line, Zheng Tan continued to be left behind. After chasing for so long, his physical strength was close to its limit. His whole body felt like it was on fire and it was very uncomfortable. Zheng Tan saw that the intersection in front of him was about to turn red. He calculated that the car in front of him should be able to hit the red light when it arrived there. Trying to ignore the discomfort in his body, Zheng Tan chased while staring at the intersection. There were several times when he almost bumped into people. There were a few passers-by on the sidewalk who were pointing at Zheng Tan's back. He did not know what they were saying, but Zheng Tan did not pay attention. Anyway, it was not anything good. There was a pet dog on the sidewalk. The big dog seemed to have smelled something, or maybe it was preparing to pee. It was sniffing around the trash can, and its body happened to be in front of Zheng Tan. When Zheng Tan ran over, he jumped directly over the big dog's back. The big dog was about to look back at its owner, but found that Zheng Tan had jumped over its back like the wind. It was stunned, then pulled the leash and roared in the direction where Zheng Tan was running, as if it was venting its dissatisfaction. Zheng Tan was too lazy to pay attention to it. His eyes were fixed on the monitor at the intersection in front of him. He looked at the countdown, praying that the red light would turn red quickly. He had to stop that car. The car overtook a few cars and drove toward the intersection. It seemed like it was going to rush through the intersection before the red light came on. It did not care about the yellow light at all. The number on the timer was decreasing. Zheng Tan hoped that it would reach the end of the countdown and light up the red light. Zheng Tan's prayer probably worked. When the familiar car in front of him was about to reach the intersection, the red light turned red. Zheng Tan was happy. However, the next moment, Zheng Tan saw that the familiar car did not slow down at all, nor did it mean to stop. It rushed straight past. If it weren't for the fact that there weren't many cars at the intersection at this time, and the pedestrians on both sides of the road hadn't taken a few steps, it might have led to a tragedy. At this moment, Zheng Tan felt as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer. He had almost forgotten what his temperament was like back then. She had a bad temper, was full of herself, and was a complete idiot. She even drove over the speed limit and ran red lights when she was underage. Now that he thought about it, Zheng Tan really wanted to slap her a few times. After letting out a sigh of relief, exhaustion and a burning pain swept over her body. Zheng Tan had no choice but to slow down. She jogged, then walked slowly. Step by step, she arrived at the crossroad. The changing traffic lights, all kinds of people, all kinds of popular and luxurious cars driving on the road, and the tall buildings around the intersection, the vast army of buildings blocking the distant scenery. Standing at the intersection, Zheng Tan watched as the familiar car sped away and disappeared from sight. Zheng Tan felt that God was like an old man with a bad taste. Every time he was close to the target, God would stretch out a finger to flick him away, and then continue to watch the fun from the side. It was like this 3 years ago, and it was the same this time. It was maddening. Zheng Tan suddenly wanted to scream like a lunatic. In fact, Zheng Tan did just that. He raised a cat paw, gave a non-standard middle finger to the sky, and then howled. He didn't know which idiot driver pressed the horn almost at the same time, but the long line of cars that had started to slow down because of the green light completely suppressed Zheng Tan's howl. Pedestrians came and went, and people rushed across the road. Someone kicked Zheng Tan, but Zheng Tan didn't have the mood to retaliate. The other party seemed to be in a hurry and probably didn't notice Zheng Tan. Even if they did, it was just a cat. Why should they care about this lunatic? There were too many pedestrians here. After Zheng Tan finished howling, he didn't have the strength to howl a second time. He walked to the front of a restaurant on the side of the road, where there was an open space and shade. Jing Tan now only felt tired and depressed. He walked over listlessly, ready to rest in the shade for a while. Pitter-patter. The water drops scattered around Jing Tan, drenching his head and body. Jing Tan slowly raised his head expressionlessly and looked up. On the second floor of the restaurant, someone was watering a few pots of plants on the railing. "Ah, there's a cat down there. Go away." The man put up the watering can and waved his hand to let Jing Tan quickly move away. Jing Tan cursed in his heart, F***ck this bad luck. He got up and walked to a tree next to him, jumped on a wooden stool under the tree and lay on it, looking at the world that was tilted 90 degrees, motionless. He was too lazy to move. A sparrow flew over from nowhere and landed on the tree above. Jing Tan looked at it from the corner of his eyes, jumped on the tree twice and then flew away, disappearing around the corner. Lying on the wooden stool, Jing Tan felt more and more tired, and his head was a little dizzy. He didn't know if it was because he wasn't used to looking at the world from this angle, or because he had overused his physical strength. He wanted to rest more, sleep and solve his troubles when he woke up. Other than that, he didn't want to do anything now. With his eyes closed, Jing Tan listened to the movement of the surrounding cars and pedestrians. Just as Jing Tan was about to fall asleep, he heard footsteps approaching. It didn't sound like an adult, and the other party probably didn't have any bad intentions. Since that was the case, Jing Tan didn't bother to open his eyes and continued to sleep. The footsteps stopped next to him and there was the sweet smell of strawberries. Then Jing Tan felt the person sitting on the wooden stool. A pair of hands with the sweet smell of strawberries was placed on Jing Tan's head and gently stroked it. Jing Tan opened his eyes and looked over. A little girl about 4 years old was sitting on the same wooden stool, half a palm's distance away from Jing Tan's head. At this moment, the little girl was holding a strawberry ice cream cone in one hand, and the other hand was on Jing Tan's head. She was biting the ice cream, and her eyes were curiously looking at Jing Tan. There was some melted pink ice cream on the little hand on Jing Tan's head, and it was smeared on Jing Tan's body along with the movement of the hand. Jing Tan shook his beard and took a deep breath. Forget it, seeing that the child's eyes were pure and not teasing, and that it wasn't intentional, he didn't care. Just as Jing Tan was about to ignore the child and close his eyes to continue sleeping, his nose was touched. When he opened his eyes, the half-melted ice cream was placed in front of Jing Tan. "Do you want to eat it?" the little girl asked. She was using the familiar Nanqing dialect, and she was a native of Nanqing. It was familiar but at the same time, it felt a little unfamiliar. Probably because he was used to listening to Mandarin and Chuhua dialect in Chuhua City. Most of the people he interacted with after coming to Nanqing and Nanqing spoke Mandarin. Seeing Jing Tan staring at the ice cream, the little girl pushed the ice cream in front of Jing Tan. The melted ice cream almost touched Jing Tan's nose and Jing Tan dodged it. Seeing Jing Tan's dodging action, the little girl was puzzled. "This is very delicious." Jing Tan looked at the little girl, and then looked at the half-melted ice cream that had been bitten a few times. He thought for a while and then bit the sharp corner at the bottom of the ice cream cone. When it was first made, the bottom of the cone couldn't touch the ice cream, but now the ice cream was half melted, and the melted liquid flowed to the bottom of the cone. Jing Tan also ate some when he bit it. It was cold and had the sweetness of strawberries. It was said that cats couldn't taste sweetness, and it was said that the colors in a cat's eyes weren't that rich. Jing Tan didn't know why he could taste the sweetness and see the colorful colors. He took it as God's compensation for him. He had turned into a cat for no reason, so he had to be compensated. The little girl laughed a few times and took a bite of the ice cream. She ate the top and then handed the ice cream in front of Jing Tan. Jing Tan nibbled at the bottom of the cone. The girl and the cat ate, and Jing Tan's gloomy mood dissipated a little. The little girl's mouth was covered in ice cream, and Jing Tan wasn't any better. When he bit the ice cream a few times, the melted liquid dripped onto the bridge of his nose or the parts of his mouth that his tongue couldn't touch, and the surrounding fur was stuck together. As they were eating, the little girl's parents came out of the shop and asked her to come over. They were ready to leave. The little girl got down from the stool and reluctantly looked at the unfinished ice cream in her hand. She handed it to Jing Tan and said, "Here, you can have it." Jing Tan pushed her hand away, got up and jumped onto the tree. The little girl's parents urged her again. The little girl looked up at Jing Tan, waved her hand and said, "Bye-bye." Jing Tan also raised his hand and made a goodbye gesture. However, he was on the tree and there were leaves in the way. Except for the child under the tree, no one else could see him. After the little girl left, Jing Tan scooped up a leaf and used it to wipe her mouth casually. Although it couldn't wipe off the ice cream that was sticking to her body that was about to dry, it was better to wipe it off. At least she didn't look so pathetic. After eating some ice cream, Zheng Tan's spirit was better, and his throat didn't hurt so much. He looked at the intersection not far away, jumped down from the tree and walked back. As he walked back, Zheng Tan saw a police car driving by. Because of the red light, there was a traffic jam in front, so the cars didn't drive very fast. Zheng Tan walked back along the sidewalk, not far from the police car in the driveway. After seeing the police car, Zheng Tan looked over there and saw a familiar person sitting in the back seat of a police car not far from him. He had kicked this person in the back not long ago. These police cars did come from the Guqin house. The knife-wielding man was also handcuffed and taken away, and Zheng Tan happened to bump into him. The expressionless person in the car was actually still thinking about the kick in the back at the Guqin house, which directly led to his capture. He didn't see it. He only heard that it was actually a black cat that kicked him. He was prepared for people, but if it was a cat that walked and ran almost silently, he couldn't do anything. However, how could a cat have so much strength? Others didn't know, but he knew best as the person involved. As he was thinking, he turned his head to look out the window and his pupils shrank. It was said that meeting a black cat represented bad luck. Why did he meet a black cat again? The man looked at the black cat on the sidewalk outside the window and was cursing all the black cats in the world in his heart. He saw the cat on the sidewalk raise a paw, open it, and then put away 3 of the 4 more obvious toes, leaving the middle toe. Was that a middle finger? The man thought. A cat's paw could be bent into a middle finger? No, why did it give him a middle finger? The man was stunned. He wanted to confirm it again, but the car had already driven away. He intended to turn his head and look back, but was stopped by the police next to him. Chapter 299. The crowd around the Guqin house had basically dispersed. The store could only be closed temporarily. The owner was still busy. Zheng Xian greeted the Jiaopa and Yuan Ziyi and went to help the owner of the Guqin house. Although there were no serious injuries this time, the impact was not good. There were many places that needed to be cleaned up. The Jiaopa and Yuan Ziyi stayed in the car. The car was parked in the parking lot of the Guqin house. It was not far from the door of the Guqin house. If Zheng Tan came back, he would see it at a glance. It's been almost 2 hours, right? Asked Yuan Ziyi. Well, there are still 10 minutes to 2 hours. The Jiaopa looked at the phone and said. Zheng Tan ran away. The Jiaopa did not tell the Jiaoma and the others for the time being, fearing that they would be worried. Moreover, Zheng Tan had a record of running around. The Jiaopa felt that Zheng Tan must have found something and ran away. It should not be the dog's problem. There were so many dogs in the compound and his cat got along well with them. Moreover, Chairman Shu's dog was friendly. It would not run away because of a dog. His cat should be considered a rational type. However, the scene at the time was really a bit chaotic. The Jiaopa was not sure what the reason was. Therefore, he planned that if the cat did not come back in 2 hours, he could only ask someone to help with a large-scale search. There was another car parked next to Yuan Ziyi's car. It was Chairman Shu's SUV. Chairman Shu was now a little guilty. He felt that his dog should have scared the cat away and they couldn't catch up. However, the cat had the courage to rush over and kick the attacker. Why did it run away after seeing his dog? Was the cat afraid of dogs? In any case, Chairman Shu felt that he should be responsible for Professor Jiao's missing cat. He also said that he would call his friends to help find it, but Professor Jiao told him to wait first, so he called his assistant a few times to postpone some things and waited here with the 2 people. He was still thinking that the cat had been scared away for so long. Could it come back by itself? While Chairman Shu was thinking, he heard Yuan Ziyi's surprised cry from the car next door. Look, Moneymaker is back. Hey Moneymaker, over here, over here. Oh, he really came back. Chairman Shu rolled down the car window and looked over. Mars, who was in the front passenger seat, also looked over. Zheng Tan was walking step by step to the Guqin house. He was too tired and thirsty. When he walked, he opened his mouth and gasped. When he saw the store of the Guqin house, he was relieved. He finally arrived. He had already seen Yuan Ziyi's car parked there. Yuan Ziyi even rolled down the car window and waved at them, as if he was afraid that others wouldn't know. The door of the back seat had also been opened. The Jiaopa was sitting there. Because of the light in the car, Zheng Tan couldn't see the Jiaopa's face clearly. But based on his understanding of the Jiaopa was definitely not in a good mood. The calmer he was, the more guilty Zheng Tan felt. But he couldn't explain why he suddenly ran away. Oh, be careful, watch the car. Yuan Ziyi shouted over there. The Jiaopa in the car looked calmer. Of course he was just watching. 2 hours ago he was really scared by Zheng Tan running across the road. Now that he thought about it, he still had a lingering fear. Zheng Tan was too lazy to pay attention to Yuan Ziyi. There were no traffic lights here. He saw that there weren't many cars before he went over. Woof woof. In Chairman Shu's car, Mars also saw Jing Tan. It barked twice, probably to express its excitement and curiosity. Chairman Shu and Yuan Zi's hearts were in their mouths again. They were afraid that the cat would run away again. But when they turned their heads, they found that the cat wasn't affected at all. It was still calmly crossing the road. Chairman Shu covered Mars's mouth and looked at the black cat that ran across the road and jumped into the car next to them. Could it be that he was wrong? That cat wasn't afraid of Mars? Thinking about it, Chairman Shu got out of the car and knocked on Yuan Zi's car window. In the car, Jing Tan looked at the Jiaopa's calm face and thought to himself, oh no, he's going to flip out. It's very scary when the Jiaopa flips out. Will I be grounded for a long time? It seems that being grounded is considered a light punishment, but I don't know how long it will be. Jing Tan was glad that the Jiaopa rarely fought, so he wasn't worried about being beaten up. Even if he was beaten up, he wouldn't be badly beaten, right? As he was thinking, Jing Tan heard Chairman Shu talking to Yuan Zi. Chairman Shu said that it was rare for them to meet each other. His dog seemed to have made a mistake. In order to apologize, Chairman Shu invited Yuan Zi and the Jiaopa to have a cup of afternoon tea and have a chat. Yuan Zi had nothing to worry about because of Jing Tan's return. This person's nerves were strong. He had forgotten the frightening scene of almost being stabbed by a knife at the Guqin house. Now that he saw Chairman Shu come over, he began to have other ideas. After all, Yuan Zi was a businessman. At that time, when Jing Xian introduced Chairman Shu to them, Yuan Zi only heard a little. They were still far from Chairman Shu. Now that it was rare for such a person to take the initiative to invite them, Yuan Zi naturally raised both hands in agreement. The Jiaopa, who had a lot to say and wanted to have a good chat with Jing Tan, could only continue to hold back his words. Since the other party invited him, of course he had to give some face. The Jiaopa was not a person who didn't know anything. However, as the saying goes, the spirit rises at the first spurt, and the second spurt will weaken. When there is a chance to lecture, I don't know how much deterrence it will have. Forget it, it's good that you can come back. The Jiaopa sighed and signaled that Yuan Zi could go. Seeing that the Jiaopa didn't mean to have a good chat for the time being, Jing Tan was relieved. He was really grateful to Chairman Shu. He appeared at the right time. Chairman Shu took them to a very stylish restaurant. It was a little far from the city center, and the area was quite large. Yuan Zi looked at the restaurant in front of him, wondering how much it would cost to eat here. When they arrived, there were people coming out of the restaurant. Yuan Zi saw clearly that they were a few celebrities. Yuan Zi could recognize one of them at a glance even if she was wearing a big pair of sunglasses. That was the woman who had a poster on Yuan Zi's bedside wall when he was in college. Yuan Zi wasn't making a fuss. Whether it was in the past or now, Yuan Zi was considered a knowledgeable person. He was just thinking that since there were celebrities coming to eat here, the security must be very good. When he came in from the outer door, he had this feeling. Now he was even more certain. Can we really bring cats in here? The Jiaopa asked. Generally speaking, dogs were easier to take care of. Cats, on the other hand, were not so cooperative, especially when there were some celebrities here. Many celebrities seemed to be very close to cats in public, but not in private. After all, cats were easy to scratch and the celebrities' faces were very valuable. Just now, when a celebrity passed by them, he frowned when he saw the cat poking its head out of the car, but he quickly covered it up. The Jiaopa happened to catch that moment. Yuan Zi paused and said, in theory, it shouldn't be allowed. He had been to a similar place before. Although there was no sign that said pets were not allowed to enter, the people who went there in private knew what to do. The word in theory was used well. Many times, this word directly told you that the things on the surface were bullshit. Generally, people who could bring pets in were not afraid to say it. This was called privilege. For example, Chairman Shu was casually coming out of the car with his beloved dog. Who cares? Someone will take care of it. What are we afraid of? Yuan Zi thought it through. The dishes here are not necessarily worse than those in the Guqin house, but the security here is much stronger. You don't have to worry about encountering that kind of thing again, Chairman Shu said as he walked in. The waiters here were very familiar with Chairman Shu. They greeted him but did not lead the way. Chairman Shu was very familiar with this place. Every time he went in, he could go wherever he wanted. When he needed service, he would call. At other times, they didn't have to be courteous over there. Walking further in, Jing Tan saw a yard. The layout of the rockery and pond was also very exquisite. It looked very comfortable. There were a few single rooms near the yard. Only a few friends of the owner would come here. This place was not open to the public. In the courtyard there was a pond with no fish. A big dog was lying on the edge of the pond with its head on the steps, snoring loudly. When it heard the noise, it immediately opened its eyes and looked over. When it saw Mars and Chairman Shu, it jumped out of the pond and wagged its tail happily. It was also a Great Dane. It was as black as Mars and about the same size. However, this was just a dog that had undergone ear-cutting surgery. Its ears were very beautiful and it looked very energetic and powerful. In comparison, it was easy to distinguish it from Mars. Chairman Shu told Jiao Pa that this dog was called Tofu and was Mars's brother. It had a good temper but it had a fierce face. When it was named, the owner of this restaurant was thinking about a dish about tofu. Chairman Shu urged him to name the dog. The man directly said tofu. Zheng Tan gave a sympathetic look to the big dog. A tall and powerful black dog called Tofu. If you just listened to the name and didn't look at the dog, you would think that this dog was soft and easy to bully. A water column sprayed up from the pond. It was not high, about half a meter. As soon as they saw the water spray over there, the two dog brothers immediately ran over there and jumped into the pond. I don't know if it's because dogs born in summer like to play with water. Mars and Tofu like to play with water, especially when it's hot in summer. When other dogs are crowded in the air-conditioned room, they will look for a pond. The pond in the yard was specially built for Tofu to play with. Chairman Shu looked at the pond and smiled. There was a water purification system in the pond and there were always people taking care of it. Therefore, even if there were dogs playing in it, the pond still looked very clean. Chairman Shu chose a single room near the pond. From here he could see the situation in the pond. Zheng Tan leaned against the window and watched Mars and Tofu jump into the pool to play with the water column. He was a little tempted by the sight of Mars and Tofu. It was inconvenient to clean up on the way here. Jiao Pa only used paper towels and mineral water to wipe off the ice cream on Zheng Tan's face. This made Zheng Tan look a little better. However, Zheng Tan felt that the strawberry smell was still there. It was sticky and itchy. After looking at it for a while, he jumped down from the window and jumped over. What? Suddenly there was an outsider. The two dogs that were playing happily suddenly retreated to the edge of the pond. Seeing that it was Zheng Tan, Mars swam towards the water column again. However, Zheng Tan kicked it away and occupied the water column alone. Why was it at the water column? It was because the water from the pond was purified by the water purification system. It was cleaner. Hey, that cat is so fun. He was discussing the financial market liquidity crisis with Yuan Ziyi. After seeing the scene at the pool, Chairman Shu changed the topic 180 degrees. This made Yuan Ziyi, who was waiting for Chairman Shu to continue, twitch her face. Father Jiao watched as his cat pushed the two big dogs away. Then, it stretched out its paws at the water column and calmly washed its hair. He covered his face. Chapter 300. After washing his hair and taking a shower, Zheng Tan came out of the pool and stayed under the shade of the tree for a while. He waited until his hair was almost dry before returning to the private room. This made it useless for the Jiao Pa to find a towel. Yuan Ziyi raised his hand and closed the window. The air conditioner in the room was blowing, and he could feel the hot wind blowing in from outside. When he first came in, he didn't close the window. When he was about to close the window, Zheng Tan had already jumped out, so the window had been left ajar. Now it was really closed. Your cat is really brave. Fortunately, Mars and Tofu have been trained, and they have more contact with small animals. They usually don't bite people and they are kind to cats and dogs. Chairman Shu said to the Jiao Pa. The Jiao Pa didn't comment and just smiled. Zheng Tan snorted at Chairman Shu's words. He knew that Mars and Tofu were kind and didn't show any hostility. That was why he dared to go there. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't be stupid enough to provoke those ferocious and untrained big guys. Was he tired of living? Yuan Ziyi next to him had finally turned the topic back to the changes in the financial market and wanted to hear more of Chairman Shu's views. Now that Zheng Tan came back, Chairman Shu changed the topic again. Yuan Ziyi had to cough and winked at the Jiao Pa, indicating to quickly change the topic. It was rare to have such an opportunity to learn more. After talking about the changes in the financial market for a while, the topic changed to what happened at the Guqing house not long ago, and also talked about the person who committed the crime. He has nothing now. Naturally, his actions are more extreme. Yuan Ziyi said. Nothing? Chairman Shu smiled and said with a bit of sarcasm, he doesn't have nothing. At least he is still sick, very sick. It could be seen that Chairman Shu didn't think highly of the person's behavior and was very contemptuous. Probably people in that kind of situation wouldn't be calm, right? The higher you stand, the more painful it is to fall, Yuan Ziyi said. Zheng Tan glanced at Chairman Shu. He felt that this person seemed to be more interested in cats than people. He had probably encountered some bad things in the past. When Jing Tan was walking around a while ago, he heard someone say, "The more people you know, the better you think pets are." It was not uncommon for people to treat others well, only to be stabbed in the back in the end. That was why some people were becoming more and more extreme. However, Jing Tan felt that Chairman Shu wasn't as simple as he looked. Just like Fang Xiaokong, he didn't look very reliable usually, but he could really carry a big company and make great achievements. If he could be seen through so easily, he wouldn't be someone who had been fighting on the battlefield for more than 20 years. As they chatted, they started talking about Chuhua City. Chairman Shu sighed. "Chuhua City is a good place. A friend of mine is planning to open a shop there." Jiao Pa and Yuan Zi's hearts skipped a beat. Here it comes. Yuan Zi's company and Chairman Shu's company basically didn't have much business interaction. Previously, they thought that Chairman Shu invited them to a place like this for tea and chat. Sure enough, there was another reason. The friend that Chairman Shu was talking about was the owner of this shop. Although this place looked very high-end, the owner came from a humble background and didn't study much. When he didn't even finish junior high school, he traveled all over the country to learn the cooking skills of various places and figured out many dishes. Later, when Nanxing began to develop rapidly, he came to this city to open a shop. By chance he met Chairman Shu and some others. With their help, he opened this relatively high-end shop. However, the owner's first shop had never been closed. Now it was famous among the people of Nanxing. All these years he had been thinking about cooking and didn't have the time to manage the shop. Now that he was free and didn't have to worry about money, he wanted to open other branches in other places in the country. Coincidentally, Chairman Shu found out that Professor Jiao and Yuan Zi were from Chuhua City when he talked to them about how his dog had scared the other party's cat away. Chairman Shu also took this opportunity to ask around. Most of his business was actually overseas. In China, he only knew a little about Beijing, Pearl City, and Nanxing. He wasn't familiar with other places. Yuan Zi and Jiao Pa chatted with Chairman Shu about the current development of Chuhua City. During the conversation, they found that Chairman Shu wasn't completely ignorant about Chuhua City. Several famous companies and local people in Chuhua City could give their opinions. At this moment, the door of the private room opened. A man in his 40s walked in. He wasn't dressed very well. He was wearing a tank top and shorts. There was also the smell of food on his body. Looking at how casual this man was when he greeted Chairman Shu, and how close Tofu and Mars were to this man, Jing Tan guessed that this man should be the owner of the shop that Chairman Shu was talking about. When this man came in, he brought Mars and Tofu with him. The fur of these two dogs was already dry. Not long after Jing Tan returned to the private room, the two dogs were taken away from the pool. Because Great Danes had short hair, compared to other long-haired breeds, they were more afraid of the cold and not the heat. However, in the summer when the sun was hot and the temperature was high, Great Danes would feel hot and dry. Some of them might even suffer from heat stroke. Therefore, Tofu spent most of his time in the air-conditioned room. He would only go to the pool to play when his owner was busy. As soon as they entered the room, the two dogs, who were panting with their mouths wide open, became much quieter. The coolness of the room made them feel very comfortable. Tofu even came over to the chair that Jing Tan was squatting on and sniffed it. Seeing that Jing Tan didn't pay attention to it, it went back to sit next to the man who just came in. As for Mars, it had already run to Chairman Shu's side. Jing Tan wasn't interested in the conversation between Jiao Pa and Chairman Shu. He stared at Tofu's ears and then glanced at Mars's ears. He then looked at the four people who were introducing themselves to each other. Jing Tan jumped off the chair and walked over to Tofu. Since no one was looking at him, he was bored sitting there by himself. Tofu was tired from playing with the water. It lay on the floor and licked its nose in the cool room. Then it closed its eyes and began to take a nap. When Jing Tan jumped off the chair, Tofu's ears moved. However, it didn't open its eyes. When Jing Tan walked in front of it, it slowly opened its eyes. When it saw Jing Tan, it didn't raise its head. It only looked up at Jing Tan. Jing Tan stared at Tofu's eyes. He felt that Tofu was in a good mood. It didn't show any signs of alienation or warning. Therefore, he moved closer and looked at Tofu's ears. He was curious about how Tofu cut its ears. As Jing Tan moved closer, Tofu raised its head. It opened its mouth and stuck its tongue out. It looked at Jing Tan. It didn't seem to understand what this cat wanted to do. When Jing Tan raised his hand to touch Tofu's ears, Tofu shook its head. It even raised its paw and rubbed its ear. It probably felt itchy because of Jing Tan's touch, but it didn't get angry. It didn't growl to warn him. What a good dog, Jing Tan thought to himself. The four people at the table were talking about a new dish that the boss of the restaurant had come up with. The boss's surname was Kai. Before this person appeared, Jing Tan thought that the boss of the restaurant might have a big head and a thick neck. Now it seemed that this wasn't the case. He was close to 50 years old and was quite healthy. He didn't have fat arms or a big belly. He was very easygoing. When they talked about other things he didn't talk much. However, when they talked about food he seemed to glow. Chairman Shu jokingly talked about Boss Kai's life before he became rich. Back then, Boss Kai was a peasant who often suffered from hunger. When he left the village to study in the city, he met many people who belittled him. There was once a landlord who said that Boss Kai, who rented a cheap house, was a fly in the countryside. He was born in the latrine and died on the dining table. To put it bluntly, it meant that he was born in a poor family and was uneducated. He only knew how to eat. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't bully a poor young man. Many people had said this pretentious sentence, but only a few people could realize it. Therefore, every time they talked, Chairman Shu and some of Boss Kai's friends would tease him and say, "When the time comes, you can drive a luxury car worth millions and smash him with millions of cash." In order to prevent Chairman Shu from mentioning the past, Boss Kai talked about the new dishes that he had made in the past few months. Yuan Zi listened to him talk about those dishes and kept swallowing. He was also a foodie. When he heard that the food flavor in Nanjing was opened by Boss Kai, his fondness for Boss Kai skyrocketed. When Yuan Zi's father, Old Master Yuan, who had passed away, was still alive, he liked the food-flavored dishes very much. Old Master Yuan said that the dishes there were not impetuous. Yuan Zi couldn't understand what impetuous dishes were about. He only knew how to eat. As for tasting the dishes, that was the job of the gourmet experts. Putting aside the taste, Yuan Zi also planned to give Boss Kai more advice because of his relationship with Old Master Yuan. Opening a restaurant was not a simple matter. Just like when Jiao Wei's family opened a small restaurant in Tsinghua University, there were so many problems, not to mention the food flavor, which Yuan Zi thought would definitely be a big business. As the saying went, a strong dragon could not defeat a local snake. There were many local snakes in Tsinghua City. If he wanted to expand the restaurant, he had to consider more factors. This was also one of the reasons why Chairman Shu invited Jiao Pa and Yuan Zi over after knowing their backgrounds. One was a professor who had been teaching in Tsinghua University for a long time, and the other was the boss of a company in Tsinghua City. Even if he couldn't get much useful information from them, it was good to listen more. After all, the information he asked people to collect was not comprehensive. Yuan Zi didn't think that Boss Kai would encounter many difficulties in Tsinghua City. It was enough to take care of some places. Whether he could open a branch or not depended on whether he could retain customers, as long as the quality of the dishes didn't deteriorate. Don't worry, it won't be a problem. I believe in the ability of food flavor. When food flavor opens, I can often eat food flavor dishes. Even if it's far, I will have to drive there, Yuan Zi said with a smile. It's not far. Isn't Professor Jiao at Tsinghua University? The restaurant I bought is nearby, Boss Kai said. It's called something. Hengwu Square. I looked for it for a long time. I think the newly built Hengwu Square is quite good, so I bought it. Seeing that Professor Jiao and Yuan Zi's expressions suddenly changed, Chairman Shu asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Hengwu Square. Isn't that Yi House territory? Jiao Pa and Yuan Zi looked at Jing Tan at the same time. Chairman Shu and Boss Kai also looked over. They saw that the black cat was pressing Tofu's head with one paw and flipping Tofu's ears with the other paw. It seemed to be looking at something. There was a saying, kind people are bullied by others and kind dogs are bullied by cats. Chapter 301. Chairman Shu had always thought that he was good at reading people. He could guess what they were thinking from the subtle changes in their expressions. But now he was puzzled. When Professor Jiao and Yuan Zi heard Boss Kai mention Hengwu Square, just now their expressions became very hard to understand. He really didn't know how to connect the change in their expressions to the cat and the Hengwu Square. Looking at the subtle expressions of the two men and the black cat, Chairman Shu coughed and said, "Professor Jiao and Mr. Yuan, what do you think of Hengwu Plaza? Can you tell us about it and give us some suggestions? When old Kai goes there he can avoid some trouble. I heard that the place is quite particular. Of course, some small shops wouldn't cause much trouble. But if one wanted to do something bigger, it would involve some interest. It was inevitable that they would have to negotiate with some people there. For example, the boss behind Hengwu Plaza, Yi Hao. Chairman Shu didn't know much about the local tyrants in China. He didn't have much interaction with Yi Hao. His understanding of Yi Hao was limited to the investigation materials given to him by his assistant. Other than Yi Hao, there were some other non-government forces near Hengwu Plaza. Chairman Shu actually didn't agree with Boss Kai's choice of Hengwu Plaza, but since Boss Kai insisted, he had no choice but to try his best to help. This Hengwu Plaza. Yuan Zi wanted to say something but stopped. He opened his mouth and looked at the Jiaopa Ming Sheng. You say it? After all, your family is more familiar with that person. That person. When Zheng Tan heard them talking about Hengwu Plaza, he stopped flipping through the tofu and jumped back to the chair next to the Jiaopa to listen to their conversation. When Yuan Zi was talking, he kept glancing at Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan didn't know what this guy was thinking. The Jiaopa thought for a while and said, I believe Chairman Shu and Boss Kai have done some research on Hengwu Plaza. Although I live at Tsinghua University, I don't go there often. I don't know more about Hengwu Plaza than you two. Chairman Shu picked up the cup in front of him and took a sip of tea. He looked at the Jiaopa and asked, You know Yi Hao? He didn't know much about Hengwu Plaza, but that didn't mean he didn't know the people behind it. I know him, but I'm not familiar with him. The Jiaopa didn't deny it. There were many things he didn't want to say. After all, it was related to his cat. But Chairman Shu was too smart, and this was the first time they met. They weren't familiar with each other at all. It was impossible for him to say too much. When he heard that the Jiaopa knew Yi Hao, Chairman Shu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the two people he met by chance were actually related to Hengwu Plaza. From the information given by his assistant, he knew that Yi Hao was much younger than him and wasn't easy to deal with. He was ruthless. This was also why he was worried that Boss Kai would open a store there. Boss Kai wasn't very tactful and easily offended people. In Nanqing, people would give him some face if he helped him. But if he went to Tsinghua City, it was hard to say, even if it was just a branch store. Boss Kai would definitely stay there for a while. After all, it was his first branch store. They had been friends for so many years. He didn't want to see Boss Kai fail so soon after he went there. Of course, Chairman Shu could also see that Professor Jiao didn't want to say something. He only wanted to know that Professor Jiao and Yi Hao knew each other. What he meant was whether he could arrange a meeting with Yi Hao at that time. Although Chairman Shu could also meet with Yi Hao and talk with him, it would be better if there was someone he knew to act as the middleman. As for the Jiaopa, he didn't immediately refuse. He had to ask Yi Hao about the meeting first. In fact, in many cases, Yi Hao's reputation wasn't as good as his cat's. It all depended on whether his cat wanted to help. Zheng Tan sat there and yawned a few times. He was bored listening to the four people talk. He couldn't sleep even if he wanted to. Probably seeing that Zheng Tan was bored, the Jiaopa said, If you're bored, go out for a walk. After saying that, the Jiaopa remembered Zheng Tan's history of running around and causing trouble. He added, Just stay in the yard. Don't go too far. Otherwise you'll be grounded. Zheng Tan couldn't stand it anymore. It was better to find a shady place to sleep than to stay here and listen to these people talk. It was too noisy here. Seeing that Zheng Tan wanted to go out, Boss Kai, who was closest to the door, stood up and opened the door a little to let Zheng Tan go out. The Jiaopa, who was about to stand up and open the window, saw this and sat down again. However, as soon as Zheng Tan went out through the door, Tofu followed behind him and squeezed through the door. In the summer, other people's dogs would squeeze into air-conditioned rooms, but this guy wanted to run out and play in the pool when there was time. Boss Kai looked at the shady area in the yard. The sun was slanting in the afternoon, so the pool was not under the sun now. Seeing Tofu squeezing into the gap of the door and whining, Boss Kai opened the door a little to let Tofu out so that Tofu would not make noise here. Zheng Tan and Tofu both went out. Mars looked at Chairman Shu pitifully. Chairman Shu choked and said, Forget it. Let it go out and play. No one will come to the yard anyway. After the two big dogs went out, they ran straight to the pool. Zheng Tan slowly walked to a rockery and jumped on it. It was shady here. Squatting on the rockery, Zheng Tan wanted to find a place to sleep. He still hadn't recovered all the energy he used today. When Zheng Tan was about to close his eyes and sleep, his ears twitched. He heard a familiar voice. Zheng Tan opened her eyes and looked in that direction. She perked up her ears and listened carefully. Ignoring the noise created by the Tofu and Mars, Zheng Tan heard a very familiar sound not far from here. Although Zheng Tan said it was familiar, it only existed in his memory. He hadn't heard it in the past few years after he became a cat. Now that he heard it again, he could still recognize it immediately. He didn't feel sleepy at all. Immediately he jumped down from the rockery and climbed up a tree. With the help of the tree, Zheng Tan climbed over the walls of the yard. In the private room, Jiaopa was chatting with Chairman Shu and Boss Kai. From time to time he would pay attention to the situation outside the yard. He was sitting at an angle where he could see part of the yard through the window. When he saw Jing Tan lying on the rockery and about to take a nap, he was relieved. However, when he turned around to chat with Jing Tan for a while, he saw the little bastard climb over the wall. The veins on Professor Jiao's forehead bulged. He had just told the little bastard to play in the yard. In the blink of an eye, the little bastard climbed over the wall and ran away. As expected, he had to ground it. Don't worry. I'll ask someone to keep an eye on it. It won't run out of their sight. Other than the private rooms of the clients, there are surveillance cameras in the hallways and other places outside, Chairman Shu said. Jiaopa wanted to tell Chairman Shu that cats were not like dogs. They couldn't be monitored and when you didn't pay attention they would disappear. Moreover, his cat had a serious criminal record. However, there were many things that no one would believe even if he told them. Jing Tan forgot about Jiaopa's advice again. He was now looking for the source of the voice. The buildings here weren't very tall. Most of them were 2 or 3 stories high. It was easy to climb over. With Jing Tan's rich experience in climbing over walls and buildings, he quickly found the owner of the voice. After all, it wasn't far away. At the end of a long corridor, there was a well-dressed woman who looked to be in her early 30s. She was talking on the phone with an impatient look on her face. Why didn't you look for your own son? What can I say? If he wants money, I'll give him money. If he wants a house, I'll give him a house. How can I not take responsibility? Okay, I'm busy now. I've already arranged everything for this afternoon. I don't have time. Jing Tan knew who she was talking to on the phone. He also knew who they were talking about. Although he had thought of many possibilities when he came to Nanqing, he didn't expect to see these 2 people on the same day. 3 hours ago he saw his own father. Now he saw his own mother. One always took different lovers to have fun, and the other contacted a few rich wives when she was free to expand her career. Basically, they didn't care much about Jing Tan other than giving him money. They were partly responsible for Jing Tan's bad personality. He couldn't describe how he felt. He wasn't disappointed or sad. Probably because he knew it would be like this, he didn't have much hope. The person standing in the corridor immediately hung up the phone. She still had the same expression on her face. It was obvious that she was in a bad mood. In Jing Tan's memory, he often saw such an impatient expression. Pushing a strand of hair that had been blown by the wind behind her ear, the woman standing there took a deep breath and looked at the scenery around her, trying to adjust her mood. Her gaze swept around and stopped at the circular garden sculpture pool that was more than 1 meter tall and nearly 2 meters in diameter not far from her. There were some water lilies planted in the white round sculpture. The white water lilies were now blooming. The white lotus, the white sculpture pool, and the black cat formed a clear contrast. The woman stood by the corridor and looked at the cat standing by the pool. The black cat sitting by the pool also looked at her quietly. The woman froze. She felt inexplicably guilty when she looked at the cat's eyes. Just then, the door of a private room opened and a woman in her 30s came out. Hey, are you done with the phone call? We're waiting for you. Jing Tan's mother's impatience immediately disappeared. She smiled and replied, Okay. Look at you guys. She walked into the private room and looked at the pool again. Then she turned back, walked into the room and closed the door. The window of the private room was covered by curtains. Jing Tan couldn't see the situation inside, but he knew who his mother often hung out with. Retracting her gaze, Jing Tan looked at the water lilies in the pond. She raised her hand and touched the flower closest to her. Diske, I'm still inexplicably unhappy. There were a few small fish swimming under the lotus leaves. He didn't know what species they were. After Jing Tan finished touching the flower, he began to pat the small fish that swam to the surface of the water to scare them back into the water. The 2 people who were secretly watching Jing Tan because of Boss Kai and Chairman Shu's orders looked at each other. Is it really okay for the cat to do that? Should be okay, right? The boss's son specially brought it back from a trip. I heard that it can't be found locally. Not only is the fish beautiful, but it also doesn't eat leaves like the koi we raised before. It's hard to get more if it's gone. But I didn't see it eat the fish. It looks like the cat is just patting it for fun. Didn't the boss say that as long as it's not a big deal, we can just ignore it? Then we should stop it when it really eats it? Yes. Even if we want to catch a thief, we have to catch the stolen goods. What if we scare it away? It's not easy to catch a cat when it runs away. That's true. When Jing Tan didn't want to pat the fish anymore, he jumped into the pool and climbed over the wall. When he passed by the corner where the 2 people were standing, Jing Tan looked at them from above. 2 idiots. Catch the stolen goods. Seeing the cat leave, the 2 people standing there were confused. Why do I feel like the cat was looking down on me? Chapter 302. Jing Tan was grounded. At least before he left Nanqing and Nanhua City, he couldn't wander around freely. This was the result of a unanimous vote by the 4 members of the Jiao family. It was quite democratic. Of course, for Jing Tan, being grounded didn't have much of an effect on him. He was quite familiar with Nanqing and Nanhua City, so he wasn't like those who came here for the first time. This time he met his parents, but unfortunately he couldn't meet the person he wanted to meet the most. Perhaps this was God's will. No matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't be able to meet his current self. In fact, after calming down and thinking about it, Zheng Tan also knew that even if he met his current self, there wouldn't be any good results. Zheng Tan wasn't very friendly to cats in the past. After all, for a long time he thought that cats were crazy and no cat would be close to him. Forget it, if he couldn't meet him, then so be it. Old friends were one thing, but the weather was another. Zheng Tan was also afraid of the heat in the summer, so he was too lazy to go outside. Most of the time he stayed indoors. Jiao Ma took Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo to play around for a few days before resting. Only Jiao Pa and Yuan Zi went outside a lot. In the middle of August, the Jiao family returned to Chuhua City. There were still a lot of things to do. Although the holiday wasn't over, they had to come back early. Jiao Yuan and the other kids from the courtyard all went to the same high school. Chuhua Affiliated High School was a little far from Chuhua University, and it was a boarding system. Jiao Yuan only came back once a week on weekends, which meant that Jing Tan didn't have much time to see Jiao Yuan. Little Pomelo, who was also in junior high school this September, was the same as Jiao Yuan and the others. They were all in junior high school near Chuhua University. Little Pomelo was familiar with the other kids from the western courtyard, so Jiao Pa, Jiao Ma, and the others didn't have to worry. Jiao Ma would be teaching in junior high school for another year. She could have been transferred to Jiao Ma Affiliated High School a long time ago. With Jiao Ma's ability, she had no problem teaching in senior high school. Moreover, she had been a substitute teacher in the past 3 years. She had been teaching in the first year, then in the second year. Sometimes, she would replace teachers who couldn't attend classes for some reason. She was very experienced. Jiao Ma's probation period had ended a long time ago, but she didn't transfer because of Jiao Yuan. This year, Xiong's mother personally came over to persuade Jiao Ma to transfer to Chuhua University as soon as possible. There would be some changes to the policies in the future, and the competition was getting fiercer. Jiao Ma agreed to stay in junior high school for another year, mainly because she was worried about little Pomelo. She would transfer to Chuhua University's affiliated high school next year. Jiao Pa was also a busy man. He had a lot of students and research projects under him. He also had to deal with non-research projects. As a result, Zheng Tan had more time to be alone. During the day, Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma were not at home. Jiao Yuan came back once a week. Little Pomelo stayed in school for lunch. Zheng Tan would sometimes go out with Jiao Ma and little Pomelo in the morning. He would send them to school for a walk before coming back. Sometimes he would follow Jiao Pa to the teacher's cafeteria for breakfast. After breakfast he would think about how to kill time. In the afternoon he would hang out with Jiao Wei. Thinking about this kind of life, Zheng Tan felt that he was bored out of his wits. He really admired Huang and the rest for being able to sleep in the courtyard for an entire day or play with their own tails. They treated him as an imaginary enemy to entertain themselves. Chairman Xu and Boss Kai came to Chuhua City at the end of August and met with Yi Hao. At that time, Zheng Tan was lying on the sofa next to them. When he turned over and stretched, he forgot to control his claws and scratched a hole in Yi Hao's high-end sofa in Triumph's office. Yi Hao just silently looked at the hole and didn't say anything. At that time, Chairman Xu was quite surprised. He didn't expect Yi Hao to be so tolerant of cats. Chairman Xu, who prided himself on his shrewdness, didn't know how many twists and turns to analyze the reason. Not to mention whether he guessed the truth or not, at least he was very sure of one thing. That black cat was special. Chairman Xu stayed in Chuhua City for a few days before leaving. He was preparing to invest in Chuhua City, so this time he came over just to inspect the city. After finishing his business and inspection, he left. Boss Kai still stayed in Chuhua City. His food taste would open in September when school started. After all, he had already started preparing for it, and the opening was just in time for school to start. After meeting with Yi Hao and receiving Yi Hao's words, he was a lot more relieved. He put more energy into studying the tastes of the people in Chuhua City. He determined a few dishes that were suitable for the style of Chuhua City and decided on a few special prices to test the response. The size of food taste wasn't small in Hengwu Plaza. It was still 2 floors and the second floor was still mostly private rooms. There was another door in Food Taste that led to the second floor, where there was a door that separated the restaurant on the second floor from Boss Kai's lounge. Sometimes, Zheng Tan directly climbed over the second floor and went to Boss Kai's lounge to sleep. Jiaopa wasn't worried that Zheng Tan would starve at all. For Zheng Tan, there were too many places to eat and sleep. Sometimes the Jiaopa even told Zheng Tan not to eat too much. Excess nutrition would also cause trouble. Jiaoma sighed. Luckily it was Zheng Tan. If it were other cats, it would probably be very difficult to raise them. After all, Jiao family members didn't spend a lot of time at home nowadays. Their work schedule wasn't suitable for raising pets. Today, little Pomelo's classmates were celebrating their birthday in the western compound. Some of their classmates were invited over, so little Pomelo would come back a little later today. Jiaoma went to the gymnasium to exercise, and the Jiaopa continued to work hard in the courtyard. Zheng Tan didn't want to be alone at home watching a melodramatic drama, so he decided to go out for a walk. Zheng Tan ate too much for dinner, so he didn't want to go too far. So he walked around the campus of Tsinghua University. He also went to the woods on the edge of the campus to play a game on his phone. Lu Ba probably had something to do recently, so there were no texts or phone calls to disturb Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan was happy to have some peace and quiet. He yawned. It was easy to feel sleepy after a full meal. After playing a game, he was too lazy to move. Zheng Tan decided to take a short nap here and wait until it was time to go back. Unexpectedly, he overslept. Zheng Tan had planned to go back at 9 o'clock, but he forgot to set an alarm on his phone. When he woke up, it was already 10:30. Zheng Tan knew that he would be scolded when he went back. It wasn't easy for him to be grounded after the Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo started school. If he went back later today, it would probably make the Jiaopa and Jiaoma think too much. They would think that Zheng Tan came back late again after a few days of being well-behaved. Zheng Tan hurriedly got up and planned to walk out of the tree hole. His ears twitched and he stopped walking. He carefully stuck his head out of the tree hole and looked outside. Someone was coming this way. Generally, no students would come to the forest at this time. After all, it was too late and accidents could happen easily. The forest was not safe for them. Anyway, the people over there were coming over. Zheng Tan decided to take a look first. After all, he had his phone here. Although he didn't think that anyone would climb up the tree to dig out the tree hole, Zheng Tan still wanted to be safe. Why would they come to the forest at this time? Judging from their footsteps, they sounded a little sneaky. If they were a young couple, it would be reasonable. However, it seemed that they were two men. It was very dark, but Zheng Tan could still see the two people coming over with the help of the moonlight. One of them was about 20 years old, quite young, and the other was about 40 years old. The two of them seemed to be very tired. They were panting, but they were very careful. They didn't dare to breathe too loudly. When they spoke, they also lowered their voices. Zheng Tan couldn't hear them clearly. One of them was that their voices were very low and they spoke quickly. They also had an accent that didn't belong to Tsinghua City. Zheng Tan could only guess one or two words from what he heard. If there were faint sounds of students passing by along the path that led to the side door at the edge of the forest, the two of them would stop and hide behind a tree or crouch behind a bush. They would wait for the students to leave before they continued walking. This made Zheng Tan even more curious. Although the two of them weren't very good at hiding, weren't they being too careful? What kind of shameful things did these two people do? It was obvious that they weren't good people. When the two of them approached the tree that Zheng Tan was hiding in, Zheng Tan shrunk his head into the hole. He noticed that the older man would look up at the tree above him as he walked. When Zheng Tan chose the tree that he was hiding in, it wasn't only because of the tree hole above it, but also because of its concealment. When it wasn't winter, it would be more secure with branches and leaves. Usually no one would climb this tree for no reason. Until now, no one had discovered this tree hole. There were a few people moving around here, but they didn't climb up the tree. As he was thinking, he heard the older man say something. Zheng Tan heard the words tree and other words, but he didn't understand the specific meaning. There were people watching from below. Zheng Tan didn't stick his head out. He only perked up his ears to hear what the other person was doing. The next moment, Zheng Tan felt that someone had climbed up the tree. Zheng Tan was shocked. They really climbed up. Did they also want to hide something? Zheng Tan cursed in his heart. If they want to hide something, then just hide it. There are so many trees in the forest, why did these two rats have to choose this one? Originally, Zheng Tan didn't plan to do anything, but now it was no longer up to him. He didn't want these two people to discover the tree hole where he hid something. It was rare to find such a good place to hide something, but someone actually wanted to steal it? Not a chance. Zheng Tan didn't immediately react when he noticed that someone had climbed up the tree. Instead, he shrunk into the tree hole to avoid being discovered. Probably because they were afraid of being discovered, the two of them didn't turn on anything like a flashlight. Using the cover of the night, they climbed up bit by bit. Feeling that the person was getting closer and closer, Jing Tan held his breath and quietly bent his hand to pick up a broken branch. The broken part was a little sharp. A pair of hands appeared at the entrance of the tree hole. It seemed to be the younger man. Jing Tan tried to shrink into the tree hole as much as possible. "Hey, uncle, there seems to be a hole." The young man used his hand to test the edge of the hole. He happily lowered his head and said to the vigilant people under the tree, "With a hole in the tree it would be easier to hide things." Jing Tan understood this sentence, but the older man under the tree quickly said something that Jing Tan didn't quite understand. After the young man lowered his head and finished speaking, he was ready to climb up a little to take a closer look at the hole. However, when he turned his head before he could continue climbing, a blurry shadow suddenly jumped out of the tree hole. "Ha!" Jing Tan shouted. At the same time, he used the branch in his claws to stab the person's hand. Chapter 303. The tree hole Jing Tan was in was still a little high from the ground. When the man fell, he landed on top of the older man. The grass in the forest was thicker and there were many leaves. The man only screamed when he fell. He probably suffered some fractures and sprains, but his life was not in danger. The older man got up and cursed. Jing Tan could not understand what he was saying. He could only guess from the man's tone that it was not anything good. The older man did not feel good being pressed on the ground. He got up and rubbed his shoulders and neck. Seeing that the younger man was still groaning on the ground, he kicked him and scolded him in a low voice. He probably told him to be quiet. He did not want to be discovered. The younger man's voice was indeed much quieter. He slowly got up and rubbed his back and other places. Then he touched his hand and found that the stinging spot on the back of his hand was sticky. It was obviously bleeding. With human eyesight, it was difficult for the young man to realize that the thing that scared him off the tree was actually a cat. At most, he only saw a blurry shadow flash before his eyes. Moreover, Jing Tan's shout did not sound like a cat. Therefore, the two men probably thought that the tree hole was occupied by a bird, and the wound on his hand was pecked by a bird. The young man was very angry. He stepped on something hard and bent down to pick it up. It was a stone the size of an egg. He picked it up and threw it at the tree hole where Jing Tan was. However, his arm was injured in the fall, so he did not use much strength. The stone only hit the tree trunk. The older man saw this and scolded in a low voice again. He slapped the back of the young man's head, then carefully looked at him and asked something. The young man shook his foot and replied, "No." Jing Tan immediately retreated back into the cave after her initial shock. She kept her ears perked up to listen to the commotion below. After the two of them were whispering under the tree, they did not continue to stay under the tree and went to other places. When the two of them were about 10 meters away, Jing Tan quietly poked her head out and saw that the two of them had walked to a cluster of low shrubs. Very few people went there. The grass was thicker, and when the temperature was still warm, there were always a lot of mosquitoes there. The two of them were whispering to each other in the bushes. At the same time, Jing Tan could hear rustling sounds coming from the bushes. Could it be that the other party fell so badly that he couldn't climb up the tree, so he chose another place to hide his things? Jing Tan watched as the two of them busied themselves for a while. He stood up and looked around carefully, as if he was trying to memorize the terrain and the specific location of the place. Then he left, looking back 3 times with each step he took. When he left, he fiddled with some of the weeds around the bushes to make them look more natural. After the two men walked away, Jing Tan listened carefully to his surroundings. When he didn't hear any footsteps, he slid down from the tree and walked towards the bushes. Carefully pushing aside some weeds in front of the bushes, Jing Tan sniffed. There was an unusual smell here that was different from the smell of the shrubs. Following the smell, Jing Tan stretched out his claws to push aside the bushes. In the dense bushes, there was an inconspicuous small bag. It looked like the bag that the students used to store their MP3 players. The other party tied the bag's string to a few branches in the bushes. The string was tied quite securely, probably because they were afraid that it would fall and cause other accidents. Jing Tan untied the bag for about half an hour. No wonder the two of them squatted in front of the bushes for so long. After taking the bag out, Jing Tan fiddled with the bushes a few more times, straightening out the weeds that had been pushed aside. Then he carried the bag and ran away. Coming under a tree, Jing Tan touched the bag. The bag was very ordinary and the material didn't seem to be very expensive. This kind of small bag was sold by the students outside for 1 or 2 yuan. Opening the bag, Jing Tan looked inside. There were some small hard objects inside. The small ones were about 1 millimeter or even smaller. The bigger ones were about 3 millimeters. Jing Tan looked carefully and found that these things looked like diamonds. Diamonds? Fake, right? Jing Tan looked at the small particles in the bag. As an illiterate person who couldn't even differentiate between diamonds and crystals, Jing Tan felt a lot of pressure. But if it was fake, then why were the two of them so careful? Hiding things in the middle of the night like a thief? But if it was real, then these diamonds were worth a lot of money. Why would the two of them just leave it here? Put the bag back? Thinking about the two style of doing things, Jing Tan decided to give them a hard time. He didn't plan to bring this bag back to the Jiao family. It could cause trouble for the Jiao family. So, Jing Tan decided to hide this bag somewhere else. Anyway, it was already so late and no one would see it. I seem to have forgotten something. Looking up at the night sky, Jing Tan cursed. Then he tightened the bag and tied a simple knot. Then he climbed up the tree hole where he hid the phone. Since the two of them came here to hide things and found this tree hole, Jing Tan decided to temporarily move the phone. Jing Tan thought about the place where he hid the phone and the bag of real and fake diamonds. After Jing Tan hid the things, he looked at his phone. It was 11:40 p.m. He turned off his phone and immediately ran towards the East District compound. Before he entered the compound, Jing Tan could see the building where the Jiao family lived. The lights in the living room of the Jiao family on the 5th floor were still on. Jing Tan took a deep breath and continued running. He couldn't avoid a scolding. 5th floor, Jiao family living room. Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma were sitting in the living room. The TV was on, but there was no sound at all. It was almost on silent mode. One was expressionless and the other looked worried. They kept looking at the clock on the wall. Little Pomelo was sitting in front of her desk in her room. She had an exercise book open in front of her, but she was not in the mood to do anything. She was in a daze. Jiao Pa changed the channel with the remote control. It was a horror movie. In the movie, a cat was baring its fangs at a monster. Jiao Pa's face twitched. It was not that he wanted to watch the movie, but the time was displayed in the corner of the channel. Very good. It was 10 minutes to 12 p.m. The door of the Jiao family's house was not closed. The anti-theft door was left ajar. There was a soft click from downstairs. Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma woke up and looked at the door. After a while, a furry paw pushed open the ajar door. A cat head peeked out and looked carefully into the living room. As soon as she saw the black cat's paw, Mama Jiao's worried heart relaxed. Okay, you are finally back. Jiao Ma walked over and lifted Jing Tan up. She did not see any injuries on him, so she put Jing Tan down. She yawned and went into the bedroom to sleep. Usually they would be asleep by this time. This time, Father Jiao had a good talk with Jing Tan based on what happened in South City. Jing Tan squatted on the sofa obediently. Jiao Pa pointed at his forehead and scolded him. Jing Tan lowered his head and ears. He knew that he had to be sincere and pretend to be pitiful. Otherwise he would be scolded even more harshly. Moreover, Jing Tan did feel bad about returning home late. His family was waiting for him when he returned home so late. The three of them had to wake up early the next day to go to school and work. He wondered if they would be tired. Jing Tan tried to squeeze into little Pomelo's bed but failed. Little Pomelo threw him out of the Jiao Yuan's room. At the same time, the Jiao Pa took back Jing Tan's cat tag. Without the cat tag, Jing Tan could not open the door downstairs. It was not convenient for him to go in and out. This meant that he was grounded. The duration was 3 days. After 3 days, whether or not the cat tag would be returned would depend on his performance. Therefore, Jing Tan could sneak out of the building during these 3 days. In order to get the cat tag back as soon as possible, it was better for him to stay at home. Jing Tan thought about how the three of them did not sleep and waited for him in the middle of the night. He did not have any complaints about this. If it was the cat tag, then so be it. He could stay at home and sleep. He could watch TV and secretly play on the computer. He could also go through the cardboard box under Jiao Yuan's bed to find something to relieve his boredom. Jing Tan slept on Jiao Yuan's bed for a night. The next day, Jing Tan stayed at home and looked for comics and novels in the cardboard box under Jiao Yuan's bed. He did not know when those magazines with beautiful girls were all taken care of by Jiao Yuan. Jing Tan had seen the newly bought magazines once. After that, he could not find them. Jiao Yuan, this little brat, had grown up. He was even better at hiding things. While looking through the comics, Jing Tan thought about the bag of things he got last night. He really wanted to see how the two people would react when they found out that the bag of things was missing. But were those things real or fake? Jing Tan thought. Suddenly, he remembered that Jiao Ma mentioned something about diamonds a while ago. Jing Tan did not pay attention to it at that time. Now that he thought about it carefully, he remembered that Jiao Ma seemed to have seen it in a newspaper. He thought about the approximate date of that day. It should be the Chu University News. Different periodicals were published at different times. Even if Zheng Tan did not read newspapers, he was already familiar with it after staying in the Jiao family for a few years. Since it was published recently, it was either on Jiao Yuan's desk or next to Jiao Pa's computer. He jumped to Jiao Yuan's desk and looked through it. There were only a few other periodicals. Zheng Tan did not see the Chu University News. He ran to the master bedroom and looked through the stack of newspapers next to the computer. He pulled out the newspaper. He did not need to look for it. As soon as he opened the newspaper, he saw a big picture. There were 3 diamonds on the picture. They were man-made diamonds made by a laboratory in the School of Chemistry at Tsinghua University that specialized in materials research. According to the description, they were all gemstones. Due to its huge commercial value, the synthesis technology of gem-grade diamond single crystals had been tightly sealed for a long time. There were also some research institutes and commercial organizations in the country that had been exploring and researching it. After the laboratory on campus mastered the core technology of synthesizing high-quality gem-grade diamond single crystals, they displayed their 3 excellent syntheses. 3 different colored gem-grade diamonds, with sizes ranging from 6 to 7 millimeters. Zheng Tan did not have the patience to read the long academic explanation. He roughly skimmed through it and only understood that these things were made of carbon. Graphite and diamond were brothers, but unfortunately, their value was much higher. A long time ago, Suan jokingly said to Jiao Yuan, "Why is your cat called black charcoal? Just call it graphite." At that time, Zheng Tan did not understand. Now that he thought about it, he suddenly felt that his name had become a loser. He just did not know when it would become a diamond. The article in the newspaper said that many man-made diamonds had reached the level where they could be mistaken for real. At the same time, it also said that their laboratory had special identification equipment. The voiceover said that they could help identify diamonds, but the payment would be different. Zheng Tan could not directly run to the laboratory with the suspected diamonds and knock on the door. Chapter 304. During the 3 days that his cat tag was confiscated, he didn't have to worry about his meals. Lunch was delivered by the Jiao Wei. Every time the Jiao Wei came over, he would look at Zheng Tan with sympathy. After knowing him for so long, the Jiao Wei knew a little about Zheng Tan. He knew that the cat would feel uncomfortable if he didn't run around, so he had to walk around outside every day regardless of the distance. Zheng Tan did behave well for the past 3 days. He didn't show any rebellious emotions or behavior, which was a strong contrast to the cat raised by a teacher in the building next door, who howled all day on the balcony. When he saw the cat in the building next door again, the cat was wearing an Elizabeth collar and didn't howl anymore. Zheng Tan guessed that something must have happened to the cat, and he looked at Huang for details. Therefore, in comparison, not to mention Zheng Tan, Sheriff and Depang were 2 of the few cats in the compound that didn't howl at home. Sure enough, it was better to be sensible. Zheng Tan yawned in boredom on the balcony. Last night, Zheng Tan had wandered around in front of Father Jiao a few times to make his presence known. At the same time, he wanted to see if he could get his cat tag back as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the Jiao Pa only glanced at Zheng Tan and didn't say a word. Thinking back on his performance for the past 3 days, Zheng Tan didn't feel that he did anything wrong. Zheng Tan thought that he would be grounded for the 4th day, but when he returned to little Pomelo's room, he found the cat tag hanging on the cat tree. His dispirited spirit immediately perked up. He didn't notice it when he woke up last night and this morning. It seemed that the Jiao Pa put it there when he went out. He didn't expect the Jiao Pa to put it there quietly. Zheng Tan jumped up and put the cat tag back around his neck. He unlocked the door and went out. Sure enough, he didn't move much for the past 3 days. Now that he was outside, he felt much better. Zheng Tan didn't go anywhere else and went straight to the old tile-roofed housing area. At the beginning of this year, another batch of tile-roofed houses in the old tile-roofed housing area had been marked with a high-risk sign, so that students who were active there would avoid these buildings. In fact, for Zheng Tan, these few buildings were not bad. It was just like a tile-roofed house that had been marked with a high-risk sign for a few years had become a gathering place for cats. For the cats, as long as it was not torn down or destroyed, it was enough for the cats to toss around inside for a long time. Zheng Tan didn't hear any news that this area was going to be rejected immediately. Therefore, at least for this year, this place could be used as a good place for Zheng Tan to hide things. He just had to be wary of those rats and some curious and naughty cats. At this time, there weren't many students moving about in the sturdy tile-roofed houses. Zheng Tan came to a tile-roofed house with a big cross on it and entered through a broken window. It hadn't been used for a long time, so there was a stale smell inside. There were some traces of spider activity in the corner. There was also a pile of abandoned wooden tables in the room. There were also some discolored rat droppings on the tables that had been there for a long time. Jing Tan went over, stopped in front of a table and opened a drawer there. This drawer was one of the better preserved drawers of these tables. In the drawer were Jing Tan's cell phone and the unappraised diamonds that he had brought over that night. Nothing was missing and there was no smell of other people or cats or dogs. Thinking about the appraisal method that he had seen in the newspaper that day, Jing Tan jumped onto a table with a bag and carefully fished out a few large diamonds. Without any other tools, he could only use a few simple methods mentioned in the newspaper to preliminarily appraise them. In terms of weight, hardness, fineness, polishing, and so on, Jing Tan roughly looked at them. They were similar to the real diamonds mentioned in the newspaper, but Jing Tan was still skeptical. Jing Tan couldn't make a more accurate appraisal now, but he heard that many gem-grade synthetic diamonds might not be lower than real diamonds. However, Jing Tan speculated that there was probably a new way to reduce the cost from what a professor mentioned in the newspaper had mentioned. There were so many research institutes and companies in the world researching, and there might be new ways to create gem-grade synthetic diamonds that could pass off as real ones. It was just that everyone kept it a secret so that others wouldn't know. After putting the few colorless diamonds back into the bag, Jing Tan stuffed the bag and cell phone back into the drawer. After closing the door, he came out of the tile-roofed house. After thinking about it, Jing Tan decided to go to the small forest on the edge of the community to check out the situation. 3 days had passed and he didn't know if the two people who hid the things had come back to take a look. There weren't many people in the small forest at this time, but there were people passing by from time to time on the road from the new student dormitory to the side door. Although Jing Tan couldn't see the situation on the road from here, he could tell by the sound and the sound of the passing cars. Jing Tan didn't run directly but walked slowly. At the same time, he also paid attention to whether anyone was around and carefully identified how many unfamiliar smells were in the air. Jing Tan was already very familiar with the smells here, so if there were any unfamiliar smells, he would definitely be able to smell it. In the past 3 days, someone had come to the forest. Jing Tan smelled some smells that he had never smelled before, but he couldn't say that it was related to the bag. It could also be a student who came here to have sex. The guard's blackback came to the forest to pee and shit again, and he didn't know which student had drunk too much vomit. When he came to the bushes, the unfamiliar smells were basically gone. Jing Tan observed the surrounding grass and there were no obvious dents. Compared to the situation that night, it didn't seem to have changed. He went to the bushes and sniffed, but he didn't find any unusual smells. So, it seems that the two people didn't come back to take a look. So relieved? Or, they couldn't come anymore? Shaking his head, Jing Tan didn't think about it. He ran to the tree hole where he hid the phone. It wasn't occupied by birds and there were no other traces. Except that the phone wasn't here, it was the same as usual. Everything was the same. This made Jing Tan, who had some expectations, quite disappointed. On the way back, Jing Tan originally planned to go to the Institute of Biological Sciences to report to the Jiaopa's office. He hadn't been there for a long time, so he wanted to show his presence and let the Jiaopa know that he didn't run around. However, as he walked, Jing Tan turned and ran towards the chemistry department. He saw a person. He had seen that person in the newspaper before. The other picture in the report about gem-grade synthetic diamonds was that person. Although he felt that the bag in his hand might not be related to the person in the chemistry department, Jing Tan didn't have anything else to do, so he went over to see if the person had any other emotions. If he lost something valuable, he would be anxious no matter how he tried to hide it. The professor in his 50s just came out of the department. He seemed to be in a good mood and his smile was sincere. It didn't look like he lost something valuable. There were two people walking with the professor. A man in his 30s looked very gentle and gentlemanly, and a 25-year-old tall beauty with mixed-race looks. However, the woman just walked quietly beside them and didn't interrupt. It was the professor and the other man who were talking. Looking at the professor's words and actions, he was quite polite. Someone who could make these professors treat him so politely was definitely not a simple person. It wasn't until they reached a fork in the road that the three separated. The professor drove away and the man and woman continued to walk along the road in front of them. It was more like they were admiring the scenery and architecture here. Jing Tan didn't follow them anymore. He went to the Institute of Biological Sciences and walked around the Jiaopa's office. He was going to sleep there. There were always people looking for the Jiaopa. Jing Tan couldn't stay there, so he went out for a walk and then went to the Jiao Wei's restaurant to eat. After walking around, Jing Tan walked into a small path. There was only a stone path through the forest and lawn, and this was the shortcut that the Jiaowei often took after classes. Zheng Tan saw that it was almost time and decided to wait for the Jiaowei here. There was a 1-meter-long wooden chair. Zheng Tan jumped on it and lay down to sleep. Even if he fell asleep, the Jiaowei would definitely wake Zheng Tan up if he passed by. There was no need to worry about missing him. Lying on the chair, Zheng Tan smelled the fragrance of the flowers in this season. He ignored the noisy birds flying around and closed his eyes to take a nap. Not long after he closed his eyes, Zheng Tan heard someone walking towards the wooden chair. He opened his eyes a little and looked in that direction. It was the man and woman he saw earlier. The two of them were walking around the campus. Based on their conversation, they were going to find a place to rest. They didn't expect to see Zheng Tan lying here. The man and woman had noticed a wooden chair not far away and were planning to sit down and rest for a while. When they got closer, they found a black cat lying in the middle of the chair. From its tail to its head, it took up most of the chair. The remaining space was obviously not enough for the two of them to sit down. Originally, the two of them didn't think much of it when they saw the cat occupying the chair. After all, the cat would definitely run away if they walked over. However, to their surprise, when they got closer, the cat was still lying on the chair. It raised its head slightly and looked at them with half-opened eyes. It looked like it was too lazy to move. Zheng Tan turned a deaf ear to the two people's gazes. He was hungry now. The food he ate in the morning was almost digested. He didn't want to go anywhere else and didn't want to sleep on the ground. The two people and the cat looked at each other for about half a minute. Just as the mixed-race beauty was thinking about whether or not to chase them away, Zheng Tan yawned and laid down to continue sleeping. He didn't feel much malice from the two people. Since they didn't threaten him, he decided to continue sleeping. The mixed-race beauty who was about to raise her hand saw Zheng Tan's sharp teeth when Zheng Tan yawned. She paused, adjusted the glasses on her nose, and looked at the person next to her, waiting for him to make a decision. The man looked at Zheng Tan. It had a cat tag on it. Obviously it was a pet cat with an owner. How could it be a stray cat when it was so well raised? Also, looking at this cat, the owner's living conditions should be good. Seeing that the cat on the wooden chair didn't want to give up its seat, he didn't chase it away. He put his hand into his pocket and took out his phone. There was a pendant on the phone. Cats were all interested in this kind of thread-like thing, right? Although Zheng Tan's eyes were closed, his ears were listening to the movements of the two people. He noticed that someone was approaching. Zheng Tan opened his eyes and saw a string of beautiful pendant. The other end was fastened to the phone in the man's hand. It was a string of transparent beads the size of soybeans. Between each bead was a diamond? Fake, right? Chapter 305. The dangling ornaments made Zheng Tan dizzy, so he couldn't see them clearly. Zheng Tan stretched out his hand to take a closer look. It did look like the bag of things he had seen before. After staring at it for so long in the morning, even if Zheng Tan couldn't tell whether it was real or fake, he felt that it was the same. As Zheng Tan was looking at the ornaments, Jiaowei ran over. They didn't have classes in the morning, so he was only in the library. When it was about time, he planned to go to the restaurant to avoid the rush hour. During this period of time, whenever he ran along this road, he would look at both sides of the road, especially the tall trees that were suitable for cats to sleep on and the wooden chairs on the cobblestone road. Zheng Tan was very picky about where to sleep. Sure enough, he didn't have to spend too much effort to find the black cat lying on the chair. Black charcoal. Jiaowei didn't know the boy and girl, so he just called out Zheng Tan's name and waited by the side. When he saw the boy and girl looking over, Jiaowei smiled and nodded at them without saying anything. He usually didn't talk much. When he saw Jiaowei, Zheng Tan was curious about the identity of the two people, but eating was the most important thing at the moment. Besides, the two people might not really have anything to do with the bag of things, so Zheng Tan didn't waste any time. He jumped down from the wooden chair and jogged towards the school gate with Jiaowei. At noon, after eating at Jiaowei's restaurant, Zheng Tan found a place to rest. Jiaopa called the restaurant to ask about it, but when he found out that Zheng Tan was there, he didn't say anything. At noon, Jiaopa and a few other teachers had lunch in the cafeteria, so they didn't come over. After sleeping on a tall sycamore tree, Zheng Tan decided to go out for a walk. He hadn't left the school gate for a few days. First, he went to Little Pomelo's junior high school to take a look. Then he continued to walk forward until he heard the familiar sound of the Eru and saw the familiar bridge. That old blind man was actually here today. How rare. Over the past year, the blind old man had been coming to the bridge less often. Sometimes, Zheng Tan would not bump into him even when he was strolling along the bridge. He would only see him when he went to the alley where the blind old man lived. Zheng Tan was walking in that direction when he noticed a low-key black private car coming to a stop not far from him. Two people got out of the car. It was the man and woman he saw at noon. Zheng Tan looked at them. The two people who got out of the car also saw Zheng Tan. Black cat again? Is it popular to raise black cats here? The woman asked. It's the one I saw at noon. The man was a little surprised. Then he smiled and didn't take it to heart. Different cats had different ways of looking at people. The way the black cat looked at people was very special. However, even if they were the same cat, it was not a big deal to meet them here. It doesn't have a cat tag, the woman said. She was not doubting the opinions of others. She was just voicing her doubts. Generally speaking, pet cats would have cat tags when they were outside. Although there were not many rigid requirements in China, if it was hung in the morning, why did it take it off in the afternoon? Of course, this was only a temporary doubt. Soon she stopped paying attention to the cat tags. The man and woman looked away from Zheng Tan. They did not continue to pay attention to Zheng Tan. They whispered and walked forward. Zheng Tan was only surprised when he saw the two people. He was too lazy to care about them. He walked his own way and went all the way to the bridge. Then Zheng Tan realized that the man and woman had walked up the steps of the overpass like him. After they went up, the two of them stood against the railing in an empty spot. The woman opened her parasol. The sun in this season was not that warm. The man looked at the middle of the bridge. His eyes stopped on the blind old man who was playing the arrow. Thomas, is that old man the person you are looking for? The woman asked. Yes. The woman was about to ask something else. Suddenly she said, Hey, the black cat is going over. Both of them were very surprised. They had seen cats with big guts, but they had never seen a cat with such big guts. They had never seen a cat that could calmly walk on the overpass with people coming and going, as if the people around it were air. Under the gaze of the two people, the cat walked to the old man who was playing the arrow. It stood beside the box of money as if there was no one else around. It took out 2 coins in a row. Then it stood under the shade of the umbrella and yawned. The two people were speechless. After a few seconds of silence, the woman said, Thomas, that old man has a good temper. The man didn't say anything, but he was thinking in his heart. If her temper was really good, there wouldn't have been so much bloodshed in the dark back then. People who fought with real swords and spears, especially people like that person over there, definitely couldn't be described as good. It was just that the cat was too bold. Many people had said that many animals avoided the old man. Zheng Tan yawned. He had just found 2 coins in the old man's box. Every year, when the school started in September, there would always be some students who thought they were smart enough to throw some coins into the box. Little did they know that when they thought others were stupid and played tricks on them, others also thought they were looking for trouble. It was just that many people did not bother to do it. Wasn't there a saying, you are looking at a fool on the bridge and the fool is looking at you from the surroundings? When Zheng Tan yawned for the second time, the old man finished his song and began to pack up. This made Zheng Tan feel a little strange. It wasn't time yet, right? The old man had something to do today and was leaving early? Zheng Tan was not the only one who thought so. Several vendors on the bridge were also muttering, why did the old man leave so early today? Do we have to pack up early too? Let's pack up. You probably heard some news. To be on the safe side, let's pack up and leave. So, behind the old man, some vendors also began to pack up. Of course, there were also some vendors who saw that business was good and still stayed there. This year, the old man did not come over most of the time. Didn't they still set up their stalls? Zheng Tan saw the old man pack up and leave. He followed behind him. It had been a long time since he went to the old man's place. He did not know if little Nine was there recently. After a few steps, Zheng Tan found that the man and woman were also walking not far away. Looking back at them, Zheng Tan continued to walk. After leaving the bridge for a certain distance, Zheng Tan saw a fruit vendor quickly pass from behind, running in a hurry. Looking back at the bridge, the vendors on the bridge were hurriedly packing up something. Obviously there was an inspection, so they quickly packed up and left. Looking at the old man who was walking at a steady pace, Zheng Tan curled his lips. Passing the business street, he walked into a familiar alley. The man and woman behind him maintained a distance of 6 or 7 meters. Zheng Tan was surprised. These two knew the blind old man? While Zheng Tan was surprised, the two behind him were also surprised. Did this cat know the person in front? Wasn't this a normal cat raised by a normal family in a university? Looking at the reaction of the person who opened the door, whether it was seeing the man and woman or Zheng Tan, there was no extra expression. They really knew each other. After entering the house, Zheng Tan walked to the living room with familiarity. He jumped onto a chair and sat down. He was much more natural than the two behind him. Uncle Cohen, long time no see. The man bowed slightly to the old man. Zheng Tan's beard trembled. Uncle Cohen? Although the name was only one word different compared to the public version of Uncle Cohen that Yi Hao and the others called him, the relationship seemed much closer. It's been 7 years, Tang Mo. Are you planning to enter the domestic market now that you're back? The old man's tone had a rare familiarity. Zheng Tan couldn't help but look at the guy named Tang Mo. Where did this guy come from? Tang Mo smiled. Yes, but I ran into some trouble when I came back. I couldn't handle it, so I came to you for help. Tang Mo didn't beat around the bush. He was very direct and had the tone of a junior talking to an elder. This showed that he knew the old man's temper very well, and that he was indeed very familiar with the old man. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them didn't look alike, and Yi Hao and the others said that the old man didn't have any biological children, Zheng Tan would have thought that if they weren't related by blood, then it might be because Tang Mo was his father. Oh. The old man took a sip of tea and didn't say anything else. Tang Mo took a box from the woman next to him and opened it on the table in front of the old man. There were a few diamonds of different shapes in the box. Each of them was more than 5 millimeters in diameter, and the bigger ones were almost a centimeter in diameter. Zheng Tan didn't know how to evaluate the value of a diamond, so he perked up his ears to listen to their conversation. The old man put down his cup and took the box. His fingers brushed across the diamonds and he picked one up and touched it. He smiled. Not bad, better than the previous ones. If your father knew, he would be very happy. Zheng Tan was stunned. From what he heard, could those eye-catching diamonds be fake? Put the graphite and some other materials into a special box, and put the box into a special device similar to a pressure cooker. It simulates the temperature and pressure of the formation of diamonds below the Earth's surface. The graphite changes and 3 days later take out the box. Open it and you will find a diamond crystal. Compared to the natural diamonds that take billions of years to form, these only take a few days to produce. It's much cheaper than the natural diamonds dug out from the mines. However, that's only the technology from 3 years ago. Tang Mo picked one up and looked at the light reflected on it. His eyes were full of confidence. These are the products of the new technology. The cost is slightly higher, and it only takes a few days to produce them. However, they are no different from the natural diamonds that formed naturally under high temperature and pressure more than 1 billion years ago. Furthermore, they can grow. Congratulations. It seems that the jewelry market is going to start another war. The old man's tone didn't change much. The benefits behind this didn't excite him. I remember when your father proposed the plan, he said that once the technology matured, it would have an impact on the market no less than the advent of the Iron Age in the 1950s and the invention of the transistor in the 1940s. Diamonds weren't only used as jewelry. They could also allow computers to operate at a speed that could melt the innards of current computers. They could also penetrate into electronics, machinery, and even firearms and bring about reforms. Although there was still a long way to go before he could reach his goal, and there were still many problems that had yet to be solved, Tang Mo felt that he had already taken a big step forward. Before that, I would like to ask Uncle Kuan to help me find a bag of experimental products that were stolen by rats, Tang Mo said as he put down the diamond.